Bruno, this is the first interview Wayne's ever done.
Yeah.
So, be quiet.
And you've just took my first question away. That was the first thing I was going to say, and now you've just rubbed that off me as well.
You can still say it.
Yeah, so going into Manchester United training ground to do the podcast with Bruno Fernandes. I'm looking forward to it, actually. I think it'll be good because Kay and Kelly are not here with me. I'm doing it alone, which, so really, it's the first time I've ever sort of interviewed someone. So
it's going to be a bit of a different podcast today?
It'll be a little bit different. Obviously, being Man United's best player for a few years, captain of Manchester United, and player who I really like watching. We'll hope it turns out to be just one ex-captain to the current Manchester United captain having a good chat.
Right, mate. Good. Hi.
Hi, Bruno.
Hi, Bruno. You all right?
Hi, Bruno. How you doing?
You okay? Good, yeah? Bruno, just get a big clap.
Yeah.
Bruno, good to see you, mate. This is the first interview I've ever done, so I think you're going to have to bear with me a little bit. It might be a bit up and down.
I feel it's a privilege, that.
A bit up and down, but bear with me. How are you? How are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm very good.
It's very nice to be here with you. To be honest, I've seen you many times. I played against you. I got the shirt off you, but you don't know it. Because I asked Juan to get it for me. He's not a United one, he's a Derby one. But
the Derby one, yeah. For you to be here, and it's been tough, and I think it's been tough over the last few years. And how have you handled that? Because obviously, as the leader, you having to deal with a lot of stuff. How have you handled?
No, obviously, it has not been as I wanted. You know, like I've seen the club for so many years. Obviously, when you were playing, when Cristiano was here, for me was the times that I was growing up and following the club, and that was probably one of the best clubs in the world, and not just club but team also, because you guys were winning year after year. And when you come to a club like this, you feel that you want to do the same. You want to win, even knowing that when I came, I knew the club was not in the best place already, but. When you come to United, you always think that I'm going to be closer to win trophies and to achieve what I want to achieve. Obviously, it has not been like that. I've achieved some things, but not as many as I wanted and as many as the club wanted. But for me, it's just about playing football. You know, I just enjoy to play, and I know that in this club you have a lot of things surrounding and a lot of people talking about. But this is the price you have to pay to play in a big club. And if you want to be part of a club like this, you need to be aware that it's going to be a lot of things that you have to deal with. And for me, to be honest, you like when people speak well about you. You don't like it as much when they say bad things about you, but you have to deal that in the same way. So for me, it's about that.
I think you're in the best form you've been in for Manchester United, and it is a joy watching you play. And the best thing I like about you is you take a risk. You're not scared to give the ball away. I think that's a big skill to have.
I think the position where I can give more to the team is probably as a 10, because obviously I don't think in the years I've been here we didn't have a lot of players that could play as a 10 to create, to take that risk, not have that fear of like losing the ball or whatever. And when I first came, we had Juan, and he was amazing, but he was playing more towards the right side than as a 10. But then I never had the chance of playing deeper with someone as a 10 that would be the guy that would create. And that's what made me probably be more the 10 here, because when I was at Sporting, I always rotate between the 10 and the 8. But obviously, when you're at Sporting and in Portugal, the difference between the big clubs and the rest of the league is massive. So most of the teams, you control the games. And obviously, the manager, he made me play as an 8 when we had the home games against teams where he thought would be much easier to control the game. And then when we played the big games and he wanted someone up the pitch to create more, and when spaces will be tighter and the game will be more difficult, would have played me there and probably give someone that would give more control defensively. But I think, for me, I don't know if it's the best form in my career or whatever, but I'm enjoying playing, and obviously numbers are coming up, and obviously as a 10 you want to assist the other ones. I think obviously the the best thing in football is scoring a goal. For the position I play and for the way we want to play and the way we set and with the players I have up front, serving them and giving them the passes is something that I really enjoy.
Well, you lead the team, don't you? And what I love about what you're doing, consistently you're in the team, you play, you don't ever, you very rarely come out the team. And have you played through big injuries?
Yeah, I've played some with, obviously, I didn't have, let's say, massive injuries, but I think around 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I had an injury against Brighton in the semi-final of Carabao Cup or FA Cup, I don't remember exactly which one was, and I had just had my foot properly blowed and I had the plant of my foot all bruised and I couldn't walk. And still there, I was like, we were going through a period where we could get the Champions League spots. We were in the final of the Carabao Cup or FA Cup, one of them too. And I just said, like, I'm going to play through this. And just because, it's not because I want to show that I'm stronger than the other ones or whatever, just I enjoy playing football. If there's something that I really can't play, okay. But I feel that pain is something that during the games you can kind of forget it. If you go with the emotion of the game, I don't really think about it, because if I have the manager that says to me like, no, stay calm, stay on your side, it's fine, you rest 2 games, I will be doing that. But if I have the manager on the other side saying, no, we need you, just make an effort, try it. And I played against Tottenham with my foot all blown up, and I had pain everywhere. They put a strapping on me. I hate playing with strappings. I never played with strappings. I hate having things on my feet. I feel it. I don't know. I feel strange.
For like a cramp.
Yeah, I got into the warm-up. I came out of the warm-up. I took the strap, and the guy that has just done the strap, he was there like for 15 minutes trying to make it the best way as possible. I said, I'm sorry, but I can't. I just play with this, and then whatever has to happen will happen.
Yeah, well, it's interesting there when you said about if the manager says you don't play. So I think I was a nightmare, because I used to go to the manager and be like, listen, I ain't playing. Regardless, I'm playing, I'm not sitting out. I think it caused problems between the doctor, the physios, and the manager and stuff. But you study the game, don't you? I can see.
Yeah, but
just see how you're talking.
I just like, for me, as you said, like I had some fights. Obviously, when Ruben was here and I had my hamstring injury, it was my first time, so I was a little bit also scared about like, what could this be? Because, you know, like then the doctors, when they speak to you, they kind of scare you like, oh my God, this. And I was like, no, I'm fine. Because even at Villa, I got injured and half time I wanted to come, like I said, I can carry on. That's fine. Because we didn't have many players on the bench also. It was a time where we were struggling. I think we had players away in AFCON and then some players injured. And I said, no, I play through, it's fine. And then Ruben was like, no, you can't play because then we're going to lose you for more time. And I was like, no, let me go. And if I can't make it, he said, no, I'm making the sub. Then I came, I had the scan, they said, like, you need to be out. Then I wanted to play Leeds away. And they said, no, you can't play. I said, no, I'm okay for 20 minutes. And then I was like going to the manager, saying one thing, then going to the doctor, saying another thing. I was trying to fix something in the way that the bubble could go around. Then I was like, I'm going to get at least 20 minutes in the end of the game. But I couldn't make it. But at least then Burnley, when Fletch was here, he told me it's 60 minutes and I have to take you off. I said, no, if we're not winning, don't take me off. And
that's brave, isn't it?
Yeah,
for Fletch coming in for
and he was like 2 games. He was like, Bruno, please, I have to take you off. Don't. I said, like, no, come, if we're not winning, just leave me on the pitch. And half time we were, I think, 1-1, and or 1-1 or losing 1-0 probably. And I said, we were losing 1-0. And then second half, we scored 2 quick goals. Sesko scored a double. And Fletch looked at me. It was around 58 minutes. And he looked at me and I was like, yeah, okay. I didn't want to make things difficult for Fletch coming in 2 games. And if I get injured again, people will get on him.
He would have done it to you.
You'd get the blame and everything. So I was like, okay, I come out. And as soon as I come out, I said, bro, I had to take you off. Sorry, I wanted to keep you on the pitch, but I had to take you off.
Growing up as a child, and then if you would have fast forwarded and said to yourself, 20 years time, 15 years time, I'm going to be captain of Manchester United, would you ever have dreamt that you would have that opportunity?
No, I said that this many times. I've dreamed about playing for the club. You know, I wanted to. Obviously, dreaming, you're allowed to dream everything you want. But I never thought. Obviously, as I said before, I saw you guys playing so many times, and I was following the club for so long. But I never thought about being captain of the club. For me, just coming to the club was already a dream come true, a privilege. You know, playing for the club and playing for so long, because you know, staying at this club for so long is not for everyone. And you guys have done it for so many years and winning so many things, and that's was the thing in my head, coming to this club, stay there, winning trophies, being one of the players that will be there for the good moments and trying to build the club into glory again. But is a thing that you don't even dream about. And the privilege and the honor for me to be the captain of the club, and when the chance came, obviously was not in the best way, because obviously Harry was at the club and he's not leaving the club, and they have to choose another one. So was kind of a tricky one for me, but was had a conversation with Harry, and so that made me feel much better on the way, like, okay, I need to deal with this. I know that I have his support on terms of like, okay, it was my time, they decided that it's not anymore, and then we go forward with this. And I think that helped me a lot from his side, having him on my side. Like, he was the first one to talk with me when he knew that I would be the captain, so that was a very good sign for me that he accepted. Obviously, you never accept it too well, but in some way he accepted that I would be the captain, and he was there to help me, and he did, to be honest. But as I said before, I never thought or dreamed about being the captain of the club. I just wanted to play for it.
Michael Carrick, Steve's come in. How's it been? Because I was in Barbados with him the week before.
Yeah, I know
We
about
were on the beach and we're having a beer, we're chilling, and then all of a sudden he's manager of Manchester United, and I actually was thinking about it, and I was thinking, do you know what? I think this is a really good fit. This works. It feels right. And then obviously he was doing well.
He came in, and I think I've knew him from the time of Ole. Obviously not as a manager. That he had 3 games as a manager, and you could think already that there was something more than an assistant manager, or someone that could be more than just an assistant manager. And I think that 3 games showed that, because the way he prepared the game, the way he spoke to us in the games against I think was Arsenal, Chelsea, and Villarreal.
Yeah.
You could kind of understand that he was prepared for the moment. He was like, I think he was with Jose before, and then with Ole, if I'm not mistaken. And you could see that there was already someone that was ready for the next step, and not just to be behind someone else. And then when he came in, I think he came with the energy that the team needed, with a lot of positive energy, good things to say, very nice words in terms of not just nice words of good words, but nice words in terms of like when he's needed something stronger, when he's needed something softer, when he's needed something to bring the team together. And I think that was very important for the, not just for the team, but for the full environment to feel like, okay, we've changed. From here now, we just have to try to go up, and not thinking that what could have been, what we should have done, what we could have been differently. And I think that was the main thing, that change was everyone in the team, but also staff, and everyone was very quick to, okay, it didn't work, let's turn on the other one, and let's push to achieve what we want to achieve in this season. And until now, it's been working very well. We got very good results. Some results where we could have done better, but that's part of playing in the Premier League, and the league is so tough and so tight that at this moment we are in the best position we could ever be. When Michael just came in, we never thought that in this probable time of moment you would be third, and depending on yourself to secure the top 4.
I remember a scene last summer, and there was speculation that you might leave the club, you might stay. I remember looking at it, I was trying to put myself in your position. I was thinking, like, what would I do here? Because the club was in a sticky moment, and I was thinking, what would I do? And I've been in that exact position. I thought, I want to leave a legacy here. I want to be successful. And for you now, if you go on to captain Manchester United back to the Premier League title or to the Champions League, do you know what that will do for?
No, I know.
Do you know what that will leave, the legacy you will leave at this football club?
I'm very aware of that, and that's obviously last season when I stayed was a little bit because of that. I don't want to leave the club at the point where we were struggling and we needed something to get back in positions we wanted to be. Obviously, I never hide from that. I want to win the Premier League. I want to win the Champions League. I never hide it from that, and I will never hide. I might do it. I might not. That's part of football, but I stayed at the club because I think I still have something that I can give back to the club, not just because I'm going to be the player for Man United or the captain for Man United, just because I think I still very able of helping the club to get back to that positions and to get what I wanted in the first place when I came to the club. Obviously, it's difficult when you hear a lot of things coming. Obviously, the Saudi situation with the money, that was a lot, and all these things. But I've always said, and the good thing I have in my family is that my wife is pretty down to earth like me. And we're very aware that we don't want to be the richest person in the world. We just want to be the ones that have achieved the dreams that they had and live a good life with their kids and trying to be as more successful as possible. And I was very good at the time in my head was about to stay in, but the words of my wife of like, have you achieved your dreams? Have you achieved everything we wanted? And that small things that she said made me understand that, okay, she's in the same page as me. What I was thinking is not wrong. Let's try it. Let's keep trying it, and let's see where this takes me.
You'd always have to listen to your wife.
Yeah. Whatever they say.
Yeah, I know.
How's it going, Jermain?
Good. He's doing good. He's doing good. It was better on the pitch anyway. Yeah.
This is the time where you can criticise. What would be your best moment you've had at the club?
Probably one of the ones that I like the most is the assist to Kobe in the FA Cup final. Because I think from the moment I start running from the halfway line to the edge of the box, I think it was probably the play that I've scanned the most the game. Because obviously, you know, when you get into that moment and playing against City, you know that normally they will have the ball for long periods and you're going to have to suffer and sacrifice. And then there's going to be moments where you need to be aware, clever, knowing where all the players are. And then as soon I know that Gardner's coming in and that ball could come to me, my first thought was like, if this comes perfect, I'm going to shoot, because the position was perfect. But as soon the ball starts traveling, I see John Stones stepping out, and I knew Cahill was just behind Kobe. So if I make the pass in the right moment with the right pace, timing, Kobe's going to be in a much better position than myself to finish the play. So I think that, for me, that's the moments for me as a player, for what I can give to the team and what I like to see in players that play in that position. That's the moments I like.
You make it look so easy, and not many players, even at the top level, will be able to see that and execute it. So there's certain players who, when they get the ball, the teammates will run. They'll make runs off the ball. So, for instance, when Ryan Giggs got the ball, I'd run, because I knew he'd try and find it, he might give the ball away. When you get it, I'm looking at players, I'm thinking, look, everyone's gone, everyone's running. So I'd love to play with you, because I've played with different players and I've played in different positions. So I would love to have the opportunity to play alongside you. Do you think we would work?
No, it would. It would, first of all, because I think everyone knows about your hard work off the ball and everything, you know, and probably people will think about that too offensive and everything. But I think when you have players that play in the 10 position, that know how to defend as an 8 or a 6, and they run as much as they can to help the team and defend, I think in that terms we won't have problems of do that dirty side of the game, let's say, as a 10 that probably in your time was not many 10s that would do it, and that's something that I think was very impressive from your side in a generation where the number 10 was just like the fancy player that would get the ball and everything. And a part of you scoring goals, giving assists, you would run everywhere and fight anyone on the pitch, being strong. And that's something that I've always had in my game. That probably I'm not as strong as you are, but I'm not afraid of going to tackles and make myself available to that. And then on the ball, I think I really like the runs, to make runs in behind. But obviously, you need players that can play that pass. And I think with you by my side, or one ahead, one behind, whatever it was, we would probably both get in much more times on a 1v1 with the keeper. And a part of that, I think, for me, would have been a privilege playing alongside you, because I've watched you for many, many years, and were a player that I had in my head always to follow up in the way you played, in the way, not just, as I said before, because the qualities, everyone can see it, but the way you felt the game, the way you were grafting up, and the way you wanted to win games, and that you would never allow anyone to get ahead of you. That's something that I've always liked. I like players with that spark, with that fire inside, because I think that's the players that make a difference in many big teams.
So we're coming towards the end of the season, play the year coming up. I genuinely think this year, I think you should win it. I think what you're bringing to the team, when the team's going through a bad period, you're there consistently, you're leading, and I think you're the perfect example to your teammates. I think you'll win it. I think you should win it. I think you will win it. And if you don't,
no, obviously,
it'd be hard to take. I think if you don't.
It's a huge privilege to be in the conversation. Obviously, you know, like as a player, you can say as many times as you want that you want to win trophies collectively, and that's true. But obviously, these individual accolades are always nice for you, for your personal side, for you to know that you don't need the accolades to know that you did a good season or not. But obviously, when you know there is players voting for you, that has a little bit of a different impact, because, you know, like it's the players that you've been playing against, and if they recognize you as one of the best in the league or the best in the league for that season, it's a huge privilege. Obviously, I'm pretty aware that players that win the league get closer to get that trophies and to win that, because we always put together in the same plate winning the league by a player who is always going to have a certain weight. But I think I've done very well this season. Yeah, I think probably getting into this conversation is already a privilege. I'm not really focused on that. I would be more than happy to win it. I'm not going to lie on that. It's going to be, if I do end up winning, it's something unbelievable, because I've never done it before. So it's a privilege and an honor. But I think there are other players that have done a very good season, different ways, different playing styles and stuff like that. And let's see who gets it at the end of the season.
So if you do win it, make sure your teammates go and to the event and celebrate. So I won it. I don't think any of my teammates went. But I've been when my teammates have won it, I've gone and we've all gone to celebrate. And then when I won, I was like, where's all the teammates? What's going on here? But make sure they go and celebrate.
I will make sure that if they don't go,
it's a fine day. If you do it, so hopefully you do. Are you enjoying your game? Because one of the things I look back at is when you're in the thick of it, and you think of, like, we need to do this, we need to, like, try and be better. And then I look back and think, I should have enjoyed playing more, rather than constantly thinking, right, you'll be doing the same, which you do. You're thinking, right, I need to help my teammates here. And then make sure you enjoy it as well, because I can see you're always wanting to do everything. And
it's a little bit.
And then when you stop playing, you're thinking, I should enjoy that a little bit more.
Yeah, I think I'm getting better at that now, because obviously I think as you get older, you understand better the things. You understand better that every player is from different generations and they see things in different ways. They live it in different ways. I'm probably a little bit too old school yet, because obviously I've raised in football in Italy, so they are very tough on the young players and everything like that. But I'm learning and I'm understanding that every player has a different way of dealing with things. So I probably have to enjoy more my football. You're very right at it. I put my head into many things, but I'm getting better at that.
World Cup coming up, Portugal have given me 2 worst nights of football. In 2004, I broke my foot, and then 2006 got the red card. And I actually mean this because of Cristiano, and I would love to see him win the World Cup, and yourself. So what I've just said before, go and enjoy it, have fun, and I hope you do well.
Thank you very much. I will try my best to make my country proud. Obviously, as you said, wrapping up all this last World Cup with Cristiano, winning it will be something amazing, and I really hope that we can make that not just for Portugal, but for everything that Cristiano gave to football in Portugal and to the world. I think will be a very nice way to end this season. I think 2004 is my first memory of Portugal playing, because I was 10 years old. I shouldn't say this, but when England lost in penalties, I was in my grandma's house. I run with my cousins. We run outside in the streets.
I was in the hospital, in Portuguese hospital, in England kids still, watching it on a little TV. So
and then obviously the 2006, I remember, because obviously everyone remembers Cristiano and Wayne's little bit of fire there, and ends up in Jamie Carragher missing the penalty. I had to say this. Sorry, Jamie. I had to get a little bit of you. You get on me all the time. I can get on you that penalty. Yeah? When I miss a penalty, don't say nothing about it, please.
But Bruno, thanks so much for doing the podcast. Really appreciate it, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
I remember coming back from Mexico and I come back overweight.
What, at 16?
Yeah, and remember you sent me round Crocky Park running. So I was running with the physio around Crocky Park. And I was thinking, oh my God.
I never wanted Wayne to leave, you know. Sir Alex phoned me and he said, I want to meet you in the Haydock Thistle Hotel. So he came in and he says, I want Rooney. I says, nah, he's not for sale. He says, okay, that's fine. He says, but you're not letting him go to Chelsea or anywhere else.
So it was in Switzerland. It was like 100 degrees. Big me head with the blade. I ended up having to cut the pillowcase up and make a bandana. I walked to take it with a bandana on my head.
What Wayne would do to be back to those days when he was getting his hair shaved.
Well, it feels like today could be a little trip down memory lane, back Wayne at somewhere you know very well, sitting next to someone that you know very well and he knows you very well.
Yeah, obviously, when I come through it was Belfield, weren't it? And that was always my dream, was to get to Belfield and, you know, with the first team, and thankfully I did. David brought me into the first team, gave me my debut, and then we met again, didn't we, at Man United, and then back here at Finch Farm. Still doesn't have the feel, does it, Belfield?
No, it's not the same.
No. Obviously, it's bigger, it's better, and whatever, but still doesn't have that feel of Belfield.
What's it been like, David, for those who haven't realised, we're joined by David Moyes. David, thank you for being with us today. What's it been like having Wayne back around the place?
It's great. He's legendary wherever he goes, but certainly at Everton, and certainly for me, I always look back and think that managers need to be a bit lucky sometimes in their career. And I was telling somebody a bit earlier that, you know, I remember Walter Smith had just lost his job, and I was taking over from Walter, who was a really close friend and a mentor in many ways. And I went round to his house the night before I got the job, and he says, you know, you're really lucky. He says, there's a young boy in the academy. His name's Wayne Rooney. He says, really good player. He says, you'll be really lucky you've got him there. And I went, aye, okay, you know. You're thinking, nah, you might never see him. You've heard it so many times, but I certainly was lucky. Sometimes in management, you need to be lucky and find that good players are on your doorstep, and Wayne was there at the time.
I always like asking people the first time they heard of Wayne, and obviously you'd been told about him there by Walter, but what was it like the first time you kind of came across Wayne?
Well, they were telling me that Wayne will remember the game probably better than me. I think it was the semi-final FA Youth Cup. Final. And it was at Goodison, and I came down the pitch, and for some reason I think it was after the game, and I remember, I don't know if they're out doing a cool down or something, and I remember just sort of, this is what my memory, Wayne might tell me something different, with sort of tapping him on the shoulder and saying, hey, you'll be with me next year. But actually, I think before that we had to take you out of school and put you on the bench at Southampton. Yeah. When you were 15 maybe?
Yeah, it was before that, so it was...
Was that before that?
I was on the bench at Southampton.
Yeah.
And then you'd said to me, I was going to be on the bench, I think, in Blackburn last year in the season. Yeah. And then I'm assuming I would have come on because the season was done really. Yeah. We beat Southampton away. I'm still fuming that you didn't bring me on it.
Yeah. He was warming up.
I was warming up for ages.
Looking at me all the time.
It doesn't surprise me from the stories he's told.
I'm saying, is this wee?
But then I got called up to England under 17 for the Euros. Right. So I had to go. So it was that or potentially make my debut for Everton. I was like, I don't want to go. Yeah. I've got a chance of playing for the first team. And then at that time I would have beaten Joe Royle's record, being the youngest player. But then I had to go. So then anyway, but in the U Cup against Villa, I remember you come to me and said you have a few weeks rest and you're going to be with us for pre-season. And then I had Benetton booked in. My family, so I went to bed.
Of course you did.
You went to Benetton.
So I went to
manager's job's not that easy, as you can see.
So I went to Benetton, and then I always remember, I think it was a bit staggered how we went to Austria, was it? Mm-hmm. It was a bit staggered how, because players were going and doing tests. So I flew out with Steve Simonton. On the flight, he had this racing post, and it was flight out. I was thinking, this is mad to go on pre-season with the first team at that age was mad. But I went to Benetton. I was controlled.
Behaved yourself.
I was controlled, and then come back, and then obviously from there, I done well in the pre-season. I ended up starting the first game, didn't I? Against Tottenham the season.
You'd obviously been told what a special talent he was by numerous people, I imagine. It wasn't just Walter. But what was it like when you actually first got to work with him?
It was a bit like, it was a cheeky scouser there, but also an unbelievable talent, which we were saying, we can't be that good at that age. And actually, I was getting quite a lot of criticism from the media because, we had other good centre-forwards at the time, Kevin Campbell and Thomas Rosicki and quite a few others. Big Duncan was still around at the time and one or two others. And actually trying to get Wayne in the team at that time wasn't easy because and they were senior players. A couple of times I think we had to play him off the left at different times in the early days. But I say this quite often to a lot of the young players, quite often you don't get the big gig in your team where you play till you've maybe a centre-half doesn't get a gig. It has to play it right back a few games before he gets the gig, or maybe a central midfield player has to play off one of the sides. So it can easily happen. But look, the talent Wayne had was a bit which we found really difficult because he was also physically equipped to play in the men's football, which was really, really strange for someone who was so young at the time. But he was a brilliant talent, and not many. And I remember saying it, and I'm saying it now as we used to talk about street footballers in this country. People who played in the street. And but look, I don't know. I'm saying this, but I'm saying for me, Wayne was the last of the street footballers, or certainly the ones I know anyway.
But I was thinking back to the week. Well, the other week actually, yeah. And I was thinking for you that must have been tough because you were still a young manager. You was late 30s.
Yeah. I was, and not known as well as maybe some others who maybe got the job. I'd done okay at Preston, done a decent job, but to take it and then walk in and the level of the players that we had at that time as well was really strong.
Yeah, it's quite a special. I suppose that period in Everton's history is quite a pivotal point, isn't it, really? Because you came in and had all the success you had. One of the best ever players was coming through. And you first came here in 2002, I think it was?
Yeah, I think that's right, yeah.
Yeah, it must have just been an incredible time for this football club almost, the start of something quite special.
Look, I had a brilliant opportunity when I got a chance to manage Everton, but I always felt, someone had said to me years and years ago and said, look, at that time I'd been getting offered quite a few jobs in football. I'd been offered quite a few to go to other Premier League clubs, and I went to see Sir Alex a couple of times about jobs I've been offered, and he said, no, I'm not sure you should take that job, and different things. And actually, I had a big chance to become Manchester United assistant manager before that as well, and it didn't pan out. So when Everton came along, it just felt right at the time. But the players we had in the time, we'd really the first couple of days in, I had Paul Gascoigne still in the building, David Ginola, from Duncan Ferguson, Tommy Gravison. Oh, they were amazing players. And Everton had probably, I think at that time under Walter, had signed a lot of top players. Maybe just the wrong end of their careers, but a lot of top players. And I had the sort
Was it hard dealing with those egos and stuff?
Yeah, a little bit, because obviously I'm relatively young manager. We don't know what that feels like. Young manager coming into it and trying to put your own side over, really. And sometimes, when you're a young manager, all you can do is sort of go out and do what you've done and what got me the opportunity to get the job, and that's what I tried to do.
Why do you think David has had the success that he's had at Everton? Because it's not just been in one spell. In two spells, they sometimes say, don't they, don't go back. But look at the success even when you went back to West Ham.
Do you know what? When obviously David come back into Everton, I was so happy because I spoke in Germany, didn't we? At the Euros. And where Everton have been over the last few years, they've needed stability. And I knew 100% when he come back in, he'd bring that stability first of all. And as a fan, and all my family are fans, fighting relegation the last few years, and God, not again. So obviously made up when he come back. But the first time, I think, obviously, it was when I left, and the squad you built, obviously with Jags coming in, Bainesy coming in, Distan, Tim Cahill, the squad would haven't built. You're looking thinking, I was looking thinking, I wish I was back there. I think that's good, but it was such a strong, powerful squad full of men, really.
Do you think there's like something about managers choosing the right clubs for themselves sometimes? Because I feel like certain clubs are just great fit for certain managers.
I agree, I do. And I think that, and if you go somewhere it doesn't quite fit, I actually also think a big thing, and I'm saying how lucky I was to have Wayne as a young manager, because it brought more media attention, which brings more on myself and Wayne, especially at the time. But overall, you also need good people to be above you, and I had Sir Philip Carter, Bill Kenwright, who for me were great people, who huge encouragement. People who didn't listen to the odd supporters group saying, hey, we think we should change the manager. They were more sort of board members, straight people, and gave a young manager an opportunity, because there's probably a couple of times in those early years when maybe I didn't do well enough and they could have easily said, hey, away you go, which they might have done in modern football. But they were proper men and sort of stuck to the task and believed in what they were doing.
Going back to, obviously you had Wayne, and then you've said how difficult it was for you to leave Everton. This was your boyhood club. That must have been a weird period for you, because I guess that almost enabled the money for Everton, enabled you to build a team. The team that Wayne probably looked, as you said, then you looked back at the team and thought, I'd like to play with them.
It's never nice for any player, I suppose, to leave the club who they've supported and growing up. And I think obviously absolutely everything in my life was Everton. It was Everton. That was it. My whole family, and then to get to a stage where you're about to leave, which I think was right for the club and right for me at the time. It was weird. It was because there was talk of Chelsea, of Real Madrid, there was Newcastle, and all this is going on. And I was 18 and thinking, oh, this is mad. And then when I finally knew that, listen, it's best if I do leave and for the club as well. And then I'm like, well, I want to go to Manchester United. And then for the Scousers to go to Manchester. Then again, I remember speaking to my dad saying, I think I'm going to go to Man United. I remember my dad's face. It's like, so I knew that was going to be tough as well. But I backed myself. I was always quite confident and backed myself. But then it was a horrible feel. And again, I remember talking to you in your office and maybe you saying, how can I sell you? How can I be the one to sell you? Because
what was it like from your side with that?
Oh, it was. I've got some great stories on it at the time. You know, I never wanted Wayne to leave. You know, and I knew Paul well, his agent, and I didn't want to go. And then
you ignore all his calls.
Then I had the worst was the guy who I sort of looked up to so much was Sir Alex phoned me and he said, I want to meet you in the Haydock Thistle Hotel. I went, oh, what's this he wants on? Oh, what does he want? And I got in and there was a room booked, one of the rooms booked, and he came in and he says, I want Rooney. I says, nah, it's not for sale. No chance, I'm not selling him. And he says, okay, that's fine. He says, but you're not letting him go to Chelsea or anywhere else? I says, no chance. He says, that's fine. And he left it at that. To be fair, he was very straight because I'd told him that I didn't want Wayne to go. So I think there was a bit, I don't know the time, maybe 3 or 4 weeks later, I got another call, meeting at the same place again, back in the Haydock Thistle again. And this time it was, you know, I want Wayne, and things had moved on and it found it very difficult. And actually, I think if we're right, Wayne, we actually played Man United in your last game, I think, when we signed you.
Well, I was injured, were I still?
I think that's what's right. And so, and we're getting the money in it. It was Bill Kenwright and myself at the time who was doing it. And no, all of us, Bill Kenwright was a huge Evertonian and, you know, didn't want to, certainly not to let Wayne go. He was just too big for, and just everybody liked him so much.
Did the Euros happen between those two meetings?
Yeah, I did. Did the Euros happen in between them?
I'm not. I don't know.
That probably might have been a big deciding factor.
Because that was another thing I had to do as well. I had to I felt as if, well, I went up, Wayne, when he made your debut up at Middlesbrough for England, was it? Where was the game?
Sunderland.
It's Sunderland. Yeah. So I went up to Sunderland to what I'm saying, I'm not letting MD get near him. I was saying I'm going to go up there and
bodyguard.
Try not let MD near him. And it was even worse when it was the Euros in Portugal at the time, because Wayne was wanted by every man in
Don't tell me you went out there as well.
It was like David Moyes just hanging around a training ground.
I was out there and it was with the family in the Algarve, and I was driving up to the games in Lisbon and all around where England were, because I'm saying I'm not letting him to get near Wayne if I can't know. And I'm hearing Paul's stories in the paper. He's meeting people on yachts and whatnot. And I'm saying, oh no, how can I stop this? You know what I mean?
With binoculars.
But it meant so much to me because he was helping me and whatnot. But I always look back and and Wayne will probably tell you worse stories than me, but I tell the story because when I was a young player and I was at Celtic, the only person who I could even think about who I could sort of equate Wayne to and what would happen was Charlie Nicholas. When Charlie Nicholas was a young player at Celtic and how Celtic treated him, and Charlie was my friend, we would go out together and we were going about, we still are great friends. And I'm thinking, well, how did Celtic deal with Charlie? And I was probably quite tough with Wayne at that time, young boy. Make sure you're doing all the right things.
Was he tough with you?
Yeah, you know. But I think if Wayne would look back now, I hope he would probably turn around and say he would probably have to do the same if he had a young Wayne Rooney and he was manager.
Yeah, 100%. Well, I remember I phoned you and I phoned you up because I'd said some things which weren't nice things when I left. And then I phoned you up today and said, listen,
yeah, I did.
I apologise for some of the stuff I said, because when you get a bit older, you realise and if you're wrong, whatever, and then, well, thankfully I did, because you come in at United.
No. But then we've got that story to tell as well. That's the problem. So really, we were, at that time, I was losing Wayne to Manchester United. It was a huge blow, but look, we tried and we didn't want him to let him go because.
Can you be as tough on young players now as you were with Wayne back then, or has the game moved on?
Well, just on that case, I think it was tough on me, but I weren't the easiest to manage as well. So when I look back and just think...
I wouldn't put yourself in that category.
No, but there's just...
For people that aren't watching this on YouTube, that are watching this and listening to the podcast, there was an eye roll there.
I always think, how would I manage a young version of me? Yeah. And I went these. I was obviously from Croxford, from the streets, and I would go out, and even at that age, I'd like a beer and whatever. So I didn't make it easy, but then I remember coming back from Mexico and I come back overweight.
What, at 16?
Yeah, and then remember you sent me round Crocky Park running. So I was running with the physio around Crocky Park. And I was thinking, oh my God, whatever. But then it's all obviously. I was a player. I was a confident player, but also I weren't the easiest to deal with.
So you couldn't do the same now, though, could you?
Look, I think you would try to, and look, going back to it, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy to deal with, and I was more annoyed because Paul's in the room. We can say that in the camera, can't we? Paul's in the room. Yeah.
Paul's had about more mentions in this show than he has in the whole series.
And I'm saying and at that time, Wayne was getting loads of things, whether it be newspapers, whether it was, I think it was
That's what happens
Pepsi
with a young English player, isn't it?
Boots and everything. I'm saying, oh my goodness, I can't keep him training, I can't keep him focused and all this stuff. But it's amazing how well Wayne and Paul have actually, and still are today, and how that's going on really, because, Paul had to guide him through it as well. And I was trying to do what I thought was the right thing in those early days, but they've done not bad, haven't they?
It must have been really hard for you, though, because there must have been an element of you that knew probably Wayne was going to leave. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You wanted to keep... Because also you knew that he had this incredible potential
I think ideally, I think another year would have been... But then I think because of what happened at Euro 2004, I think then everyone... Because Man United, Alex Ferguson wanted to wait a year. Mm-hmm. He wanted to wait another year. And then because I'd done so well at the Euros, it was just basically... Everyone was trying to get in ahead of the other one, and then it become, inevitable that I was going to go that summer.
We needed it at Everton as well, because Bill Kenwright said to me when I joined the club, he says, David, I'll be able to give you $5 million a year to spend. And I said, okay, Bill, I says, but here's what I want, as long as I can prepare my players however I want, take them away whenever I want, whatever I want to do. If you agree to that, and you don't sell any players without my say so, we shook hands on it, and that was it. And that was the deal I had with Bill Kenwright. Now, we got the money for Wayne, and we knew that would boost the things what Wayne said. It gave us a chance to buy a few more. I think sometimes when you're a club on trying to rebuild, maybe if you want to call it that, or pick it up, sometimes you have to sell some of your best players on the journey to try and start again and see how you go. And we had to do it, whether after Wayne went, we had it with other players as well, where we brought in and we had to sell Mikel on, or Joey Lescott, John Stones, all the people over time have had to move on.
I guess that's where, as a manager, you kind of earn your money, I suppose, so to speak, in terms of rebuilding a team and making the best of what you've got. And I mean, I said it before, it didn't really go badly, did it? I mean, you'd have loved to have kept Wayne, but you managed to keep the success going.
It was that year
we got to
Champions League. Yeah. It was that year I left.
Champions League, yeah.
Was that year? I didn't realise it was actually that year.
Yeah. So we'd gained a bit.
Were you watching on going?
We were gaining momentum really as a club and a team at the time, and obviously we'd lost Wayne, but we'd tried to replace it with other players and maybe not in the same position, but other players who would help us, the Tim Cahills of this world, and we went on to qualify for the Champions League that year.
Yeah, not bad. And you've got Wayne Rooney sitting there thinking, I should have waited a year actually.
I know, yeah. But when you look at it, I think the players you brought in for that generation of Everton's history, you know, you've got Bainesy, Jags, Cahill, Tim Howell coming, Phil Neville coming, and you've got like a real core and a real solid. I remember coming back here with United, or even when you come to Old Trafford, you're thinking that's a strong. You knew it was always going to be a tough game, especially at Goodison. It's going to be a tough game. So if in the long run, and when you look back as well, it was definitely for the better for Everton.
You've achieved so much in your career, David, and like the longevity is just staggering, really. But when you look back on how you rebuilt those Everton teams and the success you had, particularly in that first period here, is that one of the things you're most proudest of?
I think I'm really proud of doing 11 and a half years at one club when that was the first stint. You know, to do 11 and a half years, it's not sort of norm for any manager, and certainly not at the moment. So I see that as being success. And I said, you know, Wayne's probably got something that I've got. He's got bundles of medals, and I look at managers like Jose Mourinho, or I look at Sir Alex and Pep, and I think, wow, they're top end, or they've won so many things, but there's also been some great managers come into the Premier League and have failed, and not failed, but had to go away, not stayed that long. And sometimes maybe just success is a little bit connected to being in it and staying in it and being able to do the job and try and stay and work. It's not easy in the Premier League.
Particularly in this day and age as well,
Absolutely
isn't it? It's management, it feels like, I mean, well, you've been in it as well. It feels like it's more brutal than ever.
Yeah. Well, look, I think there's no managers are ever going to have it all the one way. I don't even think the best ones very rarely just it goes one way. I think if you're going to come into management, you're going to have peaks and troughs, and I think in the bad times you might need good people around you who know how to know, and you hope that maybe they help you. Maybe it's owners of football clubs, people who don't panic too quickly. But also if you don't have the right players, or you don't have good players, then it's going to be very difficult to be successful.
How much has it changed?
Oh, it's changed greatly. It's changed greatly because look, there's been great managers when you look whatever's happened. There's been great managers, but if I started with Sir Alex and thought of his leadership and his management and how he managed to, and you know, a bit of Jose Mourinho fitting into the next part of it, then you look when Pep's come into it and how Pep's re-evolved the whole system. Really, it's meant that there's a bunch of hugely talented young coaches out there. You know, sort of a lot of Pep disciples who are doing it and doing a lot of what Pep's done. Some of them have been incredibly successful, but there's another lot who have not been able to carry it out, which happens in football. So there has been a sort of evolvement of different types of management. So I think you have to try and keep up with whatever's going on, and you have to find your own way of doing it. I don't think I really changed my principles too much, but I want to evolve with the.
How do you do that? How do you keep up with
I watch and try and learn. I used to always do it as when I was a player and I was trying to become a coach, or I wanted to become a better player. I think that's part of the reason when you go into coaching courses, you don't necessarily go on to become a coach. I went on hoping to try to become a better player and learn more. I think as I've gone on though, I've tried to keep updated. I used to go to so many places. I went to AC Milan when Carlo Ancelotti was the manager, wrote to Sir Bobby Robson when he was the manager of Barcelona, and he wrote me a brilliant letter back at the time why I couldn't come out. So I had different, at that time I was out trying to find ways of learning to see what was happening. So I think you've got to keep trying to learn, and I think the minute you think you've got it sorted, then that's when you've not got it.
So what would you say how would you say you've changed from when you first started out to now?
I always believe, see when I first started out, I think I was better then because I had no baggage, no media. When I was manager of Preston North End, I could run the players as hard as I liked and nobody would complain, you know.
Your pre-seasons, honestly.
We were really tough, you know. And
tough.
Yeah.
In what way? Talk us through it, Wayne.
Well, you think I've just come out of school and then I'm going to my first pre-season and it was 3 sessions a day, so you wake up, you go on a like 45-minute run, then you have your breakfast, then you're doing a session.
Is this pre-sports science coming in?
Yeah, this is absolutely. This is when I didn't have any of those people around.
then you have your lunch, then you're back out again. I remember your son done it once, but it's in Scotland.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, I was struggling. I was thinking, this is. And I was looking at your son. I was thinking, you must be struggling. And he kept going.
Your son was there and chose to do it.
You know, I was saying at the time, you know, I was a young manager, so I had a young. You know, my son was young, you know, and he was. And you know, if I could, I used to say to the club, any chance I could bring him up to Scotland or Austria, wherever we're going, because I didn't see much of him during the season. I said, and he came and actually. My son tells the stories. I had him in a few trips with an American, and we were always out somewhere singing or something, and they were making I don't know, he'd say he was 12 or something like that, up and singing everything. It was, he's probably still scarred for life about the things he's seen and what he's had to go through. So, but, you know, that was good. It was actually, you know, something that was good because it allowed me to get a bit closer to my son for a few weeks.
Yeah. Tommy Graveston Lee Carsley stitched me up. We were in Switzerland. I think it was might be my second pre-season. And do you remember the Bick me head?
You remember they done Jimmy Lumsden as well.
Bick me head.
Yeah.
So
Bicks, does that mean shaved?
Yeah.
So with the blade.
So it
was in Switzerland. It was like 100 degrees.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so I ended up having to cut the pillowcase up.
Yeah.
And make a bandana.
Yeah.
So I'm 17. I'm going out
There's got to be a photo of this somewhere.
I'm 17, I'm going out to training.
And you get sunburnt so quickly as well.
I'm going out to training with a bandana on my head.
Do you remember that?
You look at me going...
Absolutely. What Wayne would do to be back to those days when he was getting his hair shaved. You know?
So I'm walking out. Tommy Graveston and cars are going, yeah, the gaff will be fine. I'm walking out with this bandana, which of course, and I remember him looking at me. I was just like, oh,
you know what,
like took it off.
I think it was Lee Carsley who was out, and he took Jimmy Lumsden, who was one of my coaches at the time, took him out, and he was saying, we'll just give you a number 4 or something like that. It was right down the hall. So that was some carrier. I remember it well.
Yeah. It was roasting then.
Yeah, it was.
Did you get sunburn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you would.
Yeah. But do you know what? What was it? I'm trying to think, was that my first pre-season? No, it must have been my second. I don't think it was done my first one.
You wouldn't.
Did you survive
we
your
wouldn't
second?
get to go to those sort of places nowadays. The players need much better standard than what it was then, you know. And,
but I really enjoyed them because you're just away. Yeah. You're there. You're in the hills. Yeah. You know, it's roasting. You're doing your pre-season and whatever. But nowadays the players want more, don't they? And
5-star hotels now.
Oh.
What's it like being back for you at Everton? And Wayne said it then, he knew that the club needed stability, needed someone like yourself. But when the phone rang, what went through your mind?
Leighton Baines and Seamus Coleman came up to my house.
Did they?
When I heard, I gave them a phone. I said, look, would you come up to the house? They come up to the house. You know, they both thought that, look, there's small gains I could make right away. Here's the things that are happening. We think you could improve it. And I thought to myself, well, look, if those two are thinking it, then they're good, because Bainesy's been here, and Seamus is a brilliant captain and leader around the club. It's been wonderful coming back because we got out of Goodison, moved into a new stadium. So all those things at the moment have gone well.
Does it feel a bit like home being here?
Absolutely feels like home. A bit like Wayne was saying about his family, you know. Probably it was my family, which I think, because, you know, my son, my dad, you know, my wife, they were all, you know, because they'd been brought up here, coming to all the Everton games for 11 years and following it. They were loving the thought that I would a chance of coming back here. So that played a big part in it as well.
I think it felt right as well, and what was nice on the last game, Goodison, being there, and obviously you've got all the ex-players there, and I remember going into your office after the game and then seeing your dad there, and you know, that's what, it's like a journey in it, where I've come into Everton under, obviously you gave me your debut, and then that last game at Goodison, such a historic moment in Everton's history, and then going in and seeing you and your family in there. I had obviously I think my smallest boy.
You did, yeah, you did.
Smallest boy in there, so obviously from where I'd started, it was a nice
full
moment.
Circle moment, isn't it?
It's great. We get a lot of the ex-players coming back now, and I want it to continue. I want the ex-players who've played here and to feel as if they can come in and be part of it, and walk in and watch a bit of training, get a bit of lunch whenever they want it. I think that's important.
Let's be honest, it's not always easy to guide teams into new stadiums, is it? We've seen other clubs struggle, so that brought with it. I know it's an incredible opportunity, but pressure too. But what has it been like? Because, I mean, I've not personally been to the stadium, but, I mean, Wayne tells anyone that's been there says it's amazing. How have you kind of kept the feeling of Goodison and kept the Everton feeling in there and managed to still have success?
Well, it is. It's been a great change for the club. From sort of 38, 39,000 at Goodison to 53,000 is a big step up, and you know the numbers who are coming now are much bigger. We're selling out just about every week. So from that point of view, it's been great. Look, I think the biggest thing I've found is at Goodison, Wayne had sort of alluded to it a bit earlier on when he was saying, we were smaller. Goodison was a smaller ground, etc. It wasn't as big as well. Now we feel as if we're coming into a big arena. We're coming into an arena where you're saying, oh, wait a minute here, you're really on stage when you come in. And there's a bit about, players have to go on the stage and perform on stage. Well, this is there. You can't hide anywhere here, It's for all to be seen. I felt as if, my goodness, this pitch is huge. That's what it felt like to me when we first went there. And it was probably no different size than anything else, but it just felt huge in the feelings compared to Goodison. But I think the big thing is how well the supporters have taken to it. We've not won all the games at the new stadium, but I think records would tend to show you that the teams who move to new stadiums, it takes a bit of time to settle in. So,
well, yeah, you saw it with West Ham, didn't you?
Yeah, well, West Ham, the London Stadium, even when I went there, people were saying, and to be fair, David Sullivan came out and said that there would be European football there, and they eventually got it.
How pleased was you and happy was you, obviously, when you won the Conference League?
Conference League.
With West Ham, because I was watching, I was buzzing, because I know obviously how hard you work for it, and then I'm not so sure about your dance moves, like. But watching it, I was
if
so.
If you can't do that, then when can you?
I know, but so pleased.
But I felt like it was such a human emotion. Like it was like at that point, you don't often see a reaction so.
Did you see
natural from
Mikel
somebody?
Arteta's obviously learned of his dance moves off you as well, because he was doing it after the Champions League.
He's been copying me, that's what it is. No, I promise if I get the chance to win another trophy, I will have improved my dancing. That's what I'm going to try and do. So, but look, Wayne, you've been fortunate enough to be a winner. I've won other things as a young player. I won the Premier League with Celtic and different things, and one or two other leagues through my. But I think to win a European trophy is something different, and actually it's given a level of football clubs a chance, the Conference League. I think the name when it first came out, we were all saying, I don't want to be in that Conference League, that sounds rubbish. Yeah. But the truth is, I think everybody would like a go at it. And you can see Chelsea have won it last year, we've now got Crystal Palace in it this year. We won it season before.
Would you say that's the best moment for you in your career as a manager? Or?
Yeah, I didn't probably realise it till probably strangely after it, where I actually said I think in some ways as a manager it does change maybe how you're seen or how you're perceived. I don't necessarily believe it should be that.
Of course, yeah.
But I think in some ways it does, and look, I'm jealous of the serial winners and who keep winning trophies.
It feels like that's the next like natural step that Everton wants to take as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you mustn't forget where Everton have been in recent years, and it looks like a big step if you really were probably asking football people. I think would say, by the way, that's a big step for Everton to come out of the financial situation, new stadium, and suddenly step into Europe. But I've had to try and dream it all year. I don't want to be going about saying, hey, I'm just going to try and avoid relegation. If I can do that, that'll be success. I don't want that. I'm too old now, and I don't want. And something is, I don't think I wanted to give it to Evertonians either, because I think that they've had to put up with so much negativity. I think now, to give them something to
shout about.
I interviewed one of your players live after, I think it was a game in like September or October, and I said, it feels like there's been a mentality shift now. You're not just there to avoid relegation. I didn't even finish my question. I think it was James Tarkowski, and he just said, we're not just avoiding relegation anymore. This is we've got a different feeling now. Is that something that you've instilled?
Well, I told him when I came in, and probably the first thing I said to him was, I said, well, I'm not coming back here to manage a team in relegation problems, so you just can work it out yourself. You know, if it's not, then I don't need it. If I can do it, great, but if we're going to be in a relegation battle, then forget it. So that was probably where I started with them, and it was up to the players then to start sort of taking a bit more responsibility. Because to be fair, you know, I thought Sean Dyche had put together a really good side, and you know, and really in truth, there's a lot of those players who Dyche had are still here. So, you know, they're the ones who take the credit for where they've moved to.
How do you do it then? How do you take that next step?
We all need a bit of time, but we probably need a bit of money as well. I think now if you're going to do it, you probably need. I wish we were talking about not requiring money to make a big difference in football, but I think that nowadays, you know, you're seeing the promoted teams coming up and probably spending over 100 million when they get promoted. There's a mid-band teams, and then, you know, obviously the teams at the top. And by the way, the money doesn't always guarantee you success. You have to sign well and try and get the right players. But I think it gives you a chance to maybe do it. So I don't think we need to be a club which is spending loads, but I think we need to be progressing and try to make another step up in the ladder if we can.
I think especially what Sunderland done this year as well. So you'd imagine the teams who are coming up will probably be looking at Sunderland thinking, you know what, we need to go in that way. So the teams who are coming up, you imagine are spending money. So now everything in a steady position. But if you just add a little bit more to that, gradually keep adding to that, otherwise you fall backwards.
In terms of exciting periods in your career, how exciting is this for you? Because you kind of have to keep, when you've been in football for as long as you have, I imagine you always need the next new exciting thing. How do you view this chapter in your career?
The most important thing that I feel is that I keep my energy, and that'll be driven by how the players do. Because I think when you're a younger manager, you have to do it to get a career. You have to be, really focused, hard at it all the time, and trying to, well, not everybody, maybe some other people can do it a different way, but that's the way I felt as if I had to do it. But I need the players to do that. I need the players to keep my energy up by their levels of performance and by how they do, because it makes my job a lot easier without having to go in there and give them the hairdryer treatment like Sir Alex every week, or when you can talk to them properly and deal with them better.
David, big summer, of course, with the World Cup. Big summer in terms of Scotland being there.
Absolutely is.
Will you be following it?
You're finished now.
Any players you're going to be man-marking like you were at Euro 2004?
No.
How can you enjoy tournaments now? Are you excited
I think
for it?
that, for Scotland to make it, Steve Clarke's done an incredible job, because we don't have the same level of Scottish talent of what was maybe available years ago. But we've got a manager who's getting a good team together and send us out there. And I think, a bit like I said about the supporters, sometimes even Scotland supporters not being on many trips. I know we were in Germany, it didn't perform particularly well at Scotland, but I think they'll all enjoy their trip to America, and hopefully we can do well. But I'm looking forward to the World Cup. I think the World Cup's always exciting. I think it'll be different this year because we're not quite sure how it's going to work in such a big area. We might think it's a great after it, or we might think it's not worked so particularly well, but it'll be difficult for the players, the conditions, maybe the pitches not been quite the same, we're not sure, and even the air might dry the pitches up very quickly when we're used to probably in Europe pitches being a lot damper and ball moving a lot quicker. So I think there could be lots of factors which could affect how the games go.
How far can Scotland go?
I think if Scotland get through the group stages, it would be huge, really would be. I think it'll be great. Yeah, I think they'll get a chance. So, what about England, Wayne?
I think England's one of the favourites. I think the squad they've got, I think they've got a top manager as well in Thomas Tuchel. And the one thing for me is obviously playing out there and so knowing what it's like. And people say, oh, you can't choose the weather, but the heat, the humidity, the altitude, and the change of it. So you can be in one place and the altitude is really high and the humidity is high, then you go to another place and it's not. So for me, the recovery time, it used to take probably 3 days for your body to fully recover. to recover from a game where over here it's not that long. So I think the preparation, of course, they'll have all the top people in England to do that. And if they get that right, I think England's got a really good chance.
Have you got the open top bus booked? You normally do. You normally book the open top bus, don't you?
Wayne's been a bit more conservative about it.
I think you'll get out the group stages. So do you know what I mean? So listen, if England win it, I'll happily go and get the ladies.
The ladies used it. I forgot. I thought you were bringing it home, but the ladies have done it.
So I'll be there waiting. Don't worry.
Well, David, I think it's been a pleasure until we got onto England versus Scotland, but thank you for having us here all day. We are finally going to leave Everton's training ground. And a reminder, you can watch the Wayne Rooney Show on the BBC Sport YouTube or iPlayer, or you can listen on BBC Sounds. We'll see you next time.
My mates who are Everton fans celebrate more when Liverpool lose against someone else than when Everton win.
Is that true?
No, you're happy when Liverpool lose.
Come on, City. Come on, City. I want them to win, you know what I mean?
Do you?
Yeah. I hate Arsenal fans. I've lost before when I've been younger. After all them fights, I was proper devastated, like sat there crying and that. I didn't even cry after this one. I hate Arsenal, you know.
I've had them winning City.
Yeah, because you're a monk.
I'm a monk.
You're a Scouse monk.
Do you reckon City would do it then?
I do.
If they beat them, yeah.
But if Arsenal win, they won't shut up about it.
So we're all together this week. We're not in Manchester for once. We're in Liverpool. We're at the Monroe pub, and we've got one of your friends. Is he a friend this week, given it's Derby week, Wayne?
I don't think... Derby week's always horrible for Evertonians, because Liverpool fans...
Not this one.
Yeah, maybe not this one because Everton in decent form, but it is always... It's not nice.
He's more concerned than Liverpool play Man United.
That was a dig, wasn't it?
Listen, he thinks I'm a Man United. I'm full-blown Scouser, right?
I know.
And then...
You're a Scouse man.
He's fought in Manchester more times than he fought in Liverpool.
Do you think
No,
everyone
for the
listening-
UFC I have. No.
Do you think everyone listening to this now knows who our guest is, because we haven't actually introduced you? But I think we've probably given it away. Paddy, thank you so much for being with us today. Is it a good week for you to be on here ahead of the derby?
I don't know if we win, but normally I'm very confident. I'm like, yeah, we're going to slap these. But this time I'm not. I'm not confident, I'll be honest.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a sea change, hasn't there, in how the Evertonians are feeling?
Yeah, Everton have done well, I think. I half expected them to do better with Moyes, and they've done well this season, and Liverpool haven't done so well and they're struggling a bit. So, yeah, I think this is one where Everton have to go and
try and win, go on.
Have a bit of arrogance about them. Because I think Everton have, over the last few months, been a better team, and going the new stadium, the atmosphere has been great in the new stadium, so just go in there with a bit of belief that you can win.
Moyes just does something for Everton. It's weird. It's proper weird. He just does something for Everton.
I think he simplifies it.
Yeah.
It's not over complicated and
doesn't try and be something.
Yeah, sometimes in football you can overcomplicate it. Probably in fighting as well. You can think too much and try and overcomplicate things rather than just doing your job, what's there in front of you. And I think that's all he's done.
Though he's a better away from home.
Yeah, I've been this season, and but I still think the first derby, the new stadium.
Where do you think it went wrong for you guys this season?
Where'd you start? No, it's just, I don't know, can't really explain it myself. It's just weird. Like, we signed a lot of players, but didn't sign areas where actually needed, like, we needed a centre half, lad. And the owners were being bags with over 5 million quid for Gay. When what's in football, like, what's 5 million quid on a transfer fee? And he's gone to Man City now. You know what I mean? He's going to win the league with them. So, like, it's just... And I seen a stat the other day when City beat us the other day. He's the first ever player to beat Liverpool 5 times in one season.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that stat. That's impressive.
Community Shield, beat us with Palace in the Cup, beat us with Palace in the league, beat us with City in the league, and then beat us with City
There's
in the
a weird
FA Cup.
irony about that, isn't it? When he came so close to signing for
But that was always going to happen when Liverpool didn't sign him. When you're a player, if you're, he will have known Liverpool's interest and been ready to go and sign for them. But then, if Liverpool, they don't pay that extra bit of money, as that player, you think, because the players put himself on the line
It was
with
done
his
in
club.
the end, though, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It
but
was
he's
done.
put himself.
He done his goodbye video to Palace and everything.
Yeah, so he's put himself on the line with Palace, and then Liverpool pull out, and it kills him because then he's left there.
And that
So as a player, you
there was
think
that Glasner though, wasn't
yeah.
it? That Glasner said, if you sell him, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
That
He's-
that he went
Against
against
Chelsea.
Chelsea.
Oh,
What a turn and,
yeah.
and finish.
Don't rub it in that they didn't sign him.
No. But I just thought for a centre back to finish
he's
like that.
quality, lad. He scores goals as well as defends brilliantly. You know what I mean? When we didn't sign him, I was gutted. Like, I thought, we sign him, we can go on here and...
Do you think it was a missing piece?
Yeah.
For that, yeah.
Yeah, I think Van Dijk needs help as well.
Yeah.
Where Van Dijk's been the one to help the other centre-backs over his career at Liverpool, it's probably the first season where he's needed a bit of help around him. And then the two full-backs changing with Trent and
yeah, he's used
Robertson
to Robbo
playing.
being there, isn't he?
And then now, all of a sudden, he's probably looking around the whole backline thinking, I need some help here. And
Where he
Cahill
used
will
to,
come
like, back Canate as well. Now Van Dijk needs a bit of backing off Canate. Canate just fell apart.
Yeah, so I think if Liverpool got Cahill, would have made a difference. But I think some of the players as well, they lost Liverpool. Obviously, Jota was obviously such a sad loss to everyone. But then, what's his name? Diaz as well was a massive. Even
Nunes,
Nunes, he was a nuisance. I know he went, great, but he was a nuisance. When you go to Anfield, the hardest thing was, you used to have it with Stevie, with Dirk Kuyt, the going pressure and the aggressive. And I think that's what Nunes and Diaz done, where they think they've lost a little bit.
I would say that's something we haven't done this season. Yeah. We're just sitting back and letting teams come at us and not pressuring them.
How do you want them to approach Sunday then?
Go and absolutely slap them. It's Everton, they've got to be up for it. But that's the thing, we haven't even really got Scouser in the starting 11, unless Curtis Jones starts. And he went off injured the other day, so...
Do you think that has a massive effect on
Yeah, you need a Scouser in the team, lad. You just do.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I think it makes a big difference. Because you need people who know it and understand what the game is. And of course, there's players who've been there a long time, they do, but being a Scouser, being in them games, it's, you defeat... It means so much, not just to you, but to your family as well. And so you all that's going to be, and you can pass all that on to the players.
Exactly, and you can motivate the other players by doing that, saying, lad, we need to win this. I won't hear the end of it if Everton win on Sunday.
Are you from? It seems like, I know you've got Liverpool fans. Colleen's a Liverpool fan, isn't she? Have you got a split family?
No.
Oh, he literally looked at me like I asked him the worst question in the world.
My whole family's Liverpool fans.
Oh, okay. So you don't have, but do you have mates?
We're not daft.
So you don't have mates that are. You probably have mates.
I have loads of mates and are proper horrible, bitter and twisted.
Did you see that word, bitter again?
Yeah.
Bitter and twisted.
Why do they call you bitter?
Because they're so bitter. The bitter blues.
They think that we hate them that much.
You do hate them quite a bit, though.
I think it's the same.
My mates who are Everton fans celebrate more when Liverpool lose against someone else than when Everton win.
Is that fair?
Okay. Is that true?
No, you're happy on Liverpool.
Yeah.
Of course you are. Of course you are. You're happy when Liverpool lose, but...
They're in the group chat, when Brighton are beating us, and they're all putting all little things in it, the little gifs of people sipping cups of tea when City are beating us, and it's lad, you should get slapped by City as well.
That's the same with Liverpool fans when Man United lose. They do the same then.
Maybe when you were good. Not anymore.
Well, I'm not there, no way.
And we always ask people when they come onto this show how you got to know Wayne, because it feels like everyone in Liverpool knows each other. When did you first come across each other?
First time was your fight, wasn't it?
Yeah, then when we fought in London.
Yeah,
when me and
so
Molly fought.
I've known Molly, for a while, and so we went to fight, and then it was a great card. There was Paddy on, Molly, Tom Aspinall was on as well, the same card. So after he won, there was an after party. So I went to the dressing room, so he's walking around with nothing on. So we're waiting to go to the after party, and then I end up carrying Molly's bag. We've got the speakers.
Yeah, I've got a big massive jukebox thing over his shoulder.
After party, and then I can't remember too much after that, to be honest. But that was a good night.
Good end to the story. Is that a sign of a good night, though?
Yeah, it was. We had a good time.
What was funny though, was just go in and you just see loads of people from Liverpool who I haven't seen for years.
Yeah.
The whole of Liverpool in the O2 Arena in one room.
Yeah, that is what it was like.
We've said it before when we've had Liverpool guests, it just feels like you do all just find each other. You must have spoken before that.
Yeah,
You wouldn't just end up in his...
No matter what part of the world you go to, you will find a Scouser. That is just, it's weird. Wherever you go in the world,
and you've got a bit of a sixth sense where you kind of see each other and you know.
You can tell if you look at someone's tinies or something. You just know.
What was it you said before? You said they've got a bag.
No, you'll have the little man bag, won't you, on the...
little man.
The sunglasses
Sunglasses on the string on your neck.
Yeah, you'll see them. Now the haircut's a little bit different, obviously. You're unique, aren't you, with yours, but... Now they've all got the little fringe thing. I can't have one of them. So
how's the friendship continued then? How have you kept in touch?
No, it's more Molly I've been mates with, and obviously massive respect what these do. Obviously Molly's going to boxing now, and Paddy, and you get nervous like when you're watching them fight and stuff. Whatever, you still get nervous. And I haven't known Paddy well, but. You're like, come on. And then
does he send you messages?
It was brilliant.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, it's the new video message, I think I've...
before the last one. Little video message.
I always get nervous and conscious of doing it, because I've known boxers as well who, the week to fight, they want to focus, and I'm always thinking, right, she'll send something, or...
I'm an expert at them now, me lads. I've got so many selfie videos on my phone where I've done a video for someone's like kids footy team or something, and they're asking me to do the video, and the amount of happy birthdays and that. I could make a killing on that video, me, like.
You must have to do those as well, don't you?
Yeah, there's loads, yeah.
You mentioned Molly then, I'm glad you did, because she's fighting this weekend as well, and I imagine you're looking forward to that.
Yeah, always. Again, I think it's probably the right time, I think, for her to go to cross over and go into boxing. I feel, and she started off really well in her boxing career, and hopefully she can have a push and then go and try and challenge for the title. I think that's the big thing for her.
Yeah, boxing was always her first love, so it was a passion. But when she first started fighting, there wasn't really a women's boxing. No, it just wasn't a thing, but there was women's MMA. So she got into MMA and done very well. But obviously, she can box to an older age as well. You know what I mean? You can box longer because you haven't got to do as many stupid things training like we do. So many different positions where your knee can just snap in half. But that's one blue I want to win the weekend. You know what I mean?
Have you come across Molly a lot then? Because you said you were friends with her. How did that friendship start?
Yeah, she's from a similar area, Molly, and she's good friends with my family as well. And yes, just always been in touch really. And there was, after the last fight in Birmingham, I ended up back at her house, and
seems to be a theme here, Wayne. The after party always seems to have Wayne Rooney.
Back at her house, and we were there.
Going the Everton game.
Till all hours and that.
Going the Everton games.
Then when I was in New York last season, was it? I think it was. She's going to Villa game away, and then she FaceTimed me. It was early in the morning, and then she's on the back of one of the club supporters buses, and
the whole bus seeing Wayne Rooney on it. Paddy, how did you start out? Because you mentioned Molly then, but like, what's your journey? The start of it.
Like everyone always say, like, what did you do before it? But I didn't do anything. I just went to the same gym I train at now and done a session.
So it was always MMA.
Yeah. Done about 3 months of boxing when I was a kid, when I was about 10, but never stuck with it. And then walked into Next Gen on the 20th of January 2010. Done a couple of sessions, liked it, and just that was it. I was like, I'm going to do this. As soon as I had my first fight, like a year later, I was like, yeah, this is what I'm going to do.
Did you know you could fight when you went into the gym, when you first went in, or was you just curious?
No, I'd watched a couple of UFCs. I can remember I watched one live like 2 weeks before, and went for a run at like 6 in the morning when I finished, and thought I'm going to have a go with this. And then I went to the gym, and I took to jiu-jitsu quite quick, you know what I mean? First ever session, I'd never done anything before, and I remember jumping a guillotine on some kid in a kids class who had been doing it, you know what I mean? So I remember some of the lads in there who were pros at the time were like, have you ever done anything before? I was like, nah, lad, never done nothing. I always say as well, first ever session I done, because it was kids class, then jiu-jitsu, then Thai. Done a Thai class, and I got absolutely battered by a woman. there was a woman who used to come to the gym called Millie, and as I say, I was only 15, I was about 50 key, if that. And she was obviously been training, and she partnered with me, and she absolutely battered me for 3 minutes.
It's weird with like sports like jiu-jitsu and stuff like that. You'll see someone that, unassuming, you think they're not going to do anything to me, and then like they wrap you up into...
We've had loads of people like that, lad, who just look unassuming, and then they'll just rip your heel off for you.
What did that moment do for you, though?
I always say that when I walked in the gym, I just knew. When I done my first couple of sessions, it was like, I'm going to do this. And then it was like 15 months later, one of the lads got injured, and my coach said, do you want to take this fight on a week's notice? I was like, yeah. But the kid, I was 16, the lad was 24, and he'd already beat someone from the gym. He was a year older than me, so people were a bit worried. You know what I mean? I was like, nah, sign this, all good. And I won, beat him on decision, 3 rounds. And as soon as I got my hand raised that first time, I was like, yeah, this is what I'm going to do.
It must be a bit like a drug, I guess.
Yeah,
once you've had that moment.
There's no feeling like it, getting your hand raised in the cage. There's literally no feeling like it.
It must be so hard to stop.
Yeah.
And you see with fights as well, where they go on a little bit too long.
Nothing's going to match that adrenaline, is it?
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, it must be hard to stop.
I have to start skydiving and going skiing and stuff.
Yeah, because it is like, must be such an, I know it's kind of similar for you, but like such an adrenaline rush.
Yeah, there's no feeling like it. There really isn't. Like, it's unbelievable.
You can see it. I've told before we come on, you can see it in their eyes, in the fight's eyes, and you know it's that focus. And I've been lucky enough to sit ringside a few times, and when you're looking at them, I always like, I'm quite curious, and I'm looking, trying to like see the face in their eyes, and you can see it. They've all got this look.
There's a lot of people that have to go to like a really dark place before.
Yeah, there's some weirdos like that, like, you know what I mean?
Because I've seen my uncle runs the boxing gym in Crocky, like whether it's boxing or UFC or mixed martial arts, whatever it is. I think the kids, especially in some of the areas in Liverpool, I think what that does for them kids, it's brilliant. It gets them off the streets.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't it?
I want to see some of the kids in our gym, lad. Like, it's mad. In like, I best be retired in 10 years because I'm not fighting any of them.
Really?
Been training since he was like 5, you know what I mean? Some of them now are like doing like world tournaments at like 13, 14, 15 and winning them, and that some of them are going to be next level.
Because so much of that sport is as well is like things becoming like second nature to you almost, right? You don't want to be thinking about, all right, I'm going to get him into an armbar now.
The sport's so young. It only started in like the early 90s. So there's so many new things coming about all the time.
Mad, isn't it? That and these kids doing the Red of the Terror.
Yeah.
He's
that's what I mean. I don't want to be fighting him in 10, 15 years.
So it's because lad, and you've seen it, and you're just like, at that age, it's mad.
That's what I mean. He's one of the ones I'm on about.
He's 11 now, or something, is he?
Something like that.
Yeah,
but as I say, he's going to be...
How old were you when you started then?
15.
Oh, okay, so yeah.
We've got kids that are like, at my jiu-jitsu gym, there's kids that are like 3 years old that are training. At the kids' classes.
Yeah, we don't get them in that young. I think you've got to be 4 or 5. Because at 3...
So much older.
No, because 3, they don't really listen.
But they cap it at half-hour sessions, but yeah, 3 years old.
What can you teach them at that age?
A lot. They're like a sponge.
Yeah, I suppose.
I think I've done a bit of boxing as well, and like with my lads now, 4 lads, I did it yesterday, they'll fight. So I put the gloves on them and say, like, you're going to fight because you don't want them to split their eyes open or whatever. But then you teach them, I think, firstly, how to handle themselves, which is important. But then also, it's a discipline. If they want to go into it, the discipline you get from these is second to none.
You're saying you don't want to fight those kids that are coming up, but would you still want to be around the gym, like coaching people and stuff like that once you finish?
I don't know what I always, for years, I said I don't think I'll ever go into coaching.
Really?
I'm enjoying it a bit more now as I'm getting older. You know what I mean? I like helping the lads in the gym who are fighting, who are younger than me. I like cornering and stuff like that, cornering them when they're fighting, and just being there for them. You know what I mean? Some of the lads in the gym say like I'm the captain.
Do they?
That's right. That's nice to hear, isn't it?
Do you like that?
Yeah, I do. Because I'm not a coach. You know what I mean? I'm still a fighter. Still train 6 days a week. So.
Yeah, but I think people will. You might at the minute now. You mightn't think that, but I think what you've done for that sport in Liverpool is you've shown them that this can happen and you can get to a level, and then that's probably why they're in the gym, because they've seen you doing it, do you know what I mean?
Like,
and so you'll inspire them even without knowing it at times as well, do you know what I mean?
Hopefully I have, you know what I mean? But I'm just me.
It seems like nothing phases you though. Like, do you not think about that sort of stuff where it's just like you're like pride of a city and wider, in a wider sense, the whole country as well at times when you're going out there to...
Nah, just get on with it.
I love that.
I think that's what maybe people have bought into though, and why people like you so much. Do you agree? Like, he just feels like you're just a normal guy that happens to be pretty talented.
Yeah, I'm just one of the lads who started doing MMA.
Yeah, no, I think that's the game we spoke about before, when people represent Liverpool and you've got them fighting in Vegas, you know, representing Liverpool. And then I think what's great, after this fight, you've always got a message, you know, which is about, you know, people in Liverpool, or, you know, trying to help other people, which I think is brilliant, or whether you're trying to get the fighters more money, whatever it is. I think that's really important.
I just always say it's nice to be nice. You know what I mean? No matter how much money you've got or how many people recognise you, it doesn't hurt to say hello, you're all right. You know what I mean? Yeah.
You've also been really open on like mental health as well. Yeah. Why was that so important to you?
I've been there myself years ago before I got down to the UFC. I had so many mad thoughts running through my head. And then me mate, like, he wasn't like a proper close mate, but he was my mate, killed himself, like, literally 36 hours before the fought. And like, when I said that in the cage, like, nothing was planned, you know what I mean? I just come out. Like, I just said it, and it got a big response.
But it's important, isn't it? I think I feel it as like two people that watch these elite sports stars, to hear them talk about important things that are happening to everyone. It shows that they're human and it's real life.
Yeah, especially for like younger children and younger men as well, to see someone in that position, because they often think, oh, it's not hard for you to talk about that sort of stuff or whatever. But for someone like yourself in that position to talk about it and be open with it, I think like for kids, it shows them it's the right thing to do, yeah.
It shows it affects everyone, doesn't it? And when people look at, you know, athletes or whoever that is who are in the public eye a bit, and think, oh, they're happy to this, and you can be affected in so many different ways. I've spoken about, I had my own issues when I was younger, and when you've got a voice and you can come out and show people, you know, if you talk as well, it's so important to do that. It does help a lot.
You're in the midst of a camp right now. How hard is that?
I've just starting, really, because I'm going to be fighting in like 12 weeks or something. But I'm just starting my diet now, so it's just started sooner. You know what I mean? And I can have a couple of cheat meals and that then.
Can we talk about the diet? What extremes do you have to go to?
Because he used to like cycle in a sauna, you said, to make weight during pre-season, right?
I think he's been doing something similar recently.
The last week, these are 2 weeks, but no, only because I didn't do any training when I was off. I used to think, right, I need to rest. Oh, that's my time to rest.
So then you just had to cram it in at the end to get rid of the weight.
Was that last minute revision?
Before I got weighed, we used to get weighed on the first day. So before I got weighed, I'd sit in the sauna on a bike and just drop loads of pounds, get weighed.
Some people would say that's smart.
Drink loads of water, but it's as we'd always keep a steady weight, and you'd be up a couple of pounds here and there.
It's different for
but
you,
then,
isn't it?
obviously, with fighters, it's that intense, I'd imagine, for that training camp and fight.
Yeah, talk us through it, like how the diet and the process leading up to it.
People always say, like, oh, what's your trick, what's this, what's that, and there is no trick. It's just you get in a calorie deficit.
Yeah.
I burn more.
Is it that simple?
Yeah, I burn more calories than I eat every day.
So what are you eating right now? Anything you want, or do you have like a set?
Oh, when I get off a diet, I eat anything I want, yeah. I'm not asked. I'll just eat anything. Anything I like, you know what I mean?
But you're on it at the moment, you're in one of your...
I've just started, yeah, so we're getting meals and that to eat. But, like yesterday, I only had one meal. I just had a stir fry in the night.
After training all day?
Yeah.
Just because of the calorie deficit?
Yeah, I haven't it today. I've trained for 3 hours.
I couldn't do that. Could you have done that?
I'm not going to eat till I go to the match
tonight.
Do
you know what? I was similar because I would put weight on quite easily. So I've gone into games dehydrated, and actually gone into a game dehydrated because I felt better being lighter, whatever. So I was always conscious of my weight, and I'd probably eat a lot on the Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday I wouldn't eat. I'd eat anything.
People say I should be more conscious of my weight, but I'm not asked.
I guess you know what works for you as well,
I make
don't
weight,
you?
you know what I mean? I've never missed weight. I like weight, so, and I never will. I'll always make it. Like,
Even when you're not in camp, do you still train?
Yeah, I'm still training every day. Still just a little less intense, you know what I mean? You don't have to do as many sessions, but still train every single morning for 2 hours. Still spar twice a week, still lift twice a week, still box twice a week, you know what I mean?
Oh, so you're doing weight sessions as well as...
yeah. So next gen 2 hours every morning, and I'll spar Tuesday, Thursday. I'll lift weights Wednesday after and Saturday morning, and I'll box twice a week, say like Monday, Thursday. And then that's without like your runs and that as well.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot.
It's a lot of movement.
It's obviously so intense, the training, and like that just makes me tired thinking about it. But it feels like you've embraced like the social media side and the whole personality side that comes with it as well. How much do you enjoy that? Or does that just come natural?
Just me, you know what I mean? I don't put no act on. I hate people that do that.
Yeah.
I hate all that WWE. I don't do no act for no one. I'm just me, you know what I mean? And if you like it, you like it. If you don't,
That might... That must be the most stupid question I've ever asked, because I knew you were going to say that as an answer. I can tell that from sitting here. You don't care, you're just you.
No, I'm just me, you know what I mean? I wouldn't put an act on for no one.
So do you see when you've got an opponent, do you make yourself hate them, or is it if you hate them, just or your sound was with a couple of them afterwards?
That's my last few opponents I've been sound with, you know what I mean? I think the last person that I had a little bit like that with in the build-up was Bobby Green. And then maybe a little bit with Tony Ferguson, but that was just because he started the press conference with Bobby Green. We had a little back and forth, but then when I fought Chandler, when I fought Casey...
You were dancing on his face? Was that Bobby Green?
No, that was Levitt. He said he was going to twerk on me when he finishes me.
How long's your camp for this time now?
Well, I've got 12 weeks, so...
12. Do you know when you all the promotions, does that do that in all?
Yeah, it can do.
That must be difficult.
No one gets more than me as well. Because I like the way I am and my personality. Nobody has more media than me. I have more media than everyone. And like when I get to Vegas, it's just constant media.
Is that, with all your training, that must be as footballers, we've never really...
Yeah, it's annoying, like, but my manager tries to sort it, so like, we have them at certain times and it's done and then I can train and stuff like that. My manager's boss like that, he sorts things so we can do some stuff on certain days and like you check in with the UFC on the Tuesday and then lad Tuesday, Wednesday, you're just doing nothing but interviews and videos and pictures all day for 2 days. And then Thursday, the night before, you're weighing, you have your press conference. Probably some interviews that morning and the press conference, then once you've done the press conference, all about making weight.
Are you looking forward to going to Vegas and to the US? Because you've kind of crossed over, haven't you? You've become a bit of a kind of star out there too.
Yeah, I have. When you look at like me and Sam, I have more followers from America than the UK. I know it's a much bigger place, like, but yeah, like 40-something% of my followers are from America, something mad like that. And like UFC is a global sport, but like a global brand. MMA is the sport. It does me head when people call the sport UFC, but America's like the main country for it, and obviously you're gonna be bigger there than here, and hopefully I crack America more, because as they say with singers, once you crack America, you're done, know what I mean?
Would you move there?
I don't know.
Oh, leave Liverpool?
That's the one thing I don't reckon I could see me leaving here.
I said that, I could never see myself leaving, and then obviously I went out to live in America twice, but always missed home.
Yeah.
Always like, it's just a small thing.
If I was going to live somewhere in America, it'd probably be San Diego.
But it feels like Liverpool just pulls all Liverpudlians back, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
You've tried it twice?
Yeah, obviously I'm not living in Liverpool at the minute, but it's always a place you're missing.
Who are you living? Manchester?
Cheshire.
That was an open goal, that one, wasn't it?
No, I'd move back. I'd gladly move back, and then obviously the kids at school now.
Oh yeah, of course.
How's it been since obviously your last fight? Obviously losing that fight, and it was such a big fight. How has that been in terms of your mindset going back into your next fight?
You know what? It's mad because I've lost before when I've been younger. Lost a couple when I was 18, when I was 22, when I was 23. And after all them fights, I was proper devastated, like sat there crying and that. I didn't even cry after this one. I just like watched it back the next day and was like, yeah, I could have done this different, could have done that different. Obviously, I've matured a lot. I know I could have won that fight if certain things went my way, but it's one of them. It was his night. I always say it's like destiny. He was meant to win. You know what I mean? I know I'm going to win the belt. That's in my destiny. It was just that wasn't my time. So you've just got to keep training and keep working hard, and it'll come. It's one of them.
Yeah, that was always like the games we've won, the trophies, like the finals or whatever we've won. It was always like I always remember Arsenal 2005. We got beat on penalties, we got beat to Chelsea in the FA Cup. And it's always them ones which you feel like sticks with you, but it helps you moving forward. It helps you to go and win the next one, I think.
It must be better to have your losses earlier in your career so then you know how to deal with the loss as well.
It's not nice to lose at any time, yeah. You don't want to lose at all. You know what I mean?
Have you changed anything since, or?
I know there's certain things that I've got to work on, and I've already started doing that. You know what I mean? Even I went to Tenerife for 2 weeks, and I go on holiday with one of my coaches. He's one of my best mates, and we took the gloves and that, and every morning in Tenerife we were working on things that I need to work on before we were going to the pool. So
That was meant to be a holiday?
Oh, it was like a training holiday. It was like a pre-camp. We were there with our missuses, like, don't get me wrong. We were doing other things, but every morning we'd get up and we'd go and train.
Are you looking forward to his fight in Vegas? It's quite a way away.
Yeah, do you know what? I've always tried to get over to Vegas. I went years ago for, God rest him, Ricky Hatton, carried Ricky's belt in against Castillo years ago, and so nervous doing it. I've been in the pool all day and my face was red raw, sunburned. And then he hadn't lost at the time, so I'm carried in and think, I hope he doesn't lose. But he won out then, but then I've always wanted to go over, and then I've always had something on, like whether it's boxing or UFC.
What date's your fight?
Last time.
11th of July it's going to be. It'll be the first time I've fought.
Yeah, he looked at me then
it's
he
always
realised.
something
Well,
on.
lad, we're going, the World Cup's on, but I'll go out like 11, 12 days before.
I went to Vegas for my honeymoon.
Yeah.
For 2 weeks.
Mad gaffer at honeymoon, that lad.
It's very Wayne Rooney though, isn't it?
We went to go to Hawaii, Vegas for a week, then meant to go to Hawaii for a week. And then me and Clean both like to have a party. So we ended up staying in Vegas for 2 weeks.
Oh, is that when you went into the drive-through with the
Yeah.
Oh, the
No,
trolley.
that was a different one, but
yeah.
2 weeks, it was a long 2 weeks.
Actually, before we go, there's another big game. You mentioned it at the beginning when we came on to Mark Cahill. You said about Man City. Obviously, there's another big game this weekend between Man City and Arsenal. You said Man City are going to win the title. Does that mean you probably think they're going to win on Sunday?
Come on, City. Come on, City. I want them to win. You know what I mean?
Do you?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't.
I hate Arsenal fans.
Why?
Arsenal fans are the worst fan base in the world. Are you an Arsenal fan?
No, don't worry, I'm not.
The way you looked at me there, it was like,
I was just surprised. 'cause
Close there in Watford.
Yeah, but I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm a Watford fan. It would have been better if I'd been an Arsenal fan.
No, it wouldn't, you know.
But I was just surprised. You're a Liverpool fan. You're meant to hate Everton, Man United,
They're my two most hated teams, Everton and Man United, by a mile.
and then Arsenal.
Yeah, and I've only got this hate for Arsenal the last couple of years.
What is
They
it
think
about
they're
them?
just the best thing in the world. They say every one of the players is the best player in the world in that position, but they've won absolutely nothing. They say Arteta's a better manager than Klopp, but he's won absolutely nothing. And he won't again this season. You know what I mean? He's going to bottle every single trophy again.
I was going to say, I get the feeling that this man will probably agree with that.
I agree with every word.
I want Arsenal to win it, I think.
You've stayed with that throughout the season, haven't you?
I said
City.
I said months ago when he was like 9, 12 points clear, whatever it was, they are going to bottle it. And I've stood by it the whole time. I said City are going to win the league. And they're going to. Pep is a serial winner. He knows how to win things. Arteta's that much of a crab. He's calling the Community Shield a trophy. It's not. It's a glorified friendly. If you include the Community Shield as a trophy, swerve your job. Go and work in the Tesco or something.
Do you count charity or community shields?
I don't think it goes on your...
It's not. It
Major.
doesn't count.
It used to be.
You used to share it.
Yeah.
If you drew, you shared it. It's not a trophy.
You'd share it.
It's being shared. They never used to go to pens. If it used to draw in the Community Shield, they used to share it.
I don't even know. Yeah, we won.
It is
We
not
won
a
one on
trophy.
pens against Chelsea, but yeah, it's nice to win it at the beginning of the season. If you're going up against one of your rivals as well, it's nice to win it. He's only saying that because Palace beat them.
No, I was about to say, when Palace beat us in that, I did not care. Like, that is a good.
Yeah, I don't think for the fans,
no,
it's a day out, and if
it's
the
a
fans...
day out,
yeah.
like, no one cares.
All right, we've digressed. What's going to happen Sunday?
It's at the Etihad, and City going to slap them 3-0.
I think City will beat them. I think Arsenal just need to go and find a way to get something out of the game. If they do that, if Arsenal
if they get
lose,
a corner, it will be 3-1.
If Arsenal don't lose, they'll win the league, I think.
But you know what they're going to do? He's just going to go in and put 11 men behind the ball.
I think they should. That's what they have to do.
That's all they'll do. And they'll celebrate when they win a throw-in and that.
In this game,
that's how unforgettable
they have to sit back, make it hard, take the time on set pieces, frustrate City, and just win or get a point.
They done that the other day though, didn't they? Just like the other day when they played Bournemouth, the ball was in play for like 58 minutes or something because they took that long taking throw-ins and corners and they still got beat.
That's brutal if so. And I think maybe
My
that's why
man
we'll end
spent
the
£1
show.
billion and hasn't won zilch. So let's just leave it there.
And that is where we'll leave it. Paddy, thank you so much for coming on, especially since you have so much media. We're really grateful you could be here. You might see Wayne in Vegas. He's going to do everything he can.
Hopefully we do. As I say, the World Cup's on. He'll probably be working, doing it. So it could only be a couple of hour flight away.
Oh no, bad news. Wayne's agent said he goes out on the 12th.
The fight's the 11th?
Yeah.
I could go earlier then.
You make it a bit earlier. That's it. Standard.
Paddy, best of luck with that fight.
Thank you.
If you go on a night out with Wayne after, good luck surviving that as well. A reminder, you can listen to The Wayne Rooney Show on BBC Sounds, or you can watch on the BBC Sport YouTube or iPlayer. We'll see you next time.
Theo got called up. How old are you, 17?
17, just,
yeah. 17, and probably shouldn't have got called up that time.
Oh, wow. That's hard.
That's
so good.
Ball's gone over the line, and Nugent's has come from nowhere, kicks it in. Like, I was fuming. I actually went up to their goalkeeper and said, did he go over the line? And it was like,
So, very unlucky, obviously, to lose on penalties. And the lad's done brilliant, obviously, when I got sent off. And then, obviously, after the tournament, I was bracing myself for a lot of stick. Obviously, we've seen what happened with Becks in.
What was that period like for you after 2006? Okay, so we are all in the middle of World Cup fever at the moment, but we're actually recording this episode of The Wayne Rooney Show a little bit early because it is Soccer Aid. So we're at the Soccer Aid Hotel and we're with not one, as we usually are, but 3 former England internationals and 2 teammates that Wayne played with. And I'm sure 2006 might come up pretty early on.
Yeah, no, obviously, Theo the Wizard Walcott.
The Wizard.
And then Jermain Defoe.
He's the Wizard, what's he?
Just JD, that's it.
JD,
that's all he needs, isn't it?
JD who shoots at every
sounds like fam. Yeah, exactly. Bang.
2 really good teammates to play with and be around. And that's why in 2006, I think it was, for me anyway, personally, it was really difficult in what happened because Theo got called up. How old are you, 17?
17, just,
yeah. 17, and probably shouldn't have got called up that time.
Oh, wow. That's hard. That's so good. Oh, good. He's right. I've said this.
And then,
it's fine.
Let's
see what he'd be like.
I think everyone was shocked, really. Yeah. And then Jermain got called up basically on standby, weren't it, for if I was fit or not. And the hard thing for me was I was back and forward from England and Germany, and I went back and they told me I was fit, and literally I went in the hotel and Jermain was walking out, and that was hard for me, that because I knew how much football means to him, how much he wanted to be at that World Cup, and then to see him leave, and then I went in. I shouldn't have went. And that was tough for me. That upset me.
And I imagine for you, Jermain, that World Cup must have, because you actually went out there, didn't you?
Yeah, that was probably the hardest part.
Obviously, you were in the hotel.
Yeah, I think that was probably the hardest part, actually being there. Because obviously when I got the news, and listen, it weren't just me. I remember that season, like Darren Bent, I think scored 24 goals, like league goals. So he probably deserved to have gone as well. But the fact that I travelled with the squad, and the worst thing about it, I felt really sharp and fit, probably the sharpest I felt all season. So I remember the back end of that season, I didn't score as many goals as I did the first part of the season. But even so, I still felt like I should have gone. Because, in major tournaments, the further you progress, I always felt like I could come on and do something if I didn't start. So, but to be there and to, leave the hotel was really tough. Yeah.
So were you literally waiting for the news of whether Wayne was fit?
Yeah, and even for Wazza, like to be in that position where you see one of your teammates going home, but even for me, you never wish any injury on a player because I know obviously how important he was for the team. So you want him to be fit, but at the same time you want to be there. Of course, for Theo, a young lad, for him and his family, it's not his fault, for him and his family, to go to a World Cup at 17. I mean, R9, Ronaldo, he got a World Cup medal when he was 16. So to go to a World Cup when you're 17 is, of course, special. But we all want to be on a plane and that. But it was tough for me. That summer was hard.
And in amongst all this, you're getting your first ever call-up.
Yeah.
Age 17. Life must have changed overnight.
It did, not just for me. Like JD was saying there, my family, my partner Mel as well, getting followed by paparazzi, of course, in these days, the social media side of things. But that was scary, having people follow you when you're just a teen, around the country. That's not okay, right? And so I had to deal with this and still in my own mind, I'm like developing myself at 16, 17 from the big move to Arsenal, knowing that I didn't deserve to go there.
Did you feel that?
Yeah, I did feel that. Because I remember when I got announced for the World Cup squad, I was like, nah, turn the TV off. I don't need it on. Like, it's great. I know I'm
That's
going.
really
but
sad.
Well, that's the thing, because I understood like these guys, like, obviously JD and Wayne playing the Premier League, every week, and I hadn't even played yet. And then Darren Bent as well, of course, who was incredible that year. So then to go away as a player, it's not even actually featured. It's hard to take. And then there's that.
Sorry to cut you, Phil. Would you have felt better if you actually played?
If I played?
Yeah.
I still feel I shouldn't have gone there anyway in that sense, but it kind of helped me with the later years, should we just say. But I kind of treated it like I thought I'd get my respect from actually on the pitch, because everyone was great with me, and I remember seeing you out there. It was all fine because I felt like that's what I knew best. I couldn't relate to the guys as much because they're a bit older. Wayne, I could. I remember seeing him quite a lot actually, winning Paul against JT, I remember, and he's smashing Paul cues and everything. So I remember that very.
We've heard about that story. Yeah,
That's not the first time we've had stories like that come up, is
so
it?
very clearly. But it was a scary moment for me and my family. But and of
Did
course,
the gaffer talk to you, telling you why he's picked you?
No, there was no, but there was always signs that I was potentially going, because Essien was seeing Sven at training a bit and said, "Oh, I've just seen how you like training, blah 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 blah," and I didn't think much of it. That's generally how it went. And then suddenly my name was just called into a squad like everyone else. I just, like a fan watching the squad.
So you didn't get a
I was
call?
like that. No, mine was pretty late.
Wow.
So I saw it like everyone else and didn't really feel like it. I didn't think it was real. And I turned it off. Played World Cup Monopoly after that. Yeah. So I did it with my old man, and I lost as well. There we go.
Lost, but you got in the World Cup squad.
Yeah,
so
lost,
win
yeah.
some, you
But that's
lose some.
interesting. So even when you were there, he never told you like, "This is why I brought you here. This is."
No, but like I always feel like it's that unknown, right? And thanks to Wayne getting sent off, I might have come on there. Sorry, Wayne. No, but it was. I mean, Aaron Lennon came on as well, and he was unknown. He was electric. Honestly, terrified people coming off the bench.
Yeah.
Remember, even training. Seeing him up in person, these guys. But I felt I was part of the crew because they looked after me, everyone, so that I didn't feel away from the squad, which was a nice thing for me.
It's intimidating because I've been in the squad at 17, and but I've been in quite a few squads before. That's why going into the tournament, I knew the players, I knew what to expect from that point of view. So to go your first squad in a World Cup and then be around everyone for 5-6 weeks, whatever it was, I remember thinking, like, is he okay? And you were obviously really quiet at the time as well, and you're thinking, that's mad to be there for that amount of time and not really know any of the players, really.
Well, I had a camcorder.
That was
remember the old camcorder? I was there just filming everything, and I even filmed the paparazzi guys to see how they liked it. But what was interesting, I started to film myself, like every day, like after training.
So you were vlogging before vlogging?
A little bit like that. And which was
trendsetter.
mad because I've watched it back as well and I've seen things and no one else has seen it, only me. And we talk about mental health in the game as well in this moment, world in general. And you can slowly start seeing this little, this boy, which I was, dream not happening, not going to play. Excitement to realization that you ain't playing. And that was hard watching that back as an older man now. That's scary.
Was you more confused though, like why am I here, sort of thing?
No, because what I knew was football. I knew football.
But were people not talking to you when you were there in camp, or were you just left to not talking to you, but like coaches and stuff?
No. Steve McLaren was great. He was great. He looked after, and there's particularly guys who didn't play, you have to train well, but like Ashley Cole's great because I knew him and Sol Campbell. I knew them at Arsenal, so they really did look after me massively. I think we played some kind of video games constantly. I think that's what you do at that kind of age. And then Wayne was only a couple of years older than me as well, so I kind of visually watched, how Wayne was, and I felt that's not me.
Yeah,
but I did feel part of the team, even though I was on the side step, should we just call it?
Did you have any resentment towards him
Never.
at that time? Right.
No chance.
What about him?
No, never. Because watching it, I'm sitting there thinking he needs to play. Need to put him on, because that's the thing in football. Like, as teammates, you become a family. It's different with England because like it's not like at your club you're together from pre-season to like May. But at the same time, these are your team. You want the players to do well. So, like I just mentioned before, the fact that like it was 17, like for him and his family, like it's special. If that was me, I would have loved it. Do you know what I mean? So,
I did love it. Love it. Did you feel like the separation of the team? Because I'd never felt that.
No,
I've said that.
I've asked Wayne that before.
The whole time I was in the squad, I never felt any like clicks and stuff.
Where does that come from? Then?
It must have been before I was in the squad anyway, because I didn't feel that. And actually, the opposite. I think. I'll go around people's room. I remember sitting in with Jermain watching me wedding DVD.
It was you that watched the wedding DVD together, wasn't it?
Watching that, then I'd be in with Ash Cole playing computer games, and so it was actually the opposite when I was in the squad.
And then breaking.
You get different characters. Well. You get different characters though. You get some of the lads that would have sort of like can just mix with anyone, like we did. But then you get some of the boys that would just sit in their rooms. But in terms of like cliques and stuff, like it's I don't know. For some reason, it's just people always talk about there was these cliques. I think naturally. You're going to get like the Man United boys or the Liverpool boys that are closer. I spent a lot of time with Ledley and the Spurs boys, Dorse, Aaron. But that's natural. But in terms of cliques, we're always together.
Why do you think in 2006, I know, Wayne, it's tough for you to look back on, and you've talked about it a lot, that it was a really difficult tournament for you. You probably shouldn't have gone. Why do you think for the whole team, though, it perhaps didn't work that year? It's the eternal England question, isn't it, really?
We actually done okay in the quarterfinal. We was the better team against Portugal, so very unlucky, obviously, to lose on penalties. And the lads done brilliant, obviously, when I got sent off. So it's just that bit of luck. You need to go to the next step. So I thought we were okay in the tournament, and then obviously after the tournament, I was bracing myself for a lot of stick. Obviously, we seen what happened with Becks in '98, and so I was bracing myself for that. But yeah, I thought in general we done okay, and we lost on penalties.
What was that period like for you after 2006?
I was okay because I think I accepted getting sent off very quickly, and then straight after the game I spoke to Cristiano, and really my focus went to Man United, and that was in. Then obviously there was a lot of noise about me and Cristiano falling out and that, which was completely untrue, and then from there we went back to Man United and won the league. So my whole focus was on United then.
And of course, for England, the kind of it was just the constant question mark, isn't it? And it's still the question we're answering today. We have all of these players, all of this talent, and it hasn't quite come together. But it obviously then in 2010, so you didn't go to 2010, did you?
I didn't. No, I played every qualifier.
But he should have gone. He should have gone.
He should have gone.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Like you go to that one and then, but 2010, in my opinion, he should have gone.
Really?
He should have been on plane, yeah.
Do you think there was an element of we took him in 06?
He's on his holiday.
Yeah, but and they probably didn't pick you based off of that, or
it's a different manager, wasn't it?
It was different. So we had Capello, didn't we? So I actually remember me missing a meeting, and I'm kind of the person who, and you would know me. I want to be on time.
I nearly missed one.
Did you miss one?
Yeah, I felt like a little kid. I was scared.
Exactly. So he terrified me, and I went to go see JT, and I said, I need to go see the manager. I missed the meeting. He's like, no, I wouldn't bother. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, no, I need to go see him. So I went to go see him. He opens the door, he slams it in my face, and I thought,
what?
Wow, didn't get a word in. And I think this is the difference now. When you see the managers, the connection with the players and the managers is completely different. They can treat you like people as well. And I think, I hold up to my mistake. And that was one meeting I missed. Don't miss meetings. People back home don't miss meetings. But maybe that cost me. Who knows?
Did you at the time? Did you think that? Did you think, oh, do you know what? I'm not going to the World Cup.
No, I didn't.
You didn't think that at the time?
No, because I played every qualifier pretty much, and then scored a hat trick as well.
Yeah, against Croatia. Yeah.
Thought I'll begin, but
did you ever get an explanation?
No.
I remember me.
I saw Fabio at the new at Hill Dickinson Stadium, and he was managing the other team, and it was a strong handshake, shall we say?
Really?
But actually, when England got knocked out, And I'm like a fan. When England are in it, I'm like a fan. So
Yeah, of course.
everyone. And they got knocked down. I saw him actually at a restaurant. It was actually the day he got sacked, actually.
It just didn't work, did it?
Didn't work.
It didn't work. And I've spoken about this before when Italy scored a goal during the World Cup, and I seen a few of the staff
really,
like fist pumping and stuff.
Why didn't it work?
I just think the way the Italians normally prepare for training for games was so different to what we done. Like the day after game, we were doing like mad runs.
Yeah.
And we weren't used to it. I remember, I think it was Matthew Upson he told to lose body fat and
Glenn Johnson
right before the World Cup, and then they got this nutritionist in who I got a text message at 3:30 on a Saturday, halfway through a game, asking the nutritionist was asking me to call him.
Just panic match.
Lack of awareness.
When at international level, when they try and change your diet or change something, it's very difficult because obviously what you're doing at your club all season, there has to be a connection, relationship with the club to do that. And then like Matthew Upson, I think it was time to lose like 3K before the World Cup, and
he was in good nick. Matthew Upson, he was one of the better ones.
Here? So the whole structure and culture of what he was trying to do just didn't work.
Because when he first came, remember we was doing double sessions, and JT spoke to the player, said, "How do you feel?" So we're tired. This is midway through the season, double sessions. That's like a pre-season thing. And then JT pulled him. And at the time, I remember thinking, "Good luck." Do you know what I mean? And pulled him and just said to him, like, the boy's like a little bit tired, but I don't think it changed. I'm talking about the meeting. I remember I was late for a meeting. I just got the times wrong, so I was just in my room, just sitting on the bed, and Michelle called me. She's like, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm in my room." Because you're late for the meeting. Honestly, it was I remember picking my t-shirt up and running down the corridor, no top on,
getting dressed as you ran.
As I've got that, I don't know. It was a quick meeting before dinner. As I got down, the lads were coming out.
Oh no, that must have been the worst feeling.
At the Grove. So I remember thinking, I'm gonna have to go in and apologise because the staff are in there. And, you know, the rest of them stood at the back, didn't they? And the manager's there, and I just said, "Oh, sorry, boss." He said, "Sorry." He said, "It's disrespectful. Are you late for your family when you have dinner?" And I just stood there. He said, "Go and have dinner."
At least you got some words from him.
but then he paid me, so it was like.
Yeah.
True.
What was the feeling like after 2010 then? Because again, it's what I've said before. It's the age-old thing of we've got these players, but you guys must have felt within. You said it didn't work. You knew it just didn't work for him.
We started slow, didn't we? To be honest with you, I think you have to start well.
For me, I just thought the whole tournament weren't great. Personally, I played terrible. And then that's when I had to go with the England fans for booing us. When we go on the pitch, we're giving everything to try and win the game. So it does hurt. As a player, it hurts when your fans boo you after like 10 minutes of the game. So I reacted to that, but I just think there was a frustration with the whole tournament. We went to Austria twice. We went to Austria for like 10 days, come back for 3 days, then went back for another 10 days, and we're on oxygen masks every night while we were there. And the whole thing just didn't feel right. And I think that showed in the performances.
We travelled, we got there 10 days before the first game. And obviously for me, because I've missed the previous World Cup, so when I got called up to this one, you can imagine the excitement, and I remember getting there 10 days before the first game, and sort of just around the hotel, you're watching the other games, sort of you got that little bit of anxiety because you'd rather go and then train and then play. But I think that period of time to sort of train and just be there and just that anxiety, just waiting to play the game, and obviously
there's boredom as well, isn't there? As well,
the America game, and obviously Algeria. It was tough.
What was the media pressure like during this period? Because there's always media pressure. You always say it, Wayne, there's always pressure. It comes with football. It comes with England. But it feels like back then, I know we've got social media now, but with the paparazzi and everything, you briefly touched upon it. There was such a clamour back then, the whole golden generation thing. I've heard Rio say recently, where the heck did that come from? Like that phrase. But it felt like there was so much, almost suffocating pressure on you guys.
It was, and because being the teammates, and I wasn't there for this one, I kind of, like Wayne said when he happened 06, he focused on himself, focused on myself, and I had probably the best season after that. But the guys then have to come back from a disappointment, which is like when you always didn't go out to not perform, and it just wasn't clicking because of those connections weren't there. But the pressure's always there. But you put the pressure on yourself. That's all it comes down to us, really. And then it's, if you got a full squad who's putting pressure on themselves, you ain't going to perform. You can't enjoy it. I think the enjoyment side of it, I always say to the young kids, my boys, enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, you're not going to, anything you do, it could be sport or your work, you aren't going to put everything into it. So, and maybe the enjoyment element went.
That's what it sounds like when you talk about 2010. Like, it doesn't sound like that was fun at all.
No, it wasn't. But then back to what Theo was saying then, I think when you're enjoying what you're doing, you're naturally going to speak to players. So I remember when you were going to a really good form for Arsenal and for England. So I'd go to Theo and I'd talk to him and say, like, what's your strength? He'd be like, my pace running behind. So I'd be like, well, if I come off, if you see me turn, just run. I'll give you the ball. And then I'd speak to Jermain.
Brilliant.
Every time I get the ball, look for them little runs, I'll try and find you.
Those relationships.
And then you build relationships.
I'd always say overhit it as well. Like, I'll make your bad ball good.
No, but then what you're doing without even knowing it is you're around the hotel and you're actually communicating, you're helping each other, you're then forming a partnership, or you're forming something which helps you on the pitch, where if you don't enjoy it, then you don't even have them conversations. You're in your hotel and you're just like,
You can't.
But that's what you were like that. That's special to be like that. Because you have to be able to connect with people, whether you're a coach or a player. Because when you're a player, you come into the squad young, and then because naturally he's good with people, like people are going to gravitate to him, they're going to like him, and all of a sudden you become a senior player, then you've got to do the same thing. Well, different, but you've got to sort of like look after the younger players. But not everyone's like that. Not all senior players are like that. The best ones are, because you're going to need that. Like 17 years old, traveling to a World Cup, you're going to need like senior players. Even after training, even if someone says, "Oh, you done well today," like you could play 1,000 games. When someone says that to you, "Oh, you done well today?"
Who were the people in the squad that did that for you?
When I got into the squad, the boys were good. Bex was good, to be honest, because he's good with people. Do you know what I mean? He's always smiling and stuff like that. But even like with Wayne, sat in his room at World Cup watching the deep. When I say that to people, they think I'm joking.
But can you I just really want to clear
They say,
up
what,
this
just sat in his
DVD
room
thing.
watching
How does that come up? How do you go, we could play this game, we could play that, or let's watch your wedding?
I think I wanted to show him me singing.
You singing?
And then we ended
Every
up...
story comes back to you singing, doesn't it?
And then we ended up... just
What did you sing?
I sang with Westlife. I sang Swear It All Over Again.
Can you do a little
He
bit
could
now?
do a whole album the amount
Really?
of times he sang. Yeah.
Do you know what's funny?
Fair play.
Kids are watching this thinking, DVD.
Show your age, guys.
What they're talking about?
Was
DVD.
his singing any good?
Yeah,
what
decent.
was the wedding like, actually?
He probably can't remember anyway.
People would pay a lot of money to watch that
Yeah,
DVD.
it
What
was,
was
it was good. Everyone said, "What? You weren't watching a Game of Thrones?" I said, "No, watch his wedding." Like, but you do that. Like, you're there for a long time, and like you said, like, listen, he played for a different club, so when you get together with England, it's nice, and also as well, it's my strike partner. So you get those sort of relationships.
Yeah, what was that relationship like with the two of you?
Do you know what I said? Right, I scored a hat trick at Wembley against Bulgaria, and I always say this story. I remember coming off the pitch, and apart from the goals, I didn't feel like I'd done anything. Like, I didn't take more than 2 touches.
Isn't it?
No, but what I mean is, I didn't take more than 2 touches. And I said to people, like, on that day, he was unbelievable, because he said to me, like the same thing he said to Theo. He said, "If I turn, just run." And a lot of times, probably hard to explain it, a lot of times where you get midfielders or a number 10 or whatever it is, you'd make a run and they'll pass the ball to you. Then you go and do your stuff and go and finish. But he used to make my mind up for me. So if I turn, he'll pull it where I need to be. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Then I'll just go and finish. I don't know if you see the goals, but I didn't feel like I'd done anything. I just made my runs and it was unbelievable.
It's a pretty big thing to do, though, isn't it? Make a run and finish.
Every time you're through, I would make a run as well, and he'd be, he's shooting. Just let
shoot.
the
best moment with Jermain was, I can't remember who it was against, but I think David Nugent robbed the goal off him.
The best moment.
I've never seen him snap so much. It was hilarious.
It was against
was it Andorra or something?
Andorra, away from home. Yeah. Again, I made the run, shot. Honestly, it was like slow motion. The ball's going over the line, and Nugent's has come from nowhere, kicks it in. Like I would never do that.
Was that his only goal for England? Though?
Yeah, only goal for England. I was
fuming.
I was fuming. I actually went up to their goalkeeper and said, "Did it go over the line?" And he was like, honestly, as the game went on, I said to him, excuse me, boss, like, did he go over the line? He said, yeah. I was fuming.
I think that says a lot about strikers and you kind of...
I got in the coach to calm down a little bit. I thought, you know what, it's good for his first goal. And then I had Ian Wright phone me. You know what he's like? He's phoned me, going mad on the phone. I thought, and all of a sudden I'm fuming again. Like, honestly, it was just like, mad.
Theo, we kind of glossed over it. Obviously, you didn't go to 2010, but before that, you had like your real, almost announcement to the world, it felt like, with your hat-trick against Croatia.
Yes. I mean, played a major part in that day for me as well. Like he does, like everyone, makes me look good.
Setting all your teammates up.
But these for me are so easy to play with.
Yeah, exactly.
We know if I have people running, I know how to turn and pass the ball. So it's easy for me to play with, and that's what I was saying before.
It's just second nature, isn't it? Like, it's every time you got the ball, just run. Like, it's fine. I know what I'm doing. And it's like JD was saying, it's always going to be in the right space. I wouldn't have to break my stride, which is important. That was really important for me. But that game itself was mad. And then David Beckham replacing me after the hat-trick. And it was just a mad moment because I was playing the whole second half with, a couple of studs missing as well. I got all the guys to sign the ball and the messages. I look back on it now and I just think, wow, like, well done, did great. It was so weird. My old man was in the stands, in the away stand, so he got out there alive, fine, quite happily. But for me, it was just was another football match. It just was. It was just the aftermath, which I can't control. There's more and more that pressure, but it's what everyone else says. We can't. You have to be kind of level-minded.
Before that point, did you always think that I have to do something to justify what happened before?
So when I didn't. No, not really, because
you were scoring goals for Arsenal, you was doing your stuff for Arsenal.
It was more after I didn't go to 2010. I had that actually, the same attitude you were saying about my main focus is Man United, Arsenal then, because I need to focus on my strengths and I want to get back into the team, and I managed to do really well, and I felt like I had a chance to go to 2014, but did my knee. But yeah, that hat-trick was hopefully maxed down and done beat at some point.
I was going to say, it does feel like that way, doesn't it, a little bit?
It does.
Bringing it onto the here and now then, in terms of England's chances at this World Cup. I don't want to be that media person that again says, we've got a great squad, we could win it, but the noise is louder than ever with England, isn't it? Theo, how do you rate Thomas Tuchel and England's chances this summer?
I'm disappointed he didn't pick my team actually over his. My team was very different. No,
so let's not start that again.
I'm joking. Of course I'm joking. No, it was great because I was there on the day when he announced the team and managed to talk to him afterwards, and he's very intelligent man. I feel like he has that connection with the person, which helps the player. I don't talk about the players, he talks about the people. I think that's so important. His staff and his messages he gets out there is just so positive. The difference is if he's a club manager going into his first tournament, so he's going to be questioned in that sense. But I like the fact he's just built a team. Everyone's team's different. Like, I would like to have a left-footed number 10 in there, personally. I like number 10s are so key and there's so many to pick from. Morgan was great, but obviously Cole Palmer and Phil Foden being left-footed, just a bit different to the number 10s we have. So in that space, I'd always be worried about defensively. I don't know how you see it, Wayne. Defensively, I think you need to be really solid going into tournaments.
Yeah,
I think
I'd struggle with. John Stones, who
Maguire,
had
maybe
his injuries. Rich James obviously had his injuries, so I think there's a few in there who've been injured. So I think it is a concern. I would have took Harry Maguire over Dan Burn.
There's not many ex-pros that have said they wouldn't. Everyone seems to
but I think he's obviously thought about what squad he's going to pick and why he wants this squad, and there'll be reasons why he hasn't taken Cole Palmer or Foden or Maguire, and reasons why he's took some other players. And I trust him. I think he's a top manager. He knows what's at stake, and he's picked a squad who he thinks can compete to win the World Cup. And I think, it's controversial. I would have made a couple of different decisions than he has, but that's why he's the England manager. He's there to make these decisions. And when we have taken players to the World Cup on reputation, I think everyone's like, oh, he's just going because of his name. And now we've got a manager who's not doing that. And it's like, oh, why isn't he took him or whatever?
It's always the case.
So you can't win. So I think we just have to back him, and I think we'll do well.
Key word is trust there, you just said. So.
The reasons that he gave as well, he's a good communicator. I felt like he did convince everybody as well once he came out and gave his reasons.
That's what whenever I've met him, obviously he's not picking me to play, but whenever I've met him, you believe him. Like there's conviction in the way he speaks, and I imagine
He's a good
as
communicator,
players
yeah.
that's so important because you need to buy into what he's saying.
100%. Of course, I can imagine everyone was shocked because if you look at the last 10 years and you think about the best players that we've produced in terms of like quality. I know you said about left foot and that, but in terms of like quality, you know, you look at in this country the best player, the best version of the players, like the first ones that you think, Phil Foden, Cole Palmer.
Imagine if someone had said in 2024,
do you know what I mean? Like,
in the squad.
yeah, of course, but the manager must know what he's doing. You look at cup competitions, like he knows how to get over the line. So you have to trust him. You spoke about the connection that he's got with the players. And we see what happens. You know, it's exciting. But of course, there was the Harry Maguire one. I was shocked at that, of course. And also as well, I think, you know, when you look at the two names I've just mentioned, you know, Chelsea and Manchester City, then obviously Harry Maguire, Man United. I think, you know, these players it's a different demand when you play for these big clubs. Do you know what I mean? The demand of having to win every single football match. I think that mentally, that plays a big factor as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think how players handle disappointment, I guess, as well, because there's going to be, it's a 26-man squad, only 11 players. Wayne said he thinks there'll be quite a lot of, they'll have to utilise the whole squad, won't they, in terms of length of the
100%.
tournament.
I don't think we'll see Harry Kane as much. I think he'll get used and rested when he can. I think if we win the first two games, I don't even think you'll see Harry Kane getting changed.
Really? But you know the problem? I think for Harry, he's going to want to get Golden Boot again.
Yeah, but now I think this would have helped us in previous tournaments. I think we've got a manager who's strong enough to say...
Strong enough to... Yeah, it's not about that. It's about the team winning.
Jermaine, how do you rate England's other attacking options? And because Wayne was saying how much he really likes the fact that there was some real number 9s in that squad.
Yeah, and that's... listen, this is starting breeding at number 9s now. Of course, you look at I thought Danny Welbeck might have had a chance.
That's what I thought, yeah.
I thought, because I think when you look at Danny Welbeck, and it happens a lot with players, not just number 9s, you get to a point where it's almost like he's playing his best football. You know, he understands his body more, you know, less injuries. He must be disappointed. I know, obviously, Ivan Toney, you know, he plays in Saudi and not really played much for Tuchel, but I think naturally you have to be disappointed. But saying that, you know, again, you have to trust the manager. You know, Ivan Toney's he's a number 9. I love Ollie Watkins. He's a goal scorer.
The way he ended the season.
He's a goal scorer. You know, we saw in the Euros. You know, he's someone that can come on and impact a game. You know, and score. So yeah.
Who's providing the width?
I think I look at Rashford this year. I think he's been outstanding. I've watched quite a lot. I kind of found the love of watching Barcelona again, like we did back in the day when Ronaldinho and those guys.
Yeah.
Like now because my boy loves Lamine Yamal and the rest of them, but really took more of an interest with Rashford going out there, and it's been great for him. It's been really good for him. I think he's a dead certain to start for me. I just think the way he's playing that freedom, that enjoyment, that smile. We want to see that smile. Bakar, of course, star boy. I think he's always going to be.
Is he fully
winning the
fit
Premier
now?
League? Well, that's the thing. I don't think he's been fully fit all year. And Arsenal kind of won the league with him, not a bit part, but he's not been as effective as he would want to be. But he has which actually might do well for England going into tournament, not playing as much football, maybe. But yeah, you would expect Anthony Gordon, you know, to compete. He's not really let Tuchel down. That's the thing. I think we talked about, you know, having those guys, those workhorse, those guys that do the other part. He's got that. And I think Rashford's going to be a major part from this tournament. I'm looking forward to watching him. Out of all the players, I'm the most excited about him.
Really?
Yeah, I am.
I
because I just think
Marcus.
the way he's changed the whole dynamic of moving. I think it's brave to go abroad. I think it's great when English players go abroad. You know, I wasn't brave enough. I didn't go. But for him to do that, I think shows good character there. So I'm looking.
I don't think he had many choices though, did he?
It's a good choice though. Isn't it?
Barcelona though.
No, I know.
Come on, man.
Barcelona's a massive club, but I think
in England.
Yeah, I just think it's a shame that he's left Manchester United and he's a Manchester lad. He's the one player who's got a chance to go and get my record there, and
surely part of you doesn't want that to happen though.
No, listen, I'm not really bothered about records. I think records are there for someone to go and break them, and for a Manchester lad to do it, I think it'd be great. But I just think over the last few years, he hasn't been present there, and we know what a good player he is, so he probably needed that change. But I just think when you have a massive football club like Man United, it's a shame to see it go the way it has, because I'd still love him there.
So how do England get on?
They have to start well. Obviously the heat's going to play a factor, of course.
Yeah, Wayne always says that.
Yeah, I think the heat's going to play a factor. You've got to look at, obviously, France will be strong, I think. I don't know what you think.
Do you think that 2 tough start games though? It's tough those first 2. Normally, sometimes you go into a tournament and it's.
Yeah. There's no easy game though, is there?
No, true.
Do you know what I mean? You know at that level, there's no easy game.
Croatia, Ghana.
Yeah, Croatia, Ghana. That's what I mean.
They would probably have wanted the Panama game first.
The Panama game first, yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think if we can start well, then we've got some top players. But of course, it's going to be tough.
There's been a lot said, hasn't there, about Tuchel. I think the FA made it quite clear he's been brought in to win the World Cup, hasn't he? Really? I know he signed the contract extension since, whereas before it was just up to this summer. Can he do it this year, or is there going to be scope for there is a longer term picture here?
I think deep down he believes he can do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kind of committed to this. But it's going to be tough. That French team, that forward line, and everything about them, be tough. And like you said, the weather. It's not an excuse. I think that's the thing. He's got players there aren't looking for excuses. I think you've got to believe as a nation, as players, ex-players. I think why not? Why can't they?
There's also the likes of Spain, Portugal. I mean, there's like Argentina.
Loads,
Goodness me.
Yeah.
Who do you think? You always ask us the questions. Who do you think?
England, of course.
There we go. Good answer. You're definitely England as well, aren't you?
Well, I want England to win it, yeah, of course.
BBC's England report.
It's because we've come. Yeah, exactly. It's because we've come so close.
Do you know what? If you'd have asked
That's
me
why.
beginning of the season, I said England, and I've spent too much time with him telling me it's hot and the altitude.
Oh, it is.
Well, they're stopping the games every quarter, aren't they? So every 25 minutes is like
England can win. There's no doubting in the
Yeah, they
ability.
can win.
You need obviously a bit of luck along the way, but I think they've got a top manager, really good squad, and you need everything to be right. And if that's the case, we can certainly win it.
Yeah, they look going into this tournament. I guess that's what's key. They look like they've got all of the tools, don't they? It's just whether I think luck is a big thing. From what you guys have said, you just need things to fall your way.
And they're confident as well. They got Arsenal win the league, and half the squad, is Arsenal.
You laugh, but I think that's really good for the squads. People like Declan Rice and Bukayo Saka going into a tournament having just won the league, and it'll be unreal for them when they're going in there. They're going to be full of confidence.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Or even like Ollie Watkins winning the Europa.
It's
like,
a lot.
Yeah, teams going far in Europe this year. Okay. Do you think the mental side of things, how mentally strong do you see this England side as being? Do you think, going back to what we said there about the fact that there's a lot of winners in there. I know there was winners in your squads as well, but are they ready mentally to handle it?
They've got tournament experience now, haven't they? Not only tournament experience, but getting to finals, being close, and touching distance. You come so close in that. So I can imagine now these group of players, and like you said, winning championships, European titles. So listen, the squad is they have to go into it confident. They have to believe that they can get over the line. They have to believe that they can compete against the other nations. Because I think even we're sitting there talking about France and Argentina, but they'll be talking about England. I'm sure they'll be sitting there talking about England will be one of the favourites, of course, with the players that we've got.
I never thought about it like that. Like who are other teams talking about?
I think they will.
But they also think they can win it as well. They have that pressure. Those fans.
Of course.
I think the dynamic of Gareth Southgate changing the whole kind of culture at the international levels helped as well, because they're distractions. They won't be there. They're going to have fun. I think they make it fun. It seems a lot of the sessions are fun. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
They love that, players, right?
Well, people watching this will be aware. I mean, Kay's wearing his England kit. You're not about to go and play for England.
No,
but these guys are wearing soccer egg kits. We are recording this a little bit before the World Cup. We need to let you guys go off and train. Where are you going to be watching the World Cup? Are you going out? Or are you watching it from home?
We try and get out, but do you know what? It's actually nice sometimes when you're with your family.
Yeah,
and
I love
it just
watching
because
England
do you know
with family.
why I like it? It just brings you back to when before and the no pressure. You're not playing it. That it just brings you back. Like you watch it. There's a family, little barbecue, and it's different times. It's mad times, isn't it?
Yeah, we're doing a sweepstake in my house, and my son last time swapped my partners for Argentina.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she had France and Argentina.
Yeah.
Oh.
And my boy had England and Denmark, and he wanted, of course. So
I'll be in the BBC studios.
I wasn't going to ask you, man. You are heading out for the semis and the
I'll go out
final.
the semi-final and the final, so hopefully England to them.
Yes, I hope so as
Let's
well.
hope.
What about you? You watching it with the family?
I'll be watching a bit of the family as well, yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
we'll let you get off now to go and kick probably each other in training.
not as sharp as 10 years ago, but we'll give it a go.
Thank you as always for watching and listening to the Wayne Rooney Show. We'll be with you throughout the World Cup. You can listen on BBC Sounds, or you can watch on the BBC Football YouTube page or on the BBC iPlayer. See you next time.
I think we knew then that was going to be the end of Royal England. That moment in that dressing room after the game was, I think, the worst I've ever felt.
Just talk to us a little bit more about Ronaldo.
I didn't think we got on very well. Elise certainly is up there with Wayne Rooney and Steven Gerrard amongst the best players I've ever worked with.
Roy, firstly, great to see you. Haven't seen you for a while. How are you doing?
Very well, thanks, and thanks for inviting me.
It's good to have him on, isn't it, Wayne? Because you've spoken about Roy a lot as being very influential during your career.
Yeah, he has been. I think certainly my best period from an individual basis with England was under Roy, so I really enjoyed my time playing for him. So yeah, it's great to see him and have him on the show today.
And I imagine you wouldn't go on all of your former players' podcasts. You clearly have a special affinity with Wayne, special relationship.
I tend to do it really with people that I feel I owe something to, and certainly Wayne comes in that category.
Well, we're delighted to have you here, and you've had an incredible career, and your management career has particularly taken you to some incredible places. We're not probably going to be able to talk about all of them.
Good.
We'll just talk about the bits that you enjoyed, maybe then. We just wanted to start with your first journey into coaching, how it all began, really.
Well, it began, I suppose, by not being a good enough player, really. I mean, I was, in those days, non-league football got divided between sort of amateurs who were getting paid, really. Then suddenly we who were playing in a certain category were deemed professionals, which only changed when I came back from having played in South Africa. And the reason I went to South Africa was the guy who was a manager at one of my clubs took me with him when he went over there to be player manager. And I would have gone anywhere to play football, really, and get a chance to do better than I'd done so far. But that didn't lead to any real professional football for me. So when I came back, it was still non-league football. And therefore, the chance to have a full-time career in the game only came about if I got a chance in coaching, which again, thanks to this man, his name is Bob Houghton, he provided that for me as well, really, because he recommended me to a club in Sweden because he'd been so successful himself for 2 years. A club came to him and said, look, we're looking for a coach. Know anybody, someone young like yourself starting off? And they were desperate, I think. They couldn't find anybody, so they went for me, and that was how it all started. A massive stroke of good fortune, and even more good fortune, got to a club which had the capacity to do something.
You've obviously you went abroad as a player and a manager as well. How much does it help your kind of wider knowledge, and how much did you enjoy the different cultures and things like Roy's had?
Yeah, well, mine was obviously an English-speaking country, so well, English and Spanish in the States, so that helped a little bit because I know Roy speaks different languages. I don't think I could grasp them, if being honest. But yeah, I think I had the experience of obviously playing at the top level with Manchester United, so that buys you that that time and that respect, really, if you like. Where I think Roy's story is different, where he's had to earn that respect of going in as a first-time coach over there, going in when as he said, he wasn't a popular choice. When I went into DC United, I was a popular choice to go in as a player, then as a manager. So you're going in on different fronts, really. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. The States for me was a league which was growing as a league, but it was an opportunity for me to really try and find myself as a coach, because as Roy said before, in my first job at Derby, my first session with Derby as manager, I've never coached a team. So I'd done coaching badges and stuff, but I'd never actually coached a team. So the steps you have to go to get yourself comfortable and understand, get you to know what you want and the timings of things and every aspect of coaching, you need to do it really to get better at. So I think going out to the States allowed me to do that and really find myself.
Do you think it's better to do that away from England as well and away from the English press and stuff as well?
No, it depends. There's a lot more pressure in England.
Yeah.
Whatever level you're at, there's pressure to do it. Where in the States, there's not that pressure to, obviously there's no relegation, for instance.
Sure.
So there's not that pressure over there to be as successful so quickly. You tend to get the time to implement your style.
Well, somewhere that doesn't give you time, Inter Milan, they don't tend to give a lot of people time, do they? Yeah. In like big European clubs. But what was that like as an English coach walking into a giant of not just like Italy, like European football?
I think to some extent my naivety or lack of awareness of, what a big job this is helped me again there as well. I was very lucky that I had enormous assistance from a man who was an absolute Inter idol, and an Italian idol. His name was Giacinto Facchetti. He was the one, really, I think, who was quite influential in putting my name forward to the President Moratti and getting me at the club. And then, he laid his hand on me, which helped, I think, with the press to some extent, because if you're okay with Facchetti, you're okay with me. But again, it was a changeover period for the club as well. I mean, there were a lot of players who'd just come to the club, and there were no big names really. I mean, Paul Ince was, I guess, the biggest name really, and Pagliuca, I suppose, the goalkeeper. But there was lots of other players who, were good players, but they didn't have that. Well, Roberto Carlos was there too, as well. I shouldn't forget him. So that was the problem there. And of course, that year I went back. Again, it had been a disaster for the club. And in fact, they went back because they were actually, it's a bit like a Tottenham situation at the moment. They foolishly were thinking we could get relegated here. Now, there's no way that team with those players would get relegated. That was a slight fear. The main problem at the club was insoluble because of the two main bodies, the two main players, and the people they had around them. So with Simeone and Ronaldo, you were never going to really get them together in one team, and especially with so many players around. So,
just talk to us a little bit more about Ronaldo and your experience with him.
Well, the most amazing thing was really, I mean, I didn't think we got on very well. I mean, I came off a bad experience. I mean, the first time I'd been sacked in my life was at Blackburn Rovers. I'd left Inter with the president telling me he wanted me to stay, and me saying, I don't think you do, really. It's nice of you to say so, but I've had my 2 years. It's 2 years at Inter's not bad anyway. You give me 2 full seasons. You want me to go. Jack Walker was making big strides to get me to Blackburn. I think it's time to go. So I went. But then, of course, after a very, very successful first year, when we got into Europe, we were doing badly by Christmas the following year, and he sacked me. And that hit me very, very hard, I suppose. Don't forget, I was 50 then, and that's quite a long time after 28 to 50. What's that? 22 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
22 years of not being sacked, and most people saying, "Oh, you're a G, you're wonderful, you're fantastic. We want you to stay." So someone said to me, "No, you're not good enough. We don't want you. You're out." And I had about two months of that before I got the phone call from Facchetti saying, Moratti would like you to come back. And I said, really? He said, yeah, he wants you to come back and help us out. So I went back with quite a lot of enthusiasm, really. But I think I've been damaged by that sacking. I think sacking does damage people.
Yeah, I don't think people realise how hard it is when you get sacked, because when you're in football, like since I go back to myself when I got sacked, and a lot of it, your career's highs and good moments, whatever, and then you take that challenge to go into coaching, and then you get sacked. It's not easy to, with everything then what comes with the obviously the press coming alongside all that as well, and you're not good enough and all that, and then all of a sudden you're at home, or you're sat round when you're constantly working. Now all of a sudden you're not doing anything. I think it's a lot more difficult than what people understand them.
Is it because of everything else as well around it? So like you've probably like moved your life to that to be in a different city.
You change a lot in your family life for it as well. But I think also you feel that you especially with the times I've been sacked, it's been quite early on. So you feel like you're going into the club to have put your blueprint down and change certain things, and you've got this understanding with the owners, or with the sporting director now, if you like, and then before you know it, that's it, you're sacked. So I didn't feel like I actually had a chance to go and show actually what.
Which one was the most disappointing one for you?
Well, Birmingham was because I didn't feel I should never have went in there, if I'm being honest. Looking back, but when you look back, you can always say that. And at Plymouth, I think we were actually okay. For the budget we had, for everything we had, we were actually okay. And I think
the press built up and the owner maybe found that difficult and listen, I've got no, that's their decision they've made, but then after that it is difficult and it can be lonely place after you've been sacked.
Do you agree, Roy? Did you find that?
Totally agree with it. I think it's quite a lot of playing with people's lives these days. I'm sitting here and you saying nice things about my career, but really and truly, if it was to start today, if I go back, if I was 28 years of age now, with my coaching badges and probably a few people saying, oh, he looks good, he looks like he's a good coach, I think it'd be very, very hard to have any length of career. Quite simply because it's all about, results. And as soon as results, it amuses me sometimes to see a team doing really well. This team's doing well in the league, they must be delighted. And the game ends with them having lost it. I mean, like, take Newcastle. I mean, I saw they were booed off the field by their fans out there. Now, that's almost unthinkable. Newcastle was one of the teams that didn't boo the fans off, even if you go back, 20, 30 years. But, they had the temerity to lose a game which they were not supposed to lose. Well, unfortunately, it is a game. And certainly, even if you've got more chance of winning all the time if you're Arsenal and Man City. But if you're at the moment Burnley and Wolves, you've got no chance of winning all the time. But you're getting no credit for the work you're doing. And I haven't seen a lot of those teams, but the one or two games I've seen of theirs, I think those two teams are doing excellently well. They're doing a wonderful job, really, with what they've got and where they are. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're not suffering dog's abuse from the local press and their fans. And of course, they've already sacked Burnley haven't, touched wood, but certainly Wolves have got rid of their manager and Nottingham Forest have got rid of two.
Okay, let's skip through a few of your clubs then and move on to another incredibly high pressure job, England.
Yes.
Wayne, should we start with because of course you were there when Roy got the job. What was that like for you when you heard Roy was coming in those early days?
Yeah, you don't know what to expect really, because obviously when you've got a new manager coming in, you don't really know what to expect from the manager. And then I think it was after Capello.
Yeah.
It was after Fabio as well. So I was delighted from that point of view because I don't think I was in favour of the Capello one, if you like.
Did you get a ketchup back? Was that
So when Roy comes in, it was nice to have an English feel background. Firstly, background the place, obviously, with Roy and Ray and Guy Neville coming into it. And then getting to know Roy and getting to know the coaches was great. And Roy was a little bit different to what I thought he'd be.
Did you think he'd be?
So obviously, when I'd seen him on TV and different things, I thought he'd be like bit quieter. And
you're telling me he's not this lovely quiet?
And then there was, I think it was might have been the first game or a half time where he snapped. It was like, wow. It took me back a little bit. But no, as I said before, my favourite period of playing for England was under Roy. And I think because we had a trust as well with each other, and I loved going to play for England, to do it every game. Injured, I'd do it, and that was my favourite period. I think it's the best compliment I can give Roy. My favourite period of playing for England was under Roy.
Especially since we were so unsuccessful. That's a very nice compliment.
What was it like to you walking into that job at that point?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I thought that I was going to get the job at one stage when they gave it to Ericsson. That's when I thought maybe I'll be England manager, which of course is something as an English coach you aspire to or dream of doing one day. But I didn't get it then, so I thought that chance had gone. And then when I knew Capello was maybe not going to last that long because there was a problem, wasn't there, with John Terry and Fernandes, and also it seemed to me that he'd run his course a bit. He wasn't that desperate to stay on. I thought, well, they're going to get a new. But for me, it was going to be Harry Redknapp because the whole press was. So I didn't even really give it a thought that it was going to be me. And I was at West Brom at the time, and my contract there was running out in the summer, and they were keen for me to re-sign, but I was not sure that's where I wanted to be. And I was hanging on a bit because I knew that if I signed a new contract and anyone did come in for me at West Brom, that the club would ask for quite a lot of compensation. So I thought, well, hang on, at least to the end of the season. At least if someone does come in, I won't be tied up with a price on my head. We played Aston Villa, straight enough, in a derby at the Hawthorns, and I think we'd drawn the game, which wasn't a bad result for us. And the phone rang, and it was Jeremy Peace, the chairman of West Brom. I was surprised because we didn't have that sort of relationship, really. I mean, we spoke from time to time, but he certainly didn't ring me to discuss the game that had just been played. And a few little pleasantries about, good yesterday. But he said, that's not why I'm ringing. He said, the FA want to speak to you. I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, when? He said, tomorrow. This is on Sunday at Wembley. I said, what, are they holding an interview process? He said, no, I don't think so. So I think they're going to offer you the job. And that was it. Amazing. I mean, you could have banjoed me there, really. I mean, the last thing I sort of really excited, I turned around and Sheila and Chris said, you won't believe that. He's just told me, Jeremy, that I'm to go to the FA and they're going to offer me the job. Anyway, that's what happened. Strange enough. So I had no agent or anything like that. I just went up there myself and sat with Trevor and David and the others, and they said to me, what do you think? Well, of course,
Well, so it was sorted on that day, on that Monday?
Yeah. When do I start, basically? Because don't forget, Capello had left. I mean, I think it was just about before we were due to get together, wasn't it?
Yeah.
To prepare for the 2012. So there wasn't a lot of time. And they said, this is the contract we're offering.
Yeah, because I think the first time we seen you was the actual squad for the competition.
Yeah. I remember going to the Grove there and basically being thrown into the deep end there with the players.
Yeah.
What was it like walking into England at that point, though? Because there was obviously, and there still is, such a desperation for success at England, such a wealth of talent, and then talk of all of these club rivalries, which Wayne has said you weren't as you didn't sense it as much.
No, certainly at Roy's time that weren't there.
Was it not?
I didn't sense it.
Did you not?
No, not really. I mean, the two big names really were Stephen and Wayne anyway, and they got on really well. And I didn't. I've got to say, a lot of what I felt and experienced, I might have been kidding myself. I don't know. Perhaps there were a lot of things going on which I wasn't aware of. But we were very reliant on Gary there and Dave, the goalkeeper coach, because they were sort of close to that group.
But I'm also interested there because you said you brought in Gary and your goalkeeping coach. So what was that dynamic like? How did you? And I'm kind of interested to hear it from Wayne's perspective as well, how the setup works.
Well, I'm probably more interested to hear how he felt it worked as well.
I thought the setup was really good, and this was the first time in my time in England, first time we'd had this, and we spoke a lot to me about player like taking ownership as well.
Yeah.
So we obviously Roy's spoke with his coaches, and then it's come to us that we'd set up leadership groups, or then we'd set up unit groups. So you have the attacking players here, midfielders players, and the defensive players and goalkeepers here. And the reason for that is to get players taking more ownership and talking more. Giving your own opinions. Some players in the squad wouldn't speak. The more senior ones, like myself and Stephen, would talk to the coaches, but some of the younger ones, it was hard to get them to speak out in meetings or be a bit more vocal. I always remember the one time we'd done it, I was in the midfielders one, and we're like, right, let's set some targets for the next year. So what do you think, what's your target going to be? So you might have a player say, plays out wide, to try and get 3 goals and 2 assists. Or I remember Ross Barkley saying, right, to get 10 goals. So I remember I was like, how many goals have you scored for England? And you had like 20 appearances you had. You went 1. I said, so you think in the next 8 games you're going to get 10 goals? So maybe start a little bit lower. But that was really good because we then put demand on ourselves as a group of players. Obviously, Roy would give us his demand, what he wanted from us, but then we put our own on it. And a lot of the time they married up, and they were very similar.
Is that one of the biggest differences with international football and club football, where maybe in a club format you can speak to players all the time, develop a good relationship with them, whereas with international football you have to be a bit more like trusting of the players and feel like that they are going to implement the things they're going to do because they're more grown up enough to do that?
I think that you don't get to know the people as well as one would like to or should. And that's, of course, got worse with the shortening of the time you get together. You know, if you go back to Switzerland, we had 10 days.
What was it?
You know, the game we played on a Sunday in Switzerland, we would get together on the Monday. We'd have a game the following Saturday probably, and then a game the Wednesday after that. So you had time. So, but towards the end of our time there, towards France, we weren't getting players sometimes with us until the Tuesday, and we had probably had a game on the Thursday and a game on the Monday. So you don't have that chance to really get to know people. But I don't know that I did very well in that respect anyway. I don't know that I could have done better, I think, spending time trying to get to know the players better. Again, somewhat naively thought, if the work we do is correct, and if the work we do is going to be acceptable to them, and you'll get feedback on that. You know, if you're working and doing things, you see the players don't like this, or the players feel this is wrong, or feel we're doing too much, or whatever. You get that feedback there. But I don't know that I got enough of a feedback from what was going on in the group around us. But having said all that, I'm not 100% certain it would have made a vast difference to the results, unfortunately. The best result was in 2012 when I first took over with Capello's team. That arguably might have been the best team, man for man, anyway, going through the years, because we had
I think the team in 2016 as well, I think that had the potential to do what the England team is doing now, because there was a lot of young players coming through. And you could see the potential of them young players. And then I actually think in 2016, we were very lucky. I thought we played some really good football. And then it was the Iceland game. It was a one-off game, which obviously killed us. But up until then, I thought we were actually playing some really good stuff.
I mean, even the first one, if you remember, I mean, we really outplayed Russia in Lens, and they equalised, you know, totally against the run of play from a headed corner kick which had been cleared in about the 89th minute. So a 1-0 victory became 1-1. And then the Slovakia game, I made the big mistake of giving players a rest for the qualifier. I don't think you played in that game. I think
no, I was on the bench.
You know, give players a rest. You know, we're qualified. We're qualified. A massive mistake. You know, you shouldn't do that. Really. And strangely enough, I should have learned that, because I did it with Switzerland as well, and I should have learned the lesson. That's another thing, of course. You know, you don't learn lessons always. That's the problem. You need people who remind you all the time.
When you reflect on Euro 2016 now, obviously Wayne's spoken about it quite a few times and said that the feeling was good in terms of like you were playing good football and everything, and it's just defined by that one game. How do you reflect on it, and how difficult was that for you in the aftermath with the way it ended?
Well, it's extremely difficult, I've got to say, you know, because I had quite a strong belief that we would do well, and I thought we would beat Iceland. And I even thought, you know, we could have played France in the next one. I thought that's a good game for us, because everyone's going to think they're going to win, but I'm not so certain they are. You know, I think we've got a really good chance of winning that one, and we'll finish the tournament well. So to go out, and the worst thing, of course, the coach and his assistant were two major supporters, if you like, of mine, and had learnt their football, as they said, through the Bob Houghton, Roy Hodgson era. You know, that the way they play, you know, the back four, the midfield four, the pressing, all of the system was totally down to what they'd learnt, if they said, from the Englishmen who came to Sweden when they were younger, and ended up losing to them. So it was a really bad moment, and I don't know that did I ever come over it? Not really, I don't think. I mean,
that was very tough. For me also, after the game, because I remember obviously seeing the disappointment in Roy. I think we knew then that was going to be the end of Roy in England. And then I'm starting to think, right, potentially this is the end of my own career as well. So that moment within that dressing room, I remember you come in and you said a few words and you went out. And then I got up and said a few words to the players about how we're feeling now and moving forward, and because it was such a young squad as well. And I think we probably had myself and maybe one more who could go out and actually speak to the press. I don't think it was fair for any of the younger players to go out and do that. So I think that moment in that dressing room after the game was, I think, the worst I've ever felt in the dressing room.
I'd agree with that. And it's the bad moments, unfortunately, that stick with you longer and the more vivid than the good ones. You know, the good ones, you're in some sort of euphoric state, and I've had a few of those, you know, where a game's gone so well and I realise this is going to really propel my career forward, it's going to propel the team forward. It's moments like that were really hard to take. But I mean, I've got to say that in such a long career, I've been spared quite a few of those moments. So it would have been a strange career if there hadn't have been moments like that. But for it to be England, and as Wayne said, I think that team had a chance. And I think it's proven that really in a way.
I wondered how you feel now watching England and watching how they've kind of gone on and developed since, kind of, because you were part of it, the journey.
When I watch England today, I don't think, well, I had a part in that. Not at all, really. I mean, we did what we did because we thought it was the right thing to do. What I do dislike, and this isn't just about England, any time I spend it, it's when I see any changes in, or that the press want to find things that it didn't work because of this or because of that, which is quite often not true at all. Most of the time when managers lose their job, there's only one serious reason why it didn't work, and that is because the team didn't win enough games. And if you really want to win a lot of games in any club you're at, then make certain you've got good players.
Do you think sometimes those losses, though, Roy, and probably you, Wayne, as well, those losses or like some of those failures as a manager are important for your development as a manager?
I mean, and I think we brought that up right at the beginning. I remember speaking to Wayne at one of the LMA annual dinners when you just gone to Plymouth and hadn't seen him for quite a while. And I said, how are you finding it? And you were so enthusiastic about it. And I said, I'm really delighted to hear that, because I always thought that people like Neville, yourself, Stevie Gerrard, you know, people of that stature and that ability and that potential to be really good coaches and managers should put themselves in for that. If you come into a job with the perception that you're going to have if you're Wayne Rooney or Steven Gerrard, that's very, very tough. Because to some extent, I always feel that as a nation, we're not like the Americans. The Americans seem to, they welcome the big star. We seem to want to drag people down to some extent. You know, well, you know, he thought he was good, but he isn't that good really. And I do think today it must be very, very hard for these coaches taking on jobs. They work very hard to get them, you know, might have worked hard to get them because of their wonderful careers and, you know, their status in the game and everyone, you know, wanting to be behind them. They might have worked hard, like a Vasilia that you know, through coming up through the ranks and being a coach, maybe with another top coach. But the bottom line is that when they go in there, how much time are they going to be given? And worse still, the statistics for people who go into these jobs and lose them fairly quickly, it's so hard for them to get back to another one, because suddenly you're perceived as a failure. I think we should turn our attention more and more to the people who run the clubs. It's your responsibility to find the people you need. You need to find your finance people, you need to find your chief executive, you might need to find your sporting director, you need to find your manager. But when you found those people, I think you're duty bound to some extent to back them, because they're your choice. You know, whereas, because we get that, and we're taking responsibility quite often for things that we inherit. You know, when you go into a club, I don't know when you went into Birmingham or Plymouth, whether you actually had a chance to change players out and bring players in. I doubt it. You probably
well, at Plymouth it was all ran through the data, so the players who were coming in was we brought 8 players in, and one of them was my choice.
Yeah. Well, there you are. I mean, basically speaking, that's another aspect of things. The way the game is going. I've not really been a party to that. I mean, I'm quite close to Keith Andrews played for me at Brentford, so I spent a couple of training sessions and spoke to him a few times, and I know that's a factor with him. But I've never worked at a club like that, to be fair.
What a job he's doing, by the way, Keith
Fantastic.
Andrews.
Yeah, he's good. Well, and he's a good coach.
Yeah.
You know, he's on the field of play, and the coaches around him on the field of play. And I go there with Ray Lewington, who's doing a bit of work for them, and we were watching the other day. I said, "This is a really good training session. You know, really well organised, really good work. The players were working hard, loving it. I'm not surprised they're doing well, because I saw it on the training field. I thought, if you can get your players working like this and they can transfer that to the field, pardon me, you're racing. But what you need, you can get all of that, but you still need a bit of luck. So, for example, Wayne might have found that at Plymouth he was getting that, and the sessions were going well, and he was eating. But then you go out and you lose a game 1-0 because the referee gives a penalty in the last minute, and all of a sudden you're no good.
So, what do you think of the job Oliver Glasner's done at Palace?
Well, he's done a good job, hasn't he? Yeah.
I imagine you have been watching Crystal Palace kind of competing in Europe now as well. How much have you been pleased to see that the club have been able to kind of go on and continue their success?
I'm very pleased. I mean, certainly it's slightly less at the moment, but, you know, that very successful year they had when I actually went to the semi-final and the final. Did you there? You know, 8 of the 11 players were players that I'd worked with and got to know well and got to like, and still had a big interest in. There was only 2 or 3 that, and in fact, one of them was Ismail Assar, who I worked with at Watford. So there was only 2 players that I didn't really know, didn't know any first thing about. But I was really pleased about the way they played, the way they worked together, and it's slightly less now. There's probably only about 5 or 6 now that were there when I was there. But the club's done so well. I mean, they've kept this group of players together. They brought in a good coach to work with them, and you see they succeed because they're organised, they work hard, they do the right things, and they're good quality players. And that's what a Premiership team needs.
Do you feel a bit for him, because obviously a lot of his frustrations lie with the fact that some of his best players have been sold, and he's thinking, well, what's my reward for winning a trophy? And it seems to be losing players.
Well, I think his reward is the status that it's given him and the reputation it's given him. Basically speaking, if you're Crystal Palace, I'm sorry, you know, I'll give you the names of 3 players. I mean, Elise certainly is up there with Wayne Rooney and Steven Gerrard amongst the best players I've ever worked with.
Really?
Mark Gay is up there with Wayne Rooney and Steven Gerrard and John Terry as the best players I've ever worked with. And then it's Eberechi, and he's up there too. Now, you're pretty lucky if you come to a club and you've got those 3. That is half a chance, that really. And, you know, I accepted in the 5 years I spent at Crystal Palace that there wasn't money to spend. We weren't going to buy many players. If we did produce one, as we did with Aaron Wan-Bissaka, he's not going to stay. He's going to be plucked away. I don't have as much sympathy maybe as the guy in the street. Sure. And don't forget they have spent about 150 million pounds, you know, quite recently on making the squad bigger. And what amazes me to some extent is that you look at the bench and 4 or 5 of the players who have cost a lot of money, that's where they are. We never had that luxury. We had Wilf Zaha, you know, Will, as Wayne will remember from games against Crystal Palace.
Well, he come to Manchester United, didn't he?
He did. Yeah. He was there when you were there, yeah. I mean,
and then went back to Palace.
I mean, he was good. I mean, there's no doubt he actually, but after must have been there a couple of seasons, he did a big newspaper article where he was quoted as saying, "If it wasn't for me, this team would be in the Championship." And Steve Parish was upset about it. He said, "What about Will Turner?" I said, Well, Steve, the only problem is he's right.
Okay, let's finish with just some rapid fire questions for you.
I'm not very good at those. I'm not very good at any questions, but these are even worse.
One club you wish you had more time at?
Well, that I suppose would have to be Liverpool, because that went very badly. But it was again, as a club that you'd like to work at in England, it would have been one of the ones pretty much near the top of my list. So when the chance came my way, I would have been hopeful that would last longer and be more successful. But it wasn't, so I'll have to put that one down with the England-Iceland situation.
Oh, that makes me want to delve a bit more into Liverpool. We haven't had much time to talk about it, but how do you reflect on that period?
Again, it was a transition period, I suppose. The club was transitioning from Benitez and to American owners, to new American owners, who were very interested in what the fans thought and who they thought should be the manager, and also it was a transition with the players because some of the players were there, in particular Mascherano and Torres. They weren't really wanting to be there anymore, so it was a slight trend, and it took a time. I certainly didn't succeed in doing the transition, and Kenny Dalglish didn't really do it either. And it was only when Rodgers came in and they started to change the squad a bit that it opened out.
Your favourite country you managed in?
That's a really difficult question, Kelly, that one. I mean, Sweden's got a romantic part to it, but it's such a long time ago. That's the problem. If you said, which of those countries now would you most like to live in, I'd say Switzerland.
Yeah, don't blame me, they're the most picturesque. Favourite player you've managed?
Oh, blimey, that's a difficult one. I couldn't really answer that one. Do you know that? I really couldn't. I don't think it's correct to do that. It's moments in time, apart from anything else. I think I was lucky with England with Stephen and Wayne. I think I got two very good players and very good captains. That could have been very different, because I think they did an awful lot of work with those teams, helping me being so close to the players. So. And then, of course, there was one in Sweden in all those years ago, a guy called Hans Olander, who for many years I thought might have been the best player I'd ever worked with. But you can't compare that either.
Finally then, when you look back, you've had an incredible career now, and hopefully you are able to look back a bit now, because you're officially retired, aren't you now?
I think so, yeah.
I just think Crystal Palace
Neil
might
Warnock's
have a
come back. You might get a bug as well.
Crystal Palace won't have a manager this summer. Will Steve pick up the phone again? What are you proudest of when you look back on it all, Roy?
These are really good questions, and very philosophical questions as well, really. The thing I'm probably proudest of is that the family are still together. That, my wife and I've been married 55 years, and the sacrifices that she and my son have made for me, really, and the way I've treated them, the way I've selfishly just gone about and taken for granted, really, that's it. You're married to me, that's what you do. I think I'm proudest that I've been able somehow to keep hold of them. And then in a footballing perspective, I think I'm just proud that any reputation that I've got is as being an honest, hard-working guy who's not used agents or the press to promote his career. It's all been done really through working with players, and they're the ones who've made me, if you like, into what I am, and they're the ones who've kept me there, really, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who really know you. When you, it always amuses me when I see, players being asked, what do you think of the new manager? What do you think of that? They're never going to be able to really tell you. The only way you'd really know if you're any good as a coach is what the players say about you.
Wayne told you today that he quite liked you.
No, that's right. Well, I'm very fortunate. I mean, that's I'm really grateful for that as well. But I think the perception of yourself as a person, as a football person, is very, very important. Only a few of us really know the person, because we get to know other football people through what we read in the press. We don't get to know them. You only get to know people when you work with them. That's the thing. And I'd like to think that there are still plenty of people that I have worked with who will say, no, he was okay. He treated us properly and did a decent job. And if you're really lucky and you have a lot of success, like, I did at Fulham, then you get elevated to godlike status. There's not been many of them, unfortunately.
That is where we will leave it. But thanks, as always, for watching The Wayne Rooney Show. You can watch it on the BBC Sport YouTube or iPlayer, or you can listen on BBC Sounds. We'll see you next time.
Vinicius Junior obviously is probably the main one. Missing that centre forward for me, they're missing that player who's going to take the game and go and win them the tournament. I think that's just the one position where they're missing.
The pressure of taking a penalty in a World Cup final is huge. And I can tell you, walking from the halfway line to the goal, that was one of the most difficult moments for me for the World Cup.
And then we done one, it was Guy Ritchie was directing it. What happened in the other, Ribery was running with the ball and I had to run back and tackle him. But then when we run back, they were meant to put the stunt doubles in. I wanted it to finish, so I've just smashed him, the smash Ribery. So, and that was obviously the shot they used, so they got the shot there and then, so.
Well, we're very pleased that today we've actually got the opportunity to welcome Romário to the Wayne Rooney Show. Firstly, thank you so much for being here with us today. World Cup just around the corner. Is it bringing back lots of memories of 1994?
Eu que agradeço pelo convite.
First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here on this show. And whenever it is close to a World Cup, my memories are very positive. Especially in relation to 1994, when Brazil won their 4th World Cup.
Of course, it was the first time since 1970 Brazil are renowned for winning things. Was there pressure going into that tournament?
Na verdade, o Brasil.
To tell you the truth, Brazil hadn't won the World Cup for 24 years.
Era natural que existia uma pressão em
So it was natural that there was pressure coming into the World Cup.
O nosso grupo foi
And our team was aware of that.
pra Copa do Mundo sabendo de que
We knew it was the last chance for that generation of players to be world champions.
Ser campeã. Então assim, quando a gente
So when we gathered in Brazil before the tournament,
e decidiu que
we decided that
todo mundo
everyone
tinha que dar
had to
pouco
give a
mais do
little
que
more.
dava até aquele momento. Então, o resultado
The result
daquela
of that
Copa do
decision
Mundo foi o resultado
is that we
de
worked a bit harder and the team was successful and we won the World Cup.
de uma equipe que realmente queria ser campeã.
Just before you came into the room, Romário, Wayne was telling us about his memories of the tournament. Just talk us through that goal, because and I'd be interested as to Romário's memories of it as well, because it was against Sweden and you really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think your goal against Sweden in the group stage is still, I think, one of the best goals and most iconic goals in World Cup history. And as a centre forward and a striker myself who played that position, I know just how difficult that is and how the technique is not something you see every day or you see many centre forwards doing. So, what was going through your mind when what made you finish the goal that way with a toe poke?
Olha, na verdade,
Any goal at any time is really important to me, scoring in any different way. But when it comes to a World Cup, that's even more important.
Qualquer sentido. Quando se trata de uma Copa do Mundo,
Because you know that goal is much more important, because it's a goal where you're sure that you're bringing some kind of joy to your people, in this case to the Brazilian people.
trazendo algum tipo de alegria para o seu povo.
But that type of goal is a typical goal for my career, because that's something I trained a lot.
Porque eu treinava muito esse tipo de
We
jogada.
call in Brazil, we call it a toe poke. And it's not a goal you see very often. I've scored a few of those goals in my career, and it was a really important goal to help Brazil qualify for the next stage of the World Cup in 1994.
Para a classificação do Brasil.
You scored a few toe pokes, haven't you?
Not like that. No, I could see he scored one recently, didn't he? Which was similar. But it's such I know how difficult that technique is to score that goal, and but also just another question was the pressure of taking a penalty in the final. That must have been. I've took penalties in FA Cup final, in World Cup, in European quarterfinals, but to do it in a final, that pressure must be, so high.
Realmente.
The pressure of taking a penalty in a World Cup final is huge. For me at that time, I had only taken 1 or 2 penalties in my life.
Pênalti na minha vida. Para aquelas cobranças ali.
I wasn't even one of the first designated 5 penalty takers for the penalty shootouts against Italy.
Na verdade, eu nunca tinha treinado.
I hadn't trained penalties at all during that World Cup.
Na Copa do Mundo.
However, I took the decision to take one My belief at the time was this was the moment where the bigger players had to take the responsibility. And I was a big name for Brazil. So I had to take that penalty for the team. And I can tell you, walking from the halfway line to the goal, facing the goalkeeper, taking the ball and putting it on the spot, that was one of the most difficult moments for me for that World Cup. But it all ended well. We scored a penalty and we won the tournament.
A bola entrou e é isso que importa.
That whole scenario sounds like something that if you'd have got to final, you would have thrived. You were the main man for England, for Manchester United as well.
Yeah, I used to take penalties, but I know how nervous that is, and you do think, in a selfish point of view as well, if you miss and you're the one who misses and you lose for me it was a FA Cup, but you lose that cup because you missed that penalty. It's so difficult to explain that feeling in your head, and to do it in the World Cup, then I can't imagine.
Does that also fascinate you that he said he hadn't really been practicing them? He hadn't.
Yeah, I practiced all the time, but there's no substitute for that walk. And when you're walking, we used to practice with Van Gaal, walking from the halfway line in training, putting the ball down on the spot and taking your penalty. You used to practice that, but you can't put the fans in. There's no way you can practice that to be in that moment. And so, fair play. That would have been very difficult, I think.
Na verdade, é uma responsabilidade.
It's a tremendous responsibility taking a penalty in any circumstances. So imagine taking a penalty in a World Cup final.
Imagina numa Copa do Mundo.
And a final between two major traditional national teams like Italy and Brazil. And Brazil was coming to that final not having won the World Cup for 24 years. There was this sort of belief going to the World Cup final amongst the Brazilian players, the coaching staff as well. There was this belief that we were going to win. So yes, it was a huge responsibility and there were nerves. But there was also this sense that it was meant to be.
Eles sempre aumentam.
I've played with some Brazilian players, and I know they like to party as well, but I'm just imagining what it was like going back to Brazil.
Of course you're asking about the party.
No, as World Cup winner, going back to Brazil, it must have been crazy. Just thinking now, man, that must have been so much fun.
We've got so many more questions on the tournament, but Wayne wants to cut straight to the chase. Let's ask about the party. How did you celebrate?
It's better we leave that and we don't talk about that.
Oh, go on. Tell us a little bit. Give us a little bit of insight. Go on.
Cara, assim, realmente...
Brazilians in general really like to party.
Gosta de balada. O jogador de futebol, a maioria...
And football players are no different. And I think I am the person who loves partying the most.
Nos dias que passaram,
and I can tell you about the days after the World Cup. We celebrated a lot. And there were many nights with many people, and I had a lot of fun.
Eu tenho certeza que eu particularmente me diverti bastante.
It's the most we're going to get, isn't it? He's not going to tell us any more than that. Would you sit here and tell us about your celebrations? Your party?
I can't remember them. So.
Maybe that's a similar problem as well. I wanted to ask you about the iconic... sorry, I'm going to go back to football. I'm the boring one on this show today. The iconic baby rocking celebration, because where did that come from? How far in advance was it planned? Because it looked like a lot of fun and maybe showed the relationship that the pair of you had.
Na verdade,
Bebeto was my best striking partner ever, and that celebration wasn't planned. We hadn't rehearsed it at all.
Não foi nada planejado.
I can't remember correctly. Either Bebeto has just had a child or his partner was pregnant.
Se ele tinha tido filho já, ou a esposa estava
well,
grávida.
He scores the goal, he runs over to the side of the pitch and starts the rocking motion. Mazinho joins him, and I come and join in as well, and he creates that really iconic celebration. However, we hadn't pre-planned anything at all.
Assim, nada programado.
You had your fair few of iconic celebrations as well, didn't you?
Not really, no. Again, I've never planned any celebrations. The one I had was the punch one, which your kids still do now. Tend to do it when you play against my kids if they score. But yeah, no, I've never really planned a celebration.
You ended the tournament as player of the tournament. Just give us an insight into how you felt during that whole World Cup. Did you feel like you were really at your peak? You spoke of the players getting together and knowing this was your moment. But did you feel individually like this was your moment to kind of carry your team?
Olha, nós tínhamos 80% daquele grupo.
80% of that World Cup squad in 94 had played in the 1990 World Cup, which we lost.
Tinha perdido, e todo mundo sabe que a derrota.
We weren't successful. Losing is always a bad thing.
Ali, 80% com certeza também daquela
It's never
geração.
good. And 80% of that group knew they had a last opportunity, a final opportunity to win the World
Não
Cup.
ter gostado da derrota. Teve muita
And how important it was for us to be champions.
Então assim, os jogadores principalmente.
So all the players, the most experienced players, they believed
de que
that they were destined to win the 1994 World Cup.
Daquela Copa seria uma vitória, uma das maiores vitórias, ou a maior vitória daquela geração. Então assim, quando a gente
We knew how difficult it would be,
a gente saiu sabendo que ia ter muita dificuldade.
but we also believed we would be
Com
champions.
pensamento positivo de que a gente
And that was the
seria
case.
campeão do mundo. E foi o que aconteceu.
It clearly gave you the belief to go on and do what you did in 1994, but what are your memories of 1990?
Olha, em 1990, a Copa para mim foi muito
Italia 1990 was a real negative for me because when I went, I wasn't 100% medically or physically.
100% da parte clínica e física, porque eu tinha
I'd suffered an injury 4 months before the World Cup, and I hadn't fully recovered from
não
it.
consegui me recuperar 100%. Eu joguei apenas
I only played 45 minutes in one game in that World Cup.
de um jogo contra a Escócia. E depois não tive mais oportunidade.
That was our one new win against Scotland.
A memória mais triste que eu tenho daquela Copa foi aquela derrota que a gente
I didn't have any further chances to play in that tournament.
Que depois dessa derrota o Brasil foi eliminado.
My saddest memory of that World Cup is a loss to Argentina in the round of 16 that knocked Brazil out.
Generalizada em todo aquele grupo, porque aquele grupo
That was a real sad moment for that generation of players because I've seen they had in them.
chegar mais longe da Copa do Mundo. Então aquela derrota
Because I've seen they had the potential to go so much further. So that loss really affected us.
daqueles jogadores que tiveram ali naquele
And it's an important part of the history of the team, and particularly for me,
porque foi uma Copa
because I had a World Cup on my CV, but I only played 45
tá no
minutes.
meu currículo, mas eu só joguei apenas 45 minutos.
I had a very similar experience in 2006 where I broke my foot before the tournament, and looking back now, I shouldn't have went. And I could say that looking back, but that was my first World Cup, and I wanted to be there so much, and it ended badly with me getting a red card. So I know the feeling of going to a World Cup and not being fully fit and not being able to impact the World Cup the way you want to. But obviously he managed to turn it around and go and win it. Unfortunately, I didn't do that. But yeah, it's I have regrets. I shouldn't have went.
Do you think you really
Yeah, I
shouldn't
shouldn't
go?
have went in 2006. But it was my first World Cup, so I wanted to be there. Inside, I felt I could impact it, but looking back, it was the wrong decision.
E uma coisa importante que eu acabei aqui não
An
falando,
important thing that I didn't mention
além de
before.
a gente ter sido eliminado da Copa do Mundo,
Not only we were knocked out of the 1990 World Cup,
Argentina é a nossa maior rival.
we were also knocked out by Argentina.
Então, sair de uma Copa
They
do
are
Mundo,
our huge historical rivals. So it's not only the pain of being knocked out of the World Cup, it's the pain of being knocked out by Argentina.
é muito maior.
I'm not sure you're going to want to pay him too many compliments because he's Argentinian, but let's try. Maradona, is he one of the greatest you've ever seen?
I never saw
Eu não
Pelé
vi o
play,
Pelé jogar.
but of all the players I've
Eu vi
seen,
jogar,
Maradona
com
was
certeza
definitely
Maradona
the
foi o melhor.
best.
Wayne?
Yeah. For me, there's different generations, isn't it? But Pelé and Maradona were the two iconic players, and suppose it's probably like now where people say either Cristiano or Messi. It was probably the same back then, where people will have different opinions on Pelé and Maradona. For me, Maradona was the best.
My reply was the best player I'd ever seen. But without a doubt, the best player of all time is Pelé.
Fair. I love how players get so they want it to be clear exactly what they mean. But you're right, it's very generational, isn't it? And that was an incredibly special goal. Let's move on to 1998 then, because you'd got an incredible partnership with Ronaldo in 1997 going into that one. So let's start with, I guess, in fact, let's talk about the partnership that you had with R9, because again, another icon of the game.
Olha, eu acredito que
I believe that if I had the opportunity to go to the 1998 World Cup, I would have been able to help the team and to play with Ronaldo,
poderia
R9.
de alguma forma ter ajudado também.
It was an absolutely fantastic opportunity.
Foi uma coisa assim fantástica.
I said before that Bebeto is the best strike partner I've ever had. However, the best player I've ever played alongside was
O maior
Ronaldo.
jogador que eu joguei ao lado. Dos maiores jogadores da história do futebol mundial.
He is one of the best players in football history. So it was a real privilege to have the opportunity to play alongside him.
Se eu for fazer uma seleção aí, qualquer que for fazer uma
If you were to create an all-time best team and an all-time best national team, Ronaldo will be there in both.
Na seleção da maioria das pessoas. E assim, eu sinto muito.
So I'm really proud to have had the opportunity to play alongside him. Sadly, I could never play alongside him in a World Cup.
Pôde jogar junto uma Copa do Mundo.
He must be one of those players that you would have loved to have played with.
Yeah, well, you think of Brazil, like I'm thinking back when I was growing up, and you think of Brazil, of Romário, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, the Roberto Carlos, the flair play. It was that advert, wasn't it? It was was that 98?
I think it was,
the
right?
TV advert.
Yeah.
When you see the TV advert and you look back at that Brazil, to Brazil now is a little bit different, I think. But that's what made you want to be Brazilian. I remember thinking, I wish someone in my family was Brazilian so I could go and play for Brazil. But that was, for me, that was just pure joy. When you think of football and happiness, whether you win or lose and whatever, watching that was just pure happiness.
Na verdade, aquela...
Oh, that advert, it was really iconic. Really historical. It covered two generations. I was from one generation, and then we had the generation coming through.
Gerações, né? Porque eu sou de uma geração anterior e estava chegando.
Roberto Carlos, Ronaldo, Rivaldo. Brazilian football was different than to what it is now.
Daquela época era pouco diferente dessa atual.
I believe those previous generations were much better technically, were much more skillful.
O futebol das gerações anteriores
Football was so much more attractive and just so much better to
mais
watch.
atrativo e bem mais bonito de se ver.
I'd love to know a bit more about, can you imagine watching that advert being made? I mean, I know you've been part of a few adverts, but imagine all of these icons getting together from two generations. I just want to know how much fun it was.
Na verdade, assim, eu não me lembro muita coisa, mas...
To tell you the truth, I'm not sure how the whole TV commercial came about.
Do que realmente aconteceria.
I think I remember the director was John Woo, a really famous cinema guy. And he sort of took us by surprise. We weren't expecting it. It was really different.
Produtor muito famoso dentro do cinema, né? E nos pegou.
I had never done anything like that before. And as players, we really enjoyed it. We made the most of it. We had a lot of fun.
E curtimos, gostamos.
Each player was allowed to show off some kind of skills, to display their ideal skill set in the advert.
Ali para que o comercial pudesse ser o mais realista possível.
Do you want to talk about your adverts? You're seasoned at these,
no,
aren't you?
we done one. We've done quite a few with Nike, and then we done one. It was Guy Ritchie was directing it, and there's a couple of things from it. Really, I remember him telling me how to kick the ball at one stage, and I was thinking, listen, I'm not going to tell you how to direct. But then we were filming for a few days actually, so it was long. It was a long shoot, and it was me and Frank Ribery, and what happened in the advert, Ribery was running with the ball and I had to run back and tackle him. But then when we run back, they were meant to put the stunt doubles in to do the tackle. And I think I was just off at the time and I wanted it to finish, so I've just smashed him. Just smashed Ribery. So, and that was obviously the shot they used. So they got the shot there and then, so it finished it. But no, they were always great fun to be part of.
Before we talk about the current Brazil squad, I kind of glossed over the fact that must have been so tough for you missing 1998. And I imagine you must really kind of sympathise with that as well, because as players, that's all you dream of, isn't it? And to go from the high of 1994 to then missing out 4 years later.
Yeah, I think to miss any tournament is difficult, but you know, some things I suppose are meant to be. And if Romario's last memory of the World Cup is picking it up and getting to play the tournament, then it's not a bad one to
You'd have taken that, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Na verdade,
I think I have been able to realize a dream for any football player across the world. Going to a World Cup, becoming a World Cup champion. And I think the positive is not only I was a World Cup champion, I was also the best in the world at the time. So that's something that's going to stay with me. It will really stand out. It will always be with me.
ser campeão do mundo como melhor do mundo. Isso para mim, para minha carreira, isso.
So I think the players, when they start playing, they have these dreams, and the dream is to go to the World Cup, to lift the World Cup.
Ficará para sempre. E assim, todo jogador de futebol.
I had two opportunities to do this. I had in 1990, when it didn't work out, and then again in 1994, when it did happen.
Que é chegar a uma Copa do Mundo e ganhar uma Copa do Mundo.
That's going to be with me for the rest of my life.
Tive duas oportunidades para isso. A primeira eu perdi.
That's really important, not just for me, but for the whole generation of Brazilian players. It's really important for Brazilians and Brazil, because we'd gone 24 years without winning a trophy.
Sido campeão depois de longos 24 anos.
Bringing it on to this summer then, how confident are you for Brazil's chances? Because Wayne's told us a few times, you think the South American teams will do well, don't you?
Yeah, I think obviously being in the States, I think you'll make it difficult for the teams in Europe to win it, I think. And I think Brazil, did they finish 5th in the qualifying, I think? So I think they haven't had the best of qualifying campaigns, but, you know, when it comes to World Cup, they normally come good. But I don't think this is the best Brazilian team we're going to see, but I think the fact that it is in the States might help this Brazilian team.
Olha, realmente o Brasil se encontra num momento muito difícil.
Brazil are going through a difficult time at the moment. They are yet to find their best style of play. Ancelotti's arrival was really important because he's someone with a lot of experience and a lot of experience of winning.
Porque é treinador vitorioso, treinador experiente e que
So he's trying to pass on this experience to the players.
Para os seus jogadores essa sua experiência. Eu não vejo o Brasil como favorito.
I don't see Brazil as favorites at the moment.
Eu boto aí, ó.
I look more at Argentina, France, Portugal.
França, Portugal.
I don't see the Brazilian national team.
Seleções que eu acredito que estão na frente do Brasil.
I see those teams ahead of Brazil in terms of winning the World Cup.
Tem razão, a gente vai jogar praticamente.
But I think Wayne is right. It's almost like we're playing at home in the United States.
Ela é muito pesada. As seleções.
And the thing about the Brazil shirt is that it carries so much weight. Other teams' opponents respect Brazil so much.
Dentro da fase de classificação.
So I think if Brazil do very well in the group phase, if they put on a good performance, then we can start thinking that their confidence will build and Brazil are potential World Cup champions. But it will be difficult.
Possa ser campeão. Mas nesse momento é difícil.
I mean, if you look at some of the players still, they're incredible, aren't they? And we've got some pretty impressive Brazilians in the Premier League at the moment. You look at the form of, I mean, you've seen Mateus Cunha at Manchester United, João Pedro's in what looks like the form of his life.
It's different when you think of Brazil and iconic players.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's comparable. I'm just saying
when Brazil have gone into World Cups, you've always looked at Romário or Ronaldo or Ronaldinho, Kaká. Now Vinicius Junior obviously is probably the main one now, but they're missing that centre forward for me. They're missing that player who's going to take the game and go and win them the tournament. I think that's just the one position where they're missing.
Concordo plenamente com.
I fully agree with Wayne. Brazil hasn't had that striker of this quality since Ronaldo.
Minha opinião, não conseguiu ainda ter.
Obviously, he's very difficult to replace. We have good players, but none of Ronaldo R9 quality.
Melhores do que o Ronaldo, que também é quase impossível.
But within the Brazil team, we have players with experience. We got Vini Jr., we got Rafinha, we got other good players playing here in the Premier League, playing in Spain and playing domestically in Brazil as well.
Outros jogadores também que jogam aqui na Premier League e na.
What Brazil are really lacking at the moment is that number 9.
Mas nesse momento o Brasil não tem
a real goal scorer who could be decisive and really make the difference in a tournament.
Pode decidir a qualquer momento. isso pode ser peso na seleção.
Why do you think that is? Why? Because Brazil have got such a history of kind of producing them. What's changed? Are they still producing? Go on.
I just think the game has changed a lot. The game now is more, structured and positional. Where when you see the best players through the history of the game, it's because they're playing with a freedom and an enjoyment. Where now it's a bit more structured and tactical, and that's where I've said this before. The joy is getting squeezed out of football at the minute, and hopefully it returns to what we've seen in the past.
I get the feeling you might agree with that.
Mais uma vez, tenho que concordar com ele. Futebol hoje...
Again, I totally agree with Wayne about the way football is being played these days.
Muitos dos treinadores dão importância mais...
I believe the coaches nowadays, they put more importance on the physicality, the strength of the player, and they overlook the skill side.
E isso, com certeza, tirou pouco da alegria.
That's really taken the joy out of the game that we love.
Que é futebol alegre, futebol
when you got skills, dribbling, and specifically to Brazil, we've got big name players who at their clubs are the main man, usually the best, a standout player.
Nomes da seleção brasileira, nos seus clubes, eles são sempre os destaques, os melhores.
Sadly, they are not able to recreate that form for the national team. That has really held us back as a national team.
E isso tem prejudicado muito nosso país, nosso futebol.
Sounds familiar, England of the past, maybe.
Yeah, we had some great players when we played him, but couldn't bring it together to win a tournament. So, yeah.
Don't worry, we don't have to talk about that. We can move on. I'd love to know what you think of the current England team, because, I mean, we're envious, aren't we, Wayne? Sitting here talking about the success that Brazil have had on the national stage. We're obviously craving the success that you guys brought to Brazil. What do you make of the current crop of England players?
Olha, a seleção inglesa,
I think the England national team is very strong, and they have some very good and technical players. There's Bellingham. They have the leading scorer in world football in Harry Kane. So I definitely think England will be strong in this World Cup.
Futebol mundial, que é o Kane. Eu tenho certeza que
I think they will surprise people because they're going to be very difficult opponents.
Pode surpreender muita gente e vai dar trabalho.
The players are very competitive at club level. They are also very competitive at the national level as well.
Tanto nos seus clubes como também na seleção.
I hope that we see a very strong England in this World Cup.
Uma seleção inglesa nesse mundial muito forte.
Talking of strong England, I can't sit here in the company of Wayne and yourself and not ask you what you made of Wayne as a player, and I imagine you'd have probably quite liked to have played with him at some point.
Eu teria amado. Para mim seria.
I would have loved to play with Wayne. It would have been an absolute honor to play alongside him. While up until recently, he was a top scorer for England. He's also Manchester United's top scorer, and I'm sure I've scored 1,002 goals in my career. If I had played alongside Wayne, I would have scored even more.
Jogado com Wayne, eu faria muito mais.
Would have been a good strike force, wouldn't it?
It was incredible. It would have been a dream, yeah. So Brazil has always been the team growing up. I said before, it brought me so much joy watching.
Yeah.
And then I got the nickname, I think it was at Everton first, actually, the White Pele. So it was sort of which...
What a compliment.
Yeah, it was such a good compliment. But yeah, Brazil has always been a team, maybe not so much now, but growing up, I used to love watching.
As a football fan, it would have been brilliant to have seen you in England in the Premier League as well. Was a move over here ever close? Was it ever on the cards?
Quando eu joguei no PSV,
when I played for PSV, I moved to Europe in 1998, and around 1991, there was interest from an English club.
90 ou 91, eu acho que houve interesse.
I can't remember which one it was, but it didn't actually happen.
Para te falar a verdade, assim, eu não me lembro. E acabou não acontecendo.
I think I would have really enjoyed playing in England for a couple of seasons.
Eu ia desfrutar bastante de ter jogado aqui algumas temporadas.
A lot of people listening to this, I think, when they think of you, will think of the famous 4-0 at the Nou Camp. Maybe the Manchester United fans, now we've got a lot of them that are listening to this, won't be grateful that I've brought this up. So maybe let's get your thoughts on it. It was a bit before your time, of course, Wayne.
Olha, Eu também, se fosse treinar...
If I was a Manchester fan, I also wouldn't appreciate that game being brought up.
De relembrar esse jogo. Mas aquele...
In my opinion, that Barcelona team was one of the two best Barcelona teams
Foi o maior
ever.
Barcelona, ou dos 2 maiores Barcelona da história. Assim, nosso time...
That team was so prepared and had so much experience. Every player, even the substitutes, were internationals. And that game, I think, was a standout game in the history of Barcelona.
Jogavam nas suas seleções. Então, assim, aquele jogo talvez tenha sido, com certeza...
But also a standout game in my football career.
Não só da história do Barcelona, como também da minha história.
What about Neymar as well? Does he still have a role? Could he still play a role for Brazil?
Olha, o Neymar é o maior jogador.
Neymar is the best Brazilian player of the last few decades.
Nessa última década. Tem os seus problemas físicos.
At this very moment, he's had fitness and physical difficulties, and he hasn't been able to get himself a run at games.
Na minha opinião,
in my opinion, Brazil are only likely to win the World Cup with Neymar, even with his problems.
Chance de ser campeão do mundo, mesmo sendo com muita dificuldade.
Without Neymar, I can't see Brazil being viable contenders to win the World Cup.
Eu acredito que o Brasil fica realmente muito longe de uma possibilidade de ser campeão.
Do you think, Wayne?
Yeah, I think he's been injured that quite a bit, hasn't he? So I think Romário's exactly right in what he's saying, and it's difficult to get back to a level when you've been injured, and so if Neymar is fully fit, then of course he's one of the best players, and everyone would like to see him at the World Cup, but I think it will be difficult.
Não,
I'm sure he won't be 100% for the World Cup, but I think that even if he's 70%, he'll be able to help.
Finally then, how are you going to be enjoying the World Cup? Are you going to be out there? You're going to be covering it from back here and then going out, aren't you?
Literally here.
Literally here. You're seeing where Wayne's going to see the World Cup, but how are you going to enjoy it?
I've got a YouTube channel, Romário TV, and I have a program called Face to Face with the Man.
Chamado de cara com cara, inclusive.
And Wayne is going to be a guest of ours as well.
A Romário TV vai participar.
So in terms of the World Cup, I'll be there with Romário TV in the United States.
Estarei lá. Não sei se só nos Estados Unidos.
Maybe in Mexico and Canada as well. And that'll be my first time in a World Cup, not playing, but working as a reporter instead.
Estar numa Copa do Mundo sem estar jogando.
How will that be?
Assim, é uma pergunta difícil de ser respondida.
That's a difficult question. I hope I can enjoy it and really get behind the Brazil team for them to win.
E torcer bastante para que o Brasil.
Although I think it's almost impossible for them to do so.
Que é quase impossível.
It's only fitting, though, isn't it, that it's back in the USA, obviously, where he had so many great memories, so it's come full circle.
Exatamente, assim.
In Brazil, it's really important that the World Cup is going to be in the United States again, exactly 24 years after our previous World Cup victory.
De jogar essa Copa do Mundo nos Estados Unidos.
It's a really important coincidence, so I hope it can go really positive.
É uma coincidência importante.
And we get the results so Brazil can be 6-time World Cup winners.
Seja positivo para um resultado, para que o Brasil seja ex-campeão.
Yeah, but you've told us that you don't actually think Brazil are going to win it, so I want to know who you think is going to win it, actually.
Eu quero que o Brasil ganhe.
What I meant is I really want Brazil to win. But what I'm thinking is that it's going to be very, very difficult.
Quem eu acho que possa ganhar são essas.
The teams I think that are going to win are Argentina, Portugal, Spain, France. But as a Brazilian, I am really behind Brazil.
Como brasileiro, vou torcer para a seleção brasileira.
Don't worry, we weren't questioning that. We knew that. Don't worry. Well, Romário, thank you so much for coming on. It's been an absolute pleasure, hasn't it, to have an icon of the game.
Yeah, this is someone who to have here and be on the show is incredible, an inspiration to me growing up, and to many lads my age growing up to watch Romário play. Brings back so many great memories, so thank you for coming on.
Eu que agradeço pelo convite, para mim é assim uma...
Thank you, it's been an honor to be here on a BBC program so popular here in England.
Programa aqui na BBC tão visto, tão popular aqui na Inglaterra.
And it's been a real honor to be alongside, one of the greatest goal scorers that I know. Thank you.
Que eu conheço dentro do futebol.
Yeah, and it's been an absolute honour for me sitting alongside both of you. Fair few goals in this studio today, isn't there? Thank you again. And thank you at home for watching. A reminder, you can watch The Wayne Rooney Show on the BBC Sport YouTube or iPlayer, or you can listen on BBC Sounds. Bye-bye.
You're ever in the taxi and saying, like, we'll bat you today?
Nah, it's that. It's a crazy game. I think if I won the World Championships on debut, I think it would have been mental. It's when I started playing, obviously, in pub leagues and stuff, and obviously started playing against adults. Obviously, they weren't happy losing to a 10, 11-year-old. But
We're doing high scoring 9 darts each.
Here we go, 9 darts each. Oh, wonderful. All right, so you guys have met before as well, haven't you? Yeah. So you developed a relationship playing FIFA.
We played, for Gert and Turf. You were already playing, weren't you?
Yeah, we've been playing for a few weeks before you joined.
I joined and they let me down.
They let you down?
Yeah.
Who's better at you two?
So I've played Ginge a lot off stream.
Okay.
And absolutely
have you?
battered him.
Have you?
Because I tell him to keep
But
it
when
off
the cameras come
keep it off stream, yeah. Because I think I was saying to you to speak up, to speak more. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, I was quiet first
Because he was
time.
quiet on it, and I was saying to speak more. I think I seen something on the internet or something saying that I was bullying him, something for telling him to speak more. I was like, what are you talking about? Because we were obviously all on the same team.
Yeah.
Trying to win, but no, it was good fun.
No, nice. You enjoy that? Is that how you wind down?
Yeah.
Yeah, playing FIFA.
Eventually, yeah, just playing FIFA, chilling, chatting.
You're a massive darts fan. What is it about the darts as well that makes you so attracted to it?
I've watched it for years, obviously. I think Phil Taylor was obviously a massive icon of darts, and then watching over the years his battles with Barney, I think was great. And then Van Gerwen comes into it. Obviously Bristol before that was a little bit before my time, and then it's always been sort of Christmas as a family. We've always sat down and watched, and sometimes the TV over Christmas. You can only watch so many Christmas films, can't you? We've always watched it, and Colleen's granddad had a pub, lived in the pub for years in Liverpool, the Kings, and he had his darts team there, so we used to go down there and play. I can throw it out. I'm not great.
I've got a video of you throwing a dart. We were at Tottenham Hotspur's training ground, and they've got a darts board.
Yeah,
and he was hitting it there. I think you you got a treble, one of them.
Yeah, my first. I think got 85.
He's decent. You could give him some tips though.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
People ask me for tips all the time. I'm just like,
just be good.
Just practice.
Just
practice.
Was it something that came naturally to you when you started playing darts?
I think I'm naturally gifted. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'd say so.
I love that. Like everybody else plays.
What about your
dad? When did you start playing?
On a magnetic board, I was 18 months old.
Really? At that?
I think I started throwing proper darts when I was like 4 or 5. Yeah, there's a video on YouTube of in a Gerrard kit, but an England kit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, with number 4 on the back.
No, the board where the little things stick out.
Yeah.
And you throw it and it sticks into it. It's a nightmare to get them out. You've got to put to the...
Oh, yeah.
I remember having one of them when I was a kid, baby. Yeah.
I was going to say, your mental maths must have been brilliant at 18 months.
I don't remember. I just remember.
Must have been adding and
watching.
subtracting like crazy.
I was awful at maths in school though, but darts maths, yeah, different.
It's
But
amazing.
you know what? Saying that, my lad has been playing quite a lot, and the improvement in his maths and stuff is incredible. So it's
it does help.
Yeah, it does,
the more you play, you'll know everything straight away.
So now, like, you don't even need to calculate it. It's just like there straight.
It just knows.
Wow.
It's amazing when you're playing and you're switching. It's like you seem.
That's what comes with it. Switching,
it's
thinking.
See, but you do that more than a lot of darts players, don't you? I think you tend to go for the harder route.
Yeah, I think I'm the. I'd like to say I'm the best counter in darts.
Really? See, I'd spend most of my time just counting up and subtracting. By the time, like, everybody would be like telling me to hurry up by the time like it's my go. I wouldn't be good at it.
I always see players and they leave. So obviously they'll throw 3 darts and you'll leave like 162. You can't check out 162. 159, you can't check out 159. Whereas for me, I always leave a finish pretty much. I don't want to leave them numbers.
Yeah, you're a bit of a showman when it comes to it as well, isn't it? Like,
I love it.
Yeah, a lot of people sort of cower when it comes to like that level of pressure, but very much like Wayne, you're a bit of a teenage sensation as well. Is that something you thrive off?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you thrive off it, but I think just the moment, just enjoy the moment, just obviously you're on camera, you're on Sky in front of thousands every week. Just give it a bit, show them a bit.
Yeah, yeah. But you know, on that what you were saying there, I think in any sport, if you take risks, you'd have the better moments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, not long back where I think you had 80 left and you've gone double 20.
Two tops.
A lot of people type for the 60 and then if they miss, get a 20-20 double top. But you take risks and then you have these big moments which obviously people want to see and people remember.
You took a lot of risks and stuff as well when you were playing. Was that again natural, or was it something that somebody told you had to do?
Of course, you want big moments in whatever you do, and that's normal. But to achieve things, you need to take risks, don't you? And there's no point in being safe. And how many times you hear in football, if you go to football, you hear fans saying, he's backwards or sideways. And Bruno is arguably being the best player in the Premier League, Bruno Fernandes, this season, and he gives the ball away a lot.
Yeah,
he takes risks, but then the outcome of it is these moments we're seeing from him. That's the outcome of it.
Prime example.
You had to walk out as a teenager, but you had loads of people supporting you and stuff. You were coming out in front of massive crowds by yourself. What is that like?
I think the first time was at the World Championships. I think it was 2 years ago now. It was just very, very weird experience. But I think my first game at my first Worlds, it was just like, get to walk on. I'm on Sky Sports. I'm at Ali Pali. Just see how it goes, and from there it's just crazy. Do
people ask you what your walk-on music is or whatever when you first start, and then you have to are you spending time thinking about what music you're going to play in the rehearsals?
I think obviously the media, they always pick up on it. Obviously the walk-on, I'd say it's a big part. Obviously get the fans going, but my song is Green Light by Pitbull from WrestleMania 33.
Oh, is that where you got it from?
Yeah, I went. Me and my dad went to WrestleMania 33 back in 2017.
Oh, is it?
Orlando, Florida.
See, the thing is, like with walk-on music, so you don't really have it in football, do you? Like, but as a stand-up comedian, they tell us all the time, like, what music do you want when you come? And it's like, for us, it's only 10 seconds. Like, it doesn't really mean anything.
Then it's done.
Yeah, exactly.
You can drag it out.
I'm not going to sit there for ages trying to milk it. But
no, that's it's part of the show. Like you think of, go back to Phil Taylor again. I Got the Power, and that's like a part of the whole spectacle, and I think that's where darts now. It's obviously, I think you've completely changed the way people look at darts. You're seeing kids, from babies, playing now and all in Luke stuff. It's
what would you come out to if you had to come out for football?
I don't know. Well, Susan Boyle. I listen to Susan Boyle.
I'm trying to imagine that. Trying to get a crowd hyped up with Susan Boyle.
Theatrical and I don't know. Would you ever change your song? Or is that it now?
Yeah, a lot of people have, and obviously sometimes when I finish a game, speak to a few other guys and they're always like, you ever change it? And I'm just like, I don't think so, because if you change something and the fans don't like it, then it won't work out. But I think the one I've got now, it's very catchy.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. I want to talk about Manchester United because I'm a Man United fan as well. And obviously we've got a United legend here as well. What was it about Man United that drew you in?
Just the family. I think mainly my dad's dad. So my granddad, he was massive on it. They went to a few games and follows in the family. I think my mum's dad, he's Liverpool, but I follow my dad's side, not my mum's side.
What was your earliest memory as a United fan?
We used to go to quite a lot of under-21 games.
Really?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I think it was free entry back
was
then.
That,
years and
that
years.
at Alty then? Where did you play there?
Old Trafford, yeah. I went a few times.
Old Trafford.
Yeah. One that pops out to me is when you scored you scored a free kick away to Stoke, 21st of January. That was my birthday.
Oh, yeah.
2016, 17.
That was for the record, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When I got the record.
It's not a bad
I think it was a draw, wasn't it? Grab
we
the
drew
draw.
1-1. It was late on, yeah. And then that was when I broke the record, and Bobby Charlton was there. He come in, congratulated me. Yeah.
But yeah, my first memories in the ground, I think it was Atalanta in the Champions League when Ronaldo returned. He went 2-0 down. Rashford got one, Maguire got one, and then Ronaldo scored the winner.
Incredible scene. So what do you think of United this season? How do you think we've been getting on?
Obviously didn't start off well with Ruben, but I think what else Morecambe Carrick have done apart from the loss to Newcastle, other than that, it's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, it's been a really, really interesting season because you think how terrible we were at the start to where we are now. It's just like almost like imagine if we'd have made that change a little bit sooner, innit?
Michael's Carlos has simplified it. I think with Amaran, the shape and different rotations, and there was big gaps everywhere. United were easy to play against.
Yeah, very easy. Just like
with Amaran.
I think a few of the players as well, they just weren't obviously they were playing in, some were playing natural positions, but they just weren't getting used to it. I love Ruben, and obviously I think all the previous managers, it's always been 4-2-3-1, so it looked better.
Yeah.
Looked a bit good with the three at the back, but it just didn't work out.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, no, I think he's simplified it. It's football is not. I know I've tried the management, so but football is not that difficult in terms of it hasn't changed that much into it was created and I think what we're seeing
people
now,
do try and complicate it.
I think we're seeing people try and complicate it and actually less is more and simplifying it, and that's what Michael's done really.
For me, I think right now it's such an interesting period that we're in because there's all this talk about a new manager coming in at the end of the season and whatnot, and it's like everywhere you look, all these people putting themselves out of the running. And I think we've already got the perfect replacement as it is. What do you think? Do you want to stick with Carrick, or there's talks of like a Luis Enrique, or there's talk about like other sort of names like Nagelsmann? But would you be happy with a name like that?
Obviously, them two names are obviously big names and obviously Champions League names, aren't they? Champions League winning managers. But a few weeks ago, I said to obviously all my friends and I think to the media, I said like, if we get Champions League, then I think the club will want to go for a Champions League manager, and it looks that way. But for myself, I think I'll keep Carrick, and he knows the club inside out as well, played for us. But yeah, keep Carrick.
It's nice as well how I think, when you see somebody like Carrick going to like a lot of the youth team games and like a lot of the under-21 games.
Watching and stuff, supporting, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I think Wayne's mentioned it before, it's like having somebody that knows a club top to bottom, and it's almost what you want from a club like Man United, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big part of the club and the culture and of the football club, and that has been lost.
Yeah,
over the last, I don't know how many years, 10 years, etc. So, what Michael is doing, he's slowly bringing that back. I was speaking to him the other day actually, and every time I've seen him since he took the job, he's in his Man United tracksuit. I said, so I think he's saving money. He's saving money. He doesn't have to buy any clothes. So he had to, change your clothes over, but it shows. Obviously, his boys in the academy as well.
Yeah,
he's in my lads' team, but he's there. He's watching games. He's studying, and the academy has always been a massive part of Man United. I think there's been a player from the academy in every squad, of course, since the club's been formed, and so it's a huge part of the academy, and he's gradually bringing that back, because it was in a mess, to be honest, because the managers who come in didn't really care. They just wanted the first team to do well and push that aside. So it's nice to see that come back, and then you can judge what he's doing on the pitch with the first team, and they're doing well.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's need to change him.
I think he's brought back a winning mentality, which is something that you know about, right? And I'm really interested in that, because anytime I see you sort of playing, it's almost like if you don't win, you're like so annoyed with yourself. You could visibly see it on your face. I think you've got one of those personalities where you can't really hide how you're feeling. How important is it to have that in sports?
Yeah, I think it's massive. I think obviously darts is different to football. 'Cause football, you work together, whereas darts, you're on stage, you're on your own. You can only.
Is that lonely?
I mean, when it's not going well, it's lonely up there. I've experienced it a few times. But yeah, like I said, it's just
You haven't had too many of those moments, though, have you?
No, not too many.
What when you talk about a mindset and a mentality, what have you done when 5-0 down? So for a lot of players, it just get the game, lose the game, and get it done and get off the stage.
Yeah.
But to have that mindset and mentality to okay, just win the next leg, and then go on and win it. That's when we talk about Man United, when you score late goals all the time. That's exactly what.
Yeah.
That is exactly what. It's a different sport, but it's the same mentality, same mindset to have the ability to carry on and then say to yourself, okay, if I win the next leg, it puts a bit more pressure on
the opponent,
the opposition or the opponent. So that's huge, and not many people have that.
I think as well, when you're seeing that sort of winning mentality, it permeates throughout the whole club as well, doesn't it? Like when you see it at the top, the manager, it has to come from the manager, doesn't it? In football.
Yeah, it does. It's changed slightly, hasn't it? Because if you go back to Alex Ferguson, he's the manager of the football. He was the boss of the whole club, basically. Where now it's changed to head coaching. They don't want managers no more. You've got all the sport directors. They want coaches.
Yeah.
And that's fair enough. And as long as that relationship is right with the head coach, and in my opinion, I prefer where you've got a manager who that's the boss. But now there's different bosses all over the place, and it can become complicated again off the pitch. So I prefer the old school way, but unfortunately it's gone the other way. And when it doesn't go well, all these sporting directors who've picked these players,
they don't get punished.
Manager goes and they're still there.
Of course, yeah.
So there should be accountability as well.
Absolutely. So where do you get it from? Because you don't have a manager telling you like you've got to win, Luke, or whatever. Like, so where does that come from? Like, how do you psych yourself up for a game and stuff? Like, what do you do?
I think obviously the main thing is wanting it. Obviously wanting to win games, wanting to pick up trophies, and obviously the money's there as well. But yeah, I mean, like you said, obviously my manager didn't obviously tell me to obviously practice this much, or you've got to win this game. But the most important part of that is just enjoy it. Just enjoy the stage time, enjoy, and then obviously it'll all come together and you start winning games.
But the success for you's come while you've been really, really young as well. Like, I mean, for a lot of other people, like if you get that level of money, fame, whatever, really early on, your sort of game can take a bit of a slump, but you haven't let it get to that level. What do you think is the reason for that?
I think just being myself, just staying grounded. Obviously, the money's there as well, but obviously everyone growing up, they're not always going to have money. So yeah, I'm not really a big spender either, and I've not started investing anything yet or anything, but I'm sure it'll come to that point. But yeah, I've just got to keep going, keep getting more trophies. That's the most important bit in creating more history.
I think with Luke, when I look at how he's gone from a 16-year-old to the fame, and obviously earning more money now, which is good, the more successful you are, obviously, but winning sports personality. Was sports personality the young one? Was the main one, was it?
No, the young one.
The young one. So I won that at a similar age. Yeah. And then the press can be, it's here, so it can be mind-boggling. You're not used to it, and I'm from a similar area, I'd imagine, to where Luke's from, and you're not used to that. You're not used to media. You're not used to talking in front of cameras, and it can be intimidating. But the one thing which is always remains is your safe place. Man was on the football pitch, and I'd imagine where he's comfortable, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, would be on that hockey and where he's playing, and that's where no one can get to him. He's safe. He can write what they want, and that's how I felt. That my safe place was on the pitch, and then all the media and stuff, whatever. The older you get, the more you experience it, you learn how to deal with it. But it is tough.
Yeah. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Especially obviously the media. When I first came on the scene, obviously we were always looking at comments and everything, all my family. But now we just get used to it and just block it out.
I do love the fact that obviously both of you were amazing. Or you still are, like, and you're still are. No, but like, you're not playing now, innit? You're not playing now. When did you, like, I suppose it's a question for both of you. When did you both realise, like, you could be the best?
I've always had a belief, and this is where I think there's loads of comparisons. I think you can have you'd have to have a certain level of arrogance, I think, to be at your best, and that's not in a bad way. That's, you have a confidence and a belief, but a certain level of arrogance as well to get to that next level. And I felt that's what I've always had. And so yeah, from when I was younger, I felt that. I felt when I got Everton's first team, I've said it many times, I felt like I was the best player at 16. Then I moved to Man United. Then with England and stuff, you feel you can always, make a difference. And that's what I've always felt.
What about yourself? When did you sort of go, I could do this?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've been playing, tournament-wise for many years. I think maybe my first proper tournament was like 9, maybe 10. And just like Wayne said, you've show a bit of arrogance. But yeah, obviously the more you do it, obviously people might not like it, but as long as you feel comfortable about doing it, then it's all that matters.
Was there a period of time when you started playing against like adults, when it wasn't just people your own age, where you were like, hold on, these aren't as good as they think they are?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when I started playing, obviously in pub leagues and stuff, and obviously started playing against adults, obviously they weren't happy losing to a 10, 11-year-old. But yeah, when I was beating them, I was going to the darts academy in St Helens as well, and I think the younger players in that were better than these old men. So I was pretty much winning all the time.
And then, so you'd obviously like had your setbacks and mistakes probably that you were experiencing throughout that whole period. How do you deal with those?
Yeah, I mean, there's always setbacks. And start of the Premier League campaign, and I mean, last month, February. Obviously, I think the first 2-3 weeks picked up 2 points or something. Maybe 4 weeks in, 2 points. So I had a bit of a blip at the start, but now obviously I'm got back to it, top of the Premier League table, and we just got to keep going.
What I'm enjoying now is because you had the rivalry, didn't you, with Phil Taylor towards the end and Barney and stuff, and then with Luke Humphries as well. And he's close.
Yeah, I mean, we always travel together.
Yeah.
So
oh wow,
and I really like that little. Obviously, you're coming out on top, but it's good that you've got each other to keep pushing each other, and
that's it.
Obviously, I'm sure he'll win some tournaments and you'll win tournaments, but to have that competitive edge and want to beat them is you need that.
Yeah, how do you deal with bad form though? Like, because it's easier said than done, isn't it?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know in that obviously, but in football, for me, it's, and you learn this over playing bad or making mistakes, is to simplify it. I think it was when I weren't playing well, I'd try and overcomplicate things and try and,
Hollywood passes.
Yeah, and do mad stuff to show people that you're still a good player.
Yeah.
But actually, just simplifying it, simplify your game and play your way into a game and stuff like that. That's how.
That was me. I'd just be doing loads of sideways passes to get my stats up. Completed 100 passes. None of them meant anything, but yeah. But for you can't really miss a throw, can you? Everything matters. Like, that must be insane levels of pressure, like, because you're probably thinking about yourself and thinking about other things going on as well while you're doing it.
Yeah, I think obviously it's difficult at times, but I think obviously for myself and as a player, obviously if you start the leg off brilliant, you start the first 2 legs off brilliant, I think you just know in yourself that you'll probably just run away with it.
Yeah.
And obviously belief is one of the biggest things. That's what you believe in yourself.
So how do you deal with the social media aspect of it? Because I imagine when you first started, there was a massive outpour of like love for you, right? But as
there still is.
Yeah, there is. No, but then at times it can turn negative, can't it? Right?
Yeah.
I'm sure you experience bits of it as well, right? And that must be hard. Do you block it? How do you block it out?
Yeah, I mean, there's always negativity with, I think, not only darts, football, every sport. People are going to like you, people aren't going to like you, and that's just the way it is. And obviously, the fans that pay the tickets, pay the money to watch us in person, I think obviously they do mean the most, because obviously they want to watch us play good darts, and obviously we're always fighting to win against each other. But yeah, like I said, especially with the media and bringing social media into it, first time after the first was, it was hard to not bite back at people, but now it's just leave it. We've got used to it.
Are you glad it happened so early on, so now you know how to deal with it?
I think if I won the World Championships on debut, I think it would have been mental. But even I think 2 days after, when we went back home, I think even my mum and dad said, I think looking back at it now, I think it's glad. We're glad that you didn't win it, because it would have just been, I think, 100 times worse.
I think it's different. Luke's in a position where I think the other darts players should be thankful, because the prize money is obviously improved as well for everyone else because of the eyeballs and the interest that Luke's brought to that. And what you're saying there in terms of if something happened which is a bit controversial, if that's Aspinall, no one, and I love Aspinall as well, but no one cares. It gets brushed away and that's it. But when it's Luke, obviously it becomes bigger, and that's part of being a superstar at your sport. That's things you have to deal with, and the main thing on that is, you'll know yourself, the people around Luke are the ones who are important.
Yeah.
You shouldn't really care if someone sat behind the keyboard giving you a bit of stick. That's
I know we say that though, but like it's hard sometimes, isn't it? You log on onto Twitter or whatever. And
after me, I asked someone to come to the training ground for a fight.
Did you?
Yeah.
But he tweeted himself, so
Yeah.
the guy never.
But then it's all part of learning, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it is tough.
You've got some rivalries in your sport. Are you thankful for those? Because I mean, you said you're quite close with Luke because he's very good as well, right? Like, I mean, he'll win some, you win some.
Yeah.
Are you thankful for him being there and being so close to him? And do you ever have any mind games with him?
I wouldn't say mind games. I think me and Luke, obviously, I think we just two people that just want to get on it. And like I said, obviously we travel. Sometimes we always travel together. Sometimes, obviously, on the same flight, and then obviously we'll jump in taxis together. Because obviously there's a lot of us traveling. But yeah, obviously Luke's been on the tour for many years, and obviously he wasn't the greatest, and look where he is now. But yeah, there's even with the Premier League, us 8 players, even backstage, you have a laughing on stage. Like Wayne said, we're always pushing each other every week.
You're ever in the taxi and saying like, "I'm going to bat you today"?
Nah. It's darts. It's a crazy game. You win some, you lose
what
some.
What you just said there about Luke Humphries he wasn't the greatest, and then now he's got to a really top level. It's similar in most sports. You see improvement. So Roger Federer, I don't know if before he was winning everything, he was getting knocked out the first round in Wimbledon and stuff.
Yeah,
and anger management, and he went and got anger management lessons, and then obviously come on to be this top. So it's all work and keep.
It's a lot of it's psychological as well, isn't it? Like it's about managing your emotions, and I think a lot of people sort of falter when the nerves kick in and adrenaline kicks in, doesn't it? Like, it's probably a different thing when you're playing on the main stage as opposed to what it's like in training or when you're practicing, isn't it?
That's when it means. That's when it means the most. When you're on stage, you can practice, and in practice you're allowed to miss and you're allowed to make mistakes, and then but when that pressure's on, that's when the top players come out.
Yeah. So how do you relax? We've mentioned gaming. What's your wind down routine? Because I can imagine, like, I've done some massive gigs, and like you're sort of at such a massive high, and then you can have like such a massive low if you don't watch out. How do you deal with that? Like, you're at Ali Pali, for example, like everyone's like looking at you, cheering you on, and then you go back into your car and it's silent. What do you do?
Just I think what a 19-year-old lad would do, just Xbox, obviously chill out, see my friends, go to Manchester, go to the Trafford Centre or something. But yeah, it's just chilled out. And obviously one of the biggest things for me is obviously my friends have obviously stuck with me. They've not got, after the first Worlds, they've not gone, oh, look at you, you've won this amount of money. They've actually stayed with me and supported me. But yeah, that's...
I'd be staying with you. Nando's is on you every time we go.
Do what in boxing, I spoke to some of my mates who are boxers.
Yeah.
And they say when they're in the ring, obviously some of them being world champions as well, you can, all the noise and all the shouting and whatever, they said they can only hear the voices which have been with them. So the brothers or the trainer or the dad or something in the crowd. Did you have, obviously with darts, when you hit a good score, you see looking over towards the families.
Yeah.
Do you have a voice, like your dad or your mum, or which you can constantly hear?
No, you can't hear anything.
You can't hear nothing.
Really?
Nothing.
No.
Could you hear anybody on a pitch?
You can hear bits and that, and like abusive, whatever it is, but you can hear it, but you learn. It's not really. You learn to do. When you hear it more was when a goal scored. That's when you.
Oh really? Yeah.
You hear the silence in the away stadium.
Oh yeah. So how did you relax as well? What did you used to do? For
similar. I'd go home playing PlayStation or watch a movie. I'd always go and watch the game back, a glass of wine, chill.
Chinese. Nice. Right. So we've got some quick fire questions for you as well. 9 data versus a last minute goal. Which one would you choose?
I'd say last minute goal. I'd love to score a last minute goal.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
All right. Walk on versus tunnel nerves.
Again, I'd love to experience walking down the tunnel.
See, I'd love to walk out as it's a different.
I think because we've both done it.
Different,
we've both done it.
Like to walk out, I'd have my top on. I'd probably
giving it.
Put my collar up. Like,
what kind of shirt would you have if you played darts?
See, I'd go long sleeve.
Would you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd go long sleeve only because I don't know. I've always worn long sleeves, and
every game.
I don't feel comfortable when I don't wear long sleeves when I'm performing.
So we, in a previous episode, we were talking about walk-on music, and he said if he was a boxer, he would come out to no music and just a spotlight on him with a whole crowd dark, and it'd just be
spotlight
him.
on. I just walk out. I just think it'd be so
How
intimidating.
unhinged do you think that is?
Oh, that'd be intimidating. I'd want him to walk first.
If he came out to the darts like that, what would you think?
Oh, I don't know.
Be a bit weird, topless in shorts at the darts doing that. But yeah,
spotlight on him and then some sparkles come up.
Right, I want to go best atmosphere, Old Trafford or when you're at the darts?
Old Trafford, nothing beats it.
You think?
Yeah. Nothing.
What about yourself?
That is good though, man. I was at the one you're doing tomorrow. I was there last year. And,
Manchester.
It's just just everyone's in a good mood.
Yeah.
Aren't they? And obviously there's banter going on and
there's some outfits as well, isn't there?
Outfit and everyone's just in a good mood. And I think the promotion of where you go all over the world now, man. You're just playing and it's incredible. It must be tiring to go from week to week, and it's that's a lot of it down to
traveling
to Luke, but obviously the promotion of that now is much better.
So this is the Wayne Rooney Show Darts Challenge. Now, fortunately, you know what BBC budgets are like, so we couldn't afford a proper darts board. However, we do have the magnetic ones from when Luke was 18 months old. So in true Wayne Rooney style fashion, we have got colour-coded ones as well, red and blue. Red for Manchester United and blue for Everton. So Wayne, you've gone for Everton.
Snatched the red one. Yeah, straight away.
You don't have a choice.
So Wayne never had a choice. So Luke, you're going to go first. So yeah, take it away.
We'll do high scoring 9 darts each.
Here we go, 9 darts each. Oh, wonderful. It hasn't got any numbers on it, so I don't know where it is, but this looks good.
No, it's not good. 28.
28. How quick was that? That was insane. Right, Wayne. Wayne, don't let me down. Okay, that's not as good. Okay, Wayne's gone for every end of the darts board.
28.
That's treble, isn't it?
37.
37.
Quick man.
37.
28
28 versus 37. Right. Back to Luke Littler. Okay, wonderful. And again. Oh, so close.
What would you say that is? That's like that's on the corner.
No, that's in, yeah.
Yeah, 140.
140. 140 to Luke Littler. Right, we've got Wayne. Oh, close. Oh. Is that double?
Yeah.
No.
It's not a double.
45.
45. Luke Littler. Back again. Okay, incredible. And it's so accurate. What was that?
100.
100. I love the way they have to tell me their scores because I can't add this up. Okay. It did hit the bullseye, but it just didn't stick.
6.
That's a grand total of 6 there for Wayne Rooney. Wayne got 88 in total. Luke got 268.
Oh, I've got a double 10.
Straight away. Oh my word. Lovely stuff. Incredible. Double 10. Right, well that was amazing. Thank you very much for listening and watching. I take it Luke the Nuke Littler is the winner.
Is that better closed or open?
No one brought a stylist for him either.
I'll just leave closed. Can you tell me where you're going on?
Go that way.
What a time!
Oh, hey, tell you
what's
what.
that thing? Huh?
Look at that, hasn't he?
Yeah, we're going to Finch Farm, Everton's training ground, to see Jordan Pickford, watch him train a little bit. and should be good. Jordan's normally good fun, so hopefully, I'm sure he will be on good form. The first time I met him actually was when he got in the England squad. He was a young lad then, and you could see he had ability, obviously, but he was still very young. And if you were to fast forward to today, you would never have said that he would have played the amount of games he's played for England and been as influential as he has for England. So his career has been brilliant.
Stand on here, so I love to sing. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah. Good. Go on, I'll see you in a bit, Jim.
Hello. What's happening?
Okay.
You alright? All good?
you.
How are you?
All good.
Keeping well?
Good, mate. Yeah. How are you?
Telling a few stories about me, weren't you, on your podcast about my
Back in Ireland?
No, about my WhatsApp.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that like it was yesterday.
Should we get a coffee?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. See what you get.
Just with it, like me, okay? Yeah, good to see you, mate. Is he still here every day? When I was back here playing, you were always in here?
I know. Are you getting your kit on?
I don't know if that rain carries on.
We'll see.
Nick will make you on. Okay, guys.
Hey lads, you alright? Okay, mate. You alright?
Yeah,
Good to see you.
coming up.
Hey mate, okay?
Yeah,
See you, mate. Hey mate, you alright? See you.
How's Jags? All right?
Yeah, he was good.
Was he just on for that?
Just the podcast, yeah. Did you see it?
Yeah, I seen
Watch it.
it's about you see
Yeah.
it's about all the things.
He was good, to be fair.
Are you going out on the pitch? Are you getting your
Just with the keepers, yeah. He's already said he can't have, and he 2 days after the game.
Oh, come on. He's getting his excuses in. Jordan, are you saying you're not going to dive or try for his shots?
I'm gonna.
Nah, you got to get in for a couple of shots. Come on.
Reverses it, and all he does every time.
Come on. You got to get in for a couple of shots. There's Jimmy working hard. Well, busy as always.
Hey mate, okay?
I like that.
You alright? Okay? That's fun, man, lad. Yeah, I'm doing a bit with pickers. So if I come in a bit stiff, can you do a bit of work on me?
Up on the face side.
Yeah, all good. Staying quiet there, are you?
I can do it.
What time are you on out?
11:30.
11:30?
In for 9:45, straight at 11:30.
So we should finish.
Oh. No, about like 2.
I drive past yours on the way back from Carrington with the kids. You might hear me.
Oh, I nicked your chicken and sweet corn soup the other day.
Say?
I nicked your chicken and sweet corn.
From where?
At Chinese. Canton.
It's nice in there, eh? It's got expensive like this. Right, listen, I apologise in advance, right? They're the only boots but don't hurt my feet. I've tried everything.
Ready? Not putting them over here.
It's Saturday.
10.5. Are you doing the interview or is it
just me, yeah?
Do you know what you did?
No. I'm just telling you before I start, right? I hate keepers. Okay, so what's the maximum touches?
3, 1 easy, or 2 by yourself.
Yep.
Go again, hour. The serve.
Yeah.
Oh, she smashed it, yeah? Right.
Yes, man.
Cheers, what's your shout?
Yes, George. I've got a bit. Go on, please.
Yeah! Oh, I'm blowing.
Jordan, when you get a second, just give us a big clap in front of your face.
Ask and you shall receive.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Ready?
Yeah.
Pickers, thanks for coming on the show, mate. Really appreciate it.
No worries.
Before we get started and go into everything, I've just done a little session with you. Yeah, because I've always wondered when I was a player, keepers are always separate, aren't they? And
yeah.
I always look quite boring. And, like, I used to look across and think, I'd hate to be a goalkeeper.
Well,
yeah, but it was actually it was a bit of fun.
Yeah, like the session Dave put on there today is good. And we kind of do similar things like that all week. So we'll end up thinking we're centre forwards in a couple of drills. But, you know, the session gets put on for us to have a bit of fun but work hard. And like you feel like your heart rate going up. And we always start off with like a head tennis, 2 touches, and we always start with something a bit of fun. And we get into it like. Save, Trav.
Good save! Wouldn't mind being a goalie coach, you know.
Hands. Shape you. Strike you. Right. We've been asking for that all season, to be honest. Theo's all right. Yes, was I?
Oh, there it is.
If the ball's to my feet,
Dave, you tell your missus you said, was her up for a goal tonight? Was her? Wait! He just... Oh! Stoke on the comeback, was.
I haven't headed the ball for 8 years, mate. How was me striking?
Do you
think I could be a goalie coach?
Oh, of course. You're Sally safe, like. Still got the back spit, the perfect...
Yeah, you told me to tone it down a little.
No, I was all right. And the lads were all right. I think they were expecting you just going to absolutely wobble ball it, but you had the goalkeeping coach technique, definitely.
Save up! Trav.
I'm going to go back to, I think it was the first time I met you, properly really, it was when you got in the England squad.
Yeah.
And I always remember, sat there and got on the bus, first time, and you come and sit next to me.
No, to be fair, I didn't know. I knew a couple of lads. Kano was in the squad, but every seat was taken because I came late. I think we're like...
You shouldn't be late, should you?
I wasn't late, was I? I got called up late, was. I think it was Slovenia away. Harty made that worldie. I'm sure we did.
Remember, but I remember you getting on the bus and, like, because we'd gone through a period of, and I'm not being disrespectful to the goalkeepers we had before, where we didn't really know. Harty was obviously number one.
Yeah.
But then we didn't have many goalkeepers before. We had David James, Paul Robinson, Robert Green, Ben Foster, Scott Carson, and then Harty made it the number one position is, and then underneath that, I don't think we really had much coming through. And then obviously you was a young lad.
I was at Sunderland.
How old was you then?
I'd have been 21, 22.
So it's young to get in the England, wasn't it, for a goalkeeper? I always remember thinking, like, what's he like? And I couldn't wait to get on the training pitch and, you know, try and dink you or something. And
I was more nervous when you said to me, "Are you ready for the song later?" You know, for me, I was watch you grow up as when I was watching you in the Euros and that, getting in the England squad. Everyone looked up to you. So even like there, I was like, I was just sat opposite Wazza. I was like shaking. But no, it was like experiences. I remember going out there. I think Harty made an absolute worldie. I think we drew. I was on the bench and it was just a great experience.
But for a keeper, it must be weird because what goes through your mind in thinking, like, when do I come in? When do I have to move, or when am I going to get in the team? That's different, I think, for an outfield player. You have to think differently on being a keeper.
So I've kind of broke into Sunderland in the first team that year. Vito Manoni was a keeper at the time. The year before, Big Sam was the manager, we stayed up. And Vito was brilliant. And our gaffer now, Moyes, he came in and Vito got injured, unfortunately, but that was I kind of had a chance then, and still relatively young as a goalkeeper, and I had to make a massive impact quickly, and it kind of all went from there, really. Then that year, we got relegated at Sunderland, and the opportunity came to come to Everton, and that was, I think I made my debut that year in, like, November camp. But it was, for me, Harty was my, like, role model, looking up the way his pathway, his loan moves. I know he went to Birmingham permanently, then went to Man City, then back to Birmingham. But as a keeper, I've always said, a young keeper, you've got to go out on loan, and you know you're not going to break in as a 17, 18-year-old keeper in the Prem. It's very rare compared to an outfield player. So you've got to go out there and get your loan moves. So I've always looked up at Harty and his pathway. We kind of try to have that same pathway as me as a young 16, 17-year-old. Of like, that was the route Harty took. So I kind of went on the similar route.
So you joined Everton in 2017? Same year as me, man.
Yeah, same year.
We signed some players then, didn't we?
I think we signed 5 number 10s.
Yeah, I know, yeah. So, that's a big move, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you were a young lad as well.
Yeah, I was young. I think there was a price tag on me, you know, when I've been bought at the time the most expensive British keeper. So there's that pressure. Well, I've always enjoyed the pressure, really. I'm like, when I've like called upon, and you know, I knew I had to do something early to get the fans behind me, and even your first game, but we won 1-0 and you scored the header, and I think Shaqiri's 88th minute I've made a decent save in me for first home Premier League game at Goodison, so that I set myself off on a good stall, really.
It was tough, wasn't it, that first season, because obviously Ron Koeman got sacked.
Yeah.
Undy come in. Undy actually dropped me for a reason for Benny Beningamy. I got dropped. And then Big Sam come in, after we ended the season, second half season, he's done well, didn't we? But at the time, I thought that could be Everton and England's #1 goalkeeper for a long time here. How did you feel your first season went, and then did you feel like that was the platform for you moving forward for both Everton and England?
Yeah, definitely. I think for me it was my dream was to play for England. Everyone kid growing up, and we know there's only that small percentage of a kid growing up gets that opportunity. But I'd come to Everton and I knew I had to do well, and I knew England was there or thereabouts for me, because I went from 16 to 20 all the way through 21's the pathway for England, and I got my opportunity against Germany at Wembley, and made my debut then. March camp, we played like Holland away or Brazil at home, and Gareth and Marge, the keeper coach at the time, they asked me which game would I like to play in, and for me, I picked Netherlands straight away. I thought, I've played at Wembley, I need to go and play away. It was brilliant. I think we won 1-0. Jesse scored, and then that led us into the World Cup.
So for Everton to have England's #1, so we're going into the next year now, now you're established England's #1. Does that bring a pressure to you? Added pressure, both for Everton, when you're playing for Everton as well?
Yeah, I think I've just got to accept my performances. I've got to keep improving, and that's why I've sustained it for so long. I've never just been happy about being #1. It's like, how do I be #1 for that amount of years? Just hitting targets, 26 World Cups a target. Then after that, it'll be what's my next target, to keep improving and keep pushing myself, pushing them boundaries when I'm out there to improve on the training pitch, to keep going as long as I can. And that's what I think I've put a lot of work in, away from Everton and keeping right to keep me pushing forward.
I think there's a lot of people saying why. I don't agree as well, but why haven't you moved on from Everton?
Yeah,
I think that's because you've been here 9 years.
Yeah, 9 years.
And you've just signed a new 3-year deal this year, which is great for Everton, for yourself. But for you to be so loyal to what you have been to the club, it's quite rare, I think, in these days, where a player stays loyal and stays true. Because with your ability, you can say, well, you want to go and play Champions League, but you've stuck with Everton. Why is it? Do you love it here? Do you enjoy it here?
Yeah, I think we've just got that bond, really. If you know what it's like here. The gaffer calls it the People's Club, and it's been renamed that. The staff's brilliant. Where we live and going to the games, I think we just love it. Like, family love it. They've bought into my family. They've everything they do around the place, and we know as Everton we should be in the European spots, but we know how hard it's been over the last few years and the roller coaster we've been on. But they've been nothing but good to me. They took a chance on me as a 22-year-old kid, and I've repaid them back, I think, and I just love being here. And Goodison's great memories, and the new stadium. It's moving forward, and like you say, when you came back, when I first signed, we're in Europa League. Yeah. So if we sustained that, then them questions wouldn't happen. I don't think people realise how such a big club Everton is.
Yeah, no, obviously I completely agree. And then the last few years, I think this year, obviously, I think since the manager's come back in, you've seen it's rising again, isn't it? Last few years was tough.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Quite enjoyable though, because points deductions. We know you've got to roll your sleeves up. You've got to get after it, and so there's different pressures all the time in the Prem. Every time you play football, I feel like there's different pressures. You've got the lads at the top competing to win the title, which is a pressure in itself. Then you've got fighting relegation with point deductions. It's tough as well. So there's two different pressures, and it was tough. But I think it's a credit to us as lads and whoever the manager was. If it was Frank at the time, it was Dyche. Everyone did the job. Everyone around the building, because it wasn't just the player. I think the whole club was affected, and this season has been weight off our shoulders, and I think you can see by the performances and what the gaffer's doing now with us and where we are on the table. There's
probably 2 or 3 seasons where it was very tough, and I remember looking in and I'm thinking, right, who's the leaders in that dressing room? Mm-hmm. Did you have conversations with each other to try and lift?
Yeah, I think
players,
Seamus, the things he was doing, the conversations he had, the passion he has for this football club, you'll never see it anywhere else in football for me. I'll never forget, I think it was the Crystal Palace game. We went 2-0 down at half-time, but before that game, Seamus got everyone a thought of everybody and saying you were that lad from wherever you're from, growing up, you dreamed of playing Premier League, and he just did a speech.
Was yours in the Workman's Man Club?
Mine was the Workman's Man Club with a shandy and a pool cue in my hand. But yeah, like just stuff like that, like what Jamie did then. And then it was funny because he said, 2-0 down at half time, it wasn't working, was it? But like, no, yeah, so, but then there's different leaders. No. As you've seen it in that you need leaders to step up, score goals, get on the half turn, confident with the ball, vocal. Everyone's got a lead, and you've got to have more than one leader on the pitch. But I can't give Seamus enough credit for that. Lads stepped up at the right time. Dukes, even I remember the Palace game I was pagged after that game.
I was on a flight.
I was drained.
And then there was a scouser on the plane, and he's come up saying, oh, we're losing 2-1. And so with the kids and that. And then as we were waiting for the bags come and said it's 3-2. Oh. As we'd all run round, jumping around, getting the bags. But, you know, it was brilliant in the end. But how has the art of goalkeeping changed? I think you've got the perfect balance where you're good with your feet, but you don't overdo it. And some keepers try and overdo it. Some obviously keepers are just going long. What is there a difference when you're playing here to at England? You have a lot more possession. Is there a difference in both roles?
Yeah, there's definitely a difference. I think we're probably a more possession-based team at England to Everton. But I think as a goalkeeper, I think it comes down to game management a lot of the time. It's something I've definitely, from that 22-year-old lad playing at Sunderland, moving to Everton, is probably in decision-making is probably the biggest thing I've improved on in managing the game and scenarios in the game. But yeah, the possession side of it, I'm really comfortable with. And I think everyone knows I can kick it a long way as well. So I think I've definitely got a good balance. I don't know, for me, it's nothing better if you're playing a 20, 30-yarder through the line and breaking the line as a keeper. I know the gaffer, I don't think our gaffer would like it, but I like doing it in training and stuff. But if it's on, for me, I've always been that, if I see something or see that little movement, I'm playing it. Like.
Keepers become more important, haven't they, in terms of in possession?
Definitely, even like, it's a bit sometimes a bit difficult at home. So I might be waiting for the ball, and I'm waiting for someone to jump, and then I'm waiting for someone else to move to get someone else free. But then sometimes if someone doesn't make that movement when he's jumped, then it's like I might end up putting someone.
Like you're stuttering.
Yeah, stuttering a bit. But yeah, so it's just that balance of when do I dribble and drive and take it with me, or when do I hold, wait and play the bounce pass. But I like doing both. I played that one. I think Man City the other week, I think my first kick of the game, and they have half decent pressure, and I've seen Mikalenko make a little movement up there, and I've played like a drill over Semenyo's head. I thought, oh, I'm in the game here, because it's just I felt I was right in it there straight away.
Of the last day at Goodison, last game, I was sat on the pitch and started tearing up, and one of my lads, what are you doing? I always said, obviously, I didn't think I would. How special was that for you, the last game? You know what, I loved about the game, and this shows your importance for the majority of the game, the singing your song. That must have felt special.
Yeah, it was mint when I first started singing it at Fulham away, and leading that into the last game, even now at the new. But the last game at Goodison, it's part of like, you know, since I've been here, we've not won anything. We've always, I think Everton's always been too far away from silverware since what we were as a history of the club. We've not won anything for so long, and that's what we need back. But to be a part of history, when you look back, get the opportunity to play the last game at Goodison, and you know, bringing all the ex-players back and seeing faces and who I've played with and ex-players who've won stuff here. It was a great day and brilliant, but some was bouncing, wasn't there? My head was burning.
Well, I got my dress code wrong because I had like a thick jacket on and it was absolute roast. I was sweating. I think that's why I was crying. But then the new stadium, moving into that, I've been a few times this season. I remember them talking when I joined Everton's academy. I was 9, and I remember them talking then about moving into a new stadium. So to finally see it, to go and watch the games, and I think the atmosphere has been brilliant. The games I've been to, and so that was always the concern for me. Like, how do you recreate?
I think it's been brilliant. I think we've been a bit hard done by the fixtures and the timings. I think Evertonians, you know, they live for the games on the weekend, and they make the whole weekend about enjoying it. A Saturday, going for a pint before the games, and when we win, it's their weekend's made. Like, and I think the fixtures changes to Sundays, Mondays. I think we've only had 2 or 3 Saturdays at 3 o'clock. So I think that's been a difficult drive in itself. But when the atmosphere is going, I think the Chelsea one at home was Saturday at 5:30. That you know that reminded me of Goodison.
Yeah.
Think about it. Everton fans are always passionate. We've got another 12,000, 14,000 in there now, so it's going to ramp up, and the style they've made the stadiums special. Like.
No, I've really enjoyed the games there, and I think they've done a really good job recreating that atmosphere.
Yeah, it is special. Like, and the atmosphere has been good. Hopefully, get some better fixtures next season.
So the World Cup, excited?
Yeah, can't wait. Some experience.
In terms of the preparations now, is it anything on your mind on the World Cup, or are you focused now?
I still, like, even my mum right now, like, she'll text me saying, text is when you've got that text that you're being called up, and then she'll always say well done when she sees it announced, you know, on the social media and stuff. So I've always got that pressure of, like, wanting to see and, like, let me mum know, but that I feel like I still like to have that pressure of getting picked, and because I keep wanting to improve, and so, like, now, like, my focus is literally finish this season strong, 2 solid performances, have a little break, then get into it. That break, I'll be like switching into it like slowly then, because it's still like 17 days before the first game, so I'll gear myself up. But it's going to be a different experience. Just think about all the travelling and the heat.
When I go back to the England goalkeepers, you've got Shilton, Banks, Ray Clements, Harty had a good stint. And I'm genuinely saying this, I think for me, I think over these next few years, you could establish yourself as England's greatest ever goalkeeper. I really believe that.
We talked earlier as well about, like, the pressure, and there's no more pressure than being the England #1 in a major tournament. And I think the biggest thing is, like, I'm a passionate lad. Everyone might think I'm too passionate, but I think that brings the best out of me. I'm a fan as well. You know, I've grown up watching, like you, in the Euros and World Cups. I've been around barbecues, been to pubs watching as a young lad, and there's nothing better than me having that opportunity to play in them. And I think that's where I step up, and that's where my mentality shows. And there's no better than the fans behind the goal and cheering us on, and the experience, the journey you go on. You know, it's like when we've been there, it's like we've never, not once in all the tournaments because if we're in the knockouts, I'll never pat me back. I'll always just leave it, and I know I'm going back to base because I know we're going to win. I've got that mentality that we're going to win, and we're going to go so far.
You've been so close, haven't you? So
yeah,
that must drive you on to get so close, and obviously the Euros at Wembley. So close to winning it.
So close.
I remember we played Italy in the quarter-final of the Euros, and it was coming up against Buffon, and he was pointing to me to the side where I was going.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, oh, what do we do here? Do we go that way? Do we go the other way? Is he getting in my head? It's mind games, isn't it? And I was quite nervous, actually, before that. It's the same for a keeper can be the hero, can't he?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot more pressure on the taker. I think we've got to, like, for me, I just do my process. I do my same, every pen I do my same process. When I walk over, take my time. I try and get there a bit late to, like, make them wait a bit longer, but some referees can be a bit iffy on it. But yeah, I just make sure I do my same process and try and just, like, look in their eyes, really, and just put fear in them. I think they'll know I'm good at saving pens, so they've got to execute that pen, so their pressure's going to be higher. But as long as I do my same process, I'm always confident that me, like, not a day life, but I'll let you score 2. But I'm always confident with me power, me agility. I'll get across the ball and if I get the right way, I'll always have an opportunity to save.
You know where I'm going, Pickford, Jen? I'll stay there. I'll do it properly. Well, last one, then I'll go in for a couple of yours.
You got to dive though, Waz.
I'm going to dive.
Do the pressure.
Never dove that good in my life. Do one either side. So you tell me where you're going on? Go that way. Love it. think you've done me wrist. What a time! Oh, hey, tell you what, huh? Look at that, hasn't it? Let's go in. We're done, aren't we?
Do you know the difference for outfield players in having a keeper and the trust in the keeper? Say you go into a penalty shootout. The difference, I had it in 2008. I'm still nervous, obviously, but when we won the Champions League with Van der Sar, and having a keeper you trust and you think, right, we know he's going to save 1 or 2 here. And so if we score, that makes a massive difference, you know. I don't know if you know that as a keeper.
No, I know. I'm like, I know I can save these. I'm going to save, though. I'll focus on doing my job and getting 1 or 2 saves. I might only need 1. Because when you trust the lads taking them the process, they've went in the time, they've put the practice in, they'll now nail them. And I might only need to save that 1, but I know I'll get an opportunity to save at least 1. And that'll be the big change in the game.
Well, we don't want to go into too much detail on it because...
No, keep our cards
under
closed.
wraps, and then when you win it for us, we'll speak after, yeah.
That's another podcast.
Perfect, thanks a lot. It was. Cheers, lads. You get the shower now? Yeah.
I actually think going into this World Cup, I think you'll have a chance to enjoy it more. And the reason I say that is, I think when I've been to World Cups or Euros in different places, I know what the state is like, and I think you will be able to have a bit of, you know, in your downtown, relax a little bit more, and you look like you've got a good group there, good group of players, good camp.
Yeah.
And then, obviously, Tuchel coming into that with his experience. How's he been?
No, he's been brilliant. I think it's his first tournament, so we're going into it all together. But he's been brilliant, and he pushes us every day, even in training meetings. But he also likes that togetherness side outside of the training. So when we work, we'll be working properly. But he'll also want us to enjoy the downtime, whether that's playing golf, going for a walk, having a coffee, or going for a team meal. I think we'll probably be a bit more open to it, like we have in the past in some of the cities we've been to. It does get like that. But then I've got to give a lot of credit to the staff at England, the FA. They do everything for you, for that base camp, that hotel. They make sure it's as good as they can, and I think they put a lot of effort into it. You know, what a lot of people in the world don't see. You know, they'll try and do everything that we ask for, if not more. And even just little things like last camp in March, like they send like a box home with like a letter to give to your family, and then just a few gifts, and like they'll have like your room like with your family, like pictures of your kids and that, and what you like, if it's sweets or Haribos, whatever. It's like, or there's like little things like small like details what like, you know, goes a long way.
Definitely. When was the last time you wrote a letter?
Me? Have you seen me write? That'll be fair, like, yeah, like just like letters, and I think just like that.
That's nice, because I think that's more personal, isn't it?
Yeah.
And obviously you've
got your phones and that, but
nowadays,
like it'll be like you get like even misses like last tournament, like got me mates to write letters and stuff as well. It wasn't just like me family, it was like me mates, and like I remember when we were doing this as kids, and like well, look where you are now, and so like you go back to yourself as a young kid, and like never forget who you are.
How's the FA? How's it changed? Has it changed over them years you've been there?
Yeah, I think it was like that. Well, I think it kind of went like that from when you were in it, and I think everyone say there was always that divide and that like them cliques and stuff around probably your era. I think the togetherness we have as lads, you know, could be anyone, just crack on with everybody. Everyone just gets on with each other. But I think also down to the FA, like making it so like good environment. The environment's massive, especially when you're here for that long. So we've got beat in the final in Italy at Wembley. We're COVID times, weren't we? So we didn't see our family or anybody for like 5-6 weeks. So, and we still enjoyed it then. So like imagine what we've got in the States where we can probably have a bit more of that freedom when we've got a bit of downtime, and I think it'll take us a long way.
To win something in England, it brings you something which obviously only a small amount of people have done. And do you know what will come if that happens, if you do that?
We're legends for life. But I think like you're so close, you know, and it does hurt, but it's got to drive you. That hurt's got to drive you to go, and you know that we've been so close to winning something for England, so we can take that leadership on and that experience on to bring it all together with some of the lads who's maybe its first tournament or second tournament, we know what it takes to get there, and the commitment and dedication you need as a group of lads, and to get there, it's about just getting over that final hurdle. But you look back and you're devastated, but you enjoy that journey.
Last couple now.
Oh yeah. Good time. I might have to sleep here, right?
Okay. I'm on a different side now, so obviously I'll be doing pundit work at the World Cup. And a lot of us do want, I know, because it feels like, and sometimes it's hard for us, because you need to be honest on what your opinions are. A lot of us are behind the England team and want them to do well.
So I think anyone, any English ex-player or English player, I don't think they'll ever be jealous. I think we need something as a nation to win. I think everybody needs it. It's only going to push the England badge forward. As football, it's going to make it grow. There's pundits and people on social media. You listen to what you want to listen. You don't have to. It's there to listen to. It's there not to listen to.
Did you listen to mine?
Fair. If I want to go to sleep, I'll listen to it. No, to be fair, I just scroll. I have a little scroll now, and I see some clips and that. But people think, they don't want you to win, or they'll be jealous. I think deep down, everyone wants us to win, and everyone wants to be successful, because the nation comes together when a major football tournament, and it's the best month for people's lives.
Right, let's finish. What's your best moment, football, and what's your ambition?
Probably we're going on about penalty shootouts. I think that one in Russia, 2018 against Colombia, it was a massive night. There was a lot of pressure on it. It was the first round of knockouts after the group stage. So there was a big pressure on us to get through. And that night was special. When we were there, it was like an away fixture. It was hostile, full of Colombians, and we had the England fans behind, but it felt on top of us, and we'll come out the other side of it. So that was probably a big game and a big moment in my career. Then ambitions, is everyone's ambition. As us in England being so close, is definitely lifting that World Cup, and on a club level is, get back into Europe, win the trophy, get where Everton should be as a club, and sustain that level.
Well, you're usually in that position now, aren't you? And I think the last few tournaments have set you up for this one now. I think absolute world-class manager, gone in there to lead you and hopefully get you over the line. And if that happens, obviously we'll all celebrate with you and
I'll go missing.
make history and become a even bigger legend than what you already are. So thank you.
Cheers, Waz.
Enjoyed it.
No, it's been good. Enjoyed the train. I should have got you diving a bit more, but he's had one save. He's made one save against me, and he's done his wrist.
From a penalty as well.
Next podcast, you'll have a bug cast on off Jimmy Comer.
I wanted to keep it to go off, really. So it's that time to try and have a go and goal. And then there was one against Portsmouth at home in the FA Cup. I went over to Steely to say, there's only me going in, because I was the only one who went back and put Rio in, which...
Poor penalty,
Did you relish penalty shootouts?
What does relish mean?
Well, you looking forward to them? When you realise...
No, not really. I think everybody... Okay, you want to be a hero or something, but you want to win the game.
What was that game that you used to play, the PS?
He hated it.
Did he?
Oh. He hated it.
He hated
it. You're getting a massage and everything, and they're like, he's there.
Now, the first thing to say about this record is it might sound a little bit different, mightn't it? Because we're at Soccer Aid. I think this is safe to say, Wayne, this is probably one of your favourite weekends of the year.
Yeah, no, it's always great to come to Soccer Aid.
How would you describe our guest, the man who's sitting next to me, then, before we introduce him?
Edwin, I think at the time we had Tim Howard, Roy Carroll, and it's not disrespect to them, but I think when Edwin come in, we started winning, and he brought a calmness, a trust to the defence, which then went right throughout the team. And goalkeepers are so important, even though I don't like to say it.
Yeah. They normally never say that, whatever. That's
he doesn't normally say that.
The number 10 or something, or the striker, or the winger, or whatever. But it's not. I only say very rarely that the goalkeeper is really important in the team.
You must be special. Of course, we are joined by Edwin van der Sar, for Wayne to say that.
Manchester United's greatest ever
I was going to
keeper.
say, Kay is
That's what
also
we
a
say, yeah.
lifelong Manchester United fan, and
Yeah.
he's been saying all morning, he's been excited to meet you
I bet you
because of
said the
that.
same to Peter Schmeichel when he was on this podcast as well.
He cartwheeled against us, so
Okay.
no.
All
I didn't say that about Peter Schmeichel, no.
As we said, we are speaking to you at Soccer Race. We're a couple of weeks out from the World Cup. Let's talk about this summer's tournament then. Do you get excited for World Cups? Do you enjoy watching them?
I enjoy playing in them. I remember being in '94, and it was like about 32 years ago. I was the third goalkeeper, and it was my first tournament, also in America. I remember it's like the humidity, the heat, it can be immense. So 4 years ago, we talked a lot about Qatar, what kind of influence the weather will be or the heat, and that could be similar for the World Cup in America. And of course, you get the creme de la creme from the football world connecting. Having 48 teams, I'm not really sure if that brings the quality forward that football really needs. But you see how development goes in countries who are qualifying for the World Cup, what it means for sponsors, partners, and players, and the opportunity to play at the highest level. And from there on, can kickstart a career from a player from Cape Verde or from Curaçao, for example.
How do you reflect on your international career? Because you played a lot. The Netherlands had some real stars, a bit like England when Wayne played as well. Like in this country, it's kind of been labelled with England the golden generation. It was kind of similar for you guys.
Okay, but we are a very small country, Holland.
Yeah.
So it's not. We only have 18 million people, and I think we did really well. And on tournaments, I had a few semi-finals. '98 World Cup against Brazil. We lost on penalties.
How do you reflect on that one?
That was a hard one to take. That was a really difficult holiday to have afterwards, because how many chances do you have to play in the World Cup, reach a semi-final, or could even come to the final? So that was a big blow. And then we lost the semi-final in the Euros in 2000, also by penalties. And I think along the way I learned also what is needed to save penalties. And I think everybody, it's a progress. How do you come to like the finished article at the end of your career, and slowly I start to learn also the trade of saving penalties, and I think that helped me in a later stage of my career, mainly at club level, to gain also some trophies. But missing in your career, that's for sure a final in with Holland.
Did you relish penalty shootouts? Were you one of those?
What does relish mean?
Were you looking forward to them?
When you realise?
No, not really. I think nobody. I think everybody. Okay, you want to be a hero or something, but you want to win the game. It's a long tournament. Nobody's really looking forward to a extra time and to penalties. And of course, there's a big responsibility on the goalkeeper, but having the pressure of walking from the center circle as a first, second, or third penalty taker, and feeling that the whole world looks at you, the whole nation expects you to score the penalty. That's immense. So it's not easy. It's not a lottery. The last couple of years I've been reading a lot about this subject also, and there's a great book from a Norwegian professor about explaining about the tactics behind penalties and what to do. Maybe I said too much already.
Do you think they put too much work into it in penalties? Is there such a thing as too much work in how they study, or?
I think at a certain point, if you look at how many finals, semi-finals, or are decided by penalties, so in that way, it's a part of football, part of the tactics. And of course, during tournaments, you can train a little bit more. You always have secluded pitch and everything. So I think it's worth it. And of course, I know you also, whatever the effort you put in making your penalty better, making free kicks better, it's part of your job. And it's not that intensive to take 5 or 10 penalties a couple times in a week.
I think for a keeper, it's mind games and the penalties. Obviously, you can do the preparation, but then it becomes about mind games. And I remember obviously practicing. What helped me with playing with Edwin is practicing penalties or practicing free kicks, because obviously he's a massive fella. And
I've noticed.
No, so when you're doing the free kicks, I'm looking at thinking, if I can score past Edwin, it makes it a little bit easier when I come into the game against
other goalkeepers.
I think that's another compliment, Edwin.
Here we go.
We never compliment keepers normally. When you look back on those Dutch sides, though, when Edwin was playing as well, obviously you were playing internationally too. They were impressive, weren't they?
Just the list of names that you associate with Dutch football, you're talking like your Edgar Davids, Clarence Seedorf, even going further back to Van Basten and those players, and like later on Van Nistelrooy and Schneider. And there's so many players for such a small nation that you've produced that are like top quality. Do you feel like you're sort of lacking that sort of star quality at the moment going into this World Cup?
Maybe I can say what Van Persie had, or what Arjen Robben had. Maybe lacking it a little bit, and I think we're maybe missing like a prime striker. We don't have, like, say, a Harry Kane. Almost for sure he's going to score 4 goals this tournament, and that's nice. And if you see the Moyes that he had at Bayern Munich the last 2 years, so that's nice already in a team to have. So that's something for a coach to build on. I wouldn't say whatever France has the amount of players they have. Spain is good. Of course, Brazil and Argentina, they play in sort of like the same.
You gonna mention England?
No, I think no. It's like less 16. That will be no. No, of course, but even for myself, of course, I'm not based in England, not based in the UK. But certain names are less known for myself. They play at some, let's say, other teams than. Sure. The Man United, the Cities, the Liverpools, and that gives you a great platform for them, maybe for their not only the international career, but also make that next step. If you play at such a big tournament, then for those players it could be an eye opener and the eagerness to go to a different, maybe bigger club.
What about yourself?
I just think now it's more about the team. You've seen. Obviously, we've seen superstars going to World Cups, haven't we, over the years, and normally one of them makes an impact, like Mbappe or Harry Kane.
Okay, so who do you think is going to win it then? We've established not England.
Argentina or France, I think.
Yeah, is that Argentina also because of the being used to the heat and stuff as well?
Yeah, maybe the mentality they have as players, like whatever it's over my dead body, that somebody's gonna take this away from us, and sometimes the Dutch we like to play nicely, we like to play controlled football. And sometimes you need a little bit more also to really, really want something. And that was the great thing that we had in, let's say, the Man United team. We had sort of like everything that was needed to win games, to win Premier Leagues, and we were hungry. We had the destiny in our minds and like something to prove. And you wanted to do it for a manager, and that's also really important to the connection that you have with the boss. To make sure that you get the success that you want.
But it must be great to be back together. It must bring back the memories being here, because you and Wayne had such a successful time at Manchester United.
Yeah, of course. I came at a later stage of my career. I was 34, and I was able to play there for 6 years. And what Wayne already said when I came in, the manager, what he asked is you want to have like authority, something building up from behind, making sure that there's authority in the back four. I think Rio was still developing as towards a world-class defender. We had still some other players before. Vidic came in, Patrice came a little bit later. So I think whatever the way the Ferguson built up the puzzle towards like a Champions League winning team, a Premier League winning team again. And I think whatever they added like 3 or 4 pieces, and that's gel together. And I think the quality combined with the youth and the energy that let's say the younger players gave, looking at Wayne and Ronaldo, that made it an incredible period in my life to play for a club like that.
What did Edwin bring when he walked through the door, Wayne?
I think the biggest thing was the trust. The trust from the backline especially. And as he said, authority and a calmness. I think a calmness in taking the ball, slowing the ball down at times, and really I think that was the start of goalkeepers playing out from the back and taking control of the games and slowing the game down for you at the right times. And but the biggest thing was trust. I think everyone trusted what Edwin had, his experience, his composure with the ball, and that went right the way through the team.
What I want to know is, what were you like in the dressing room? Were you part of, what was that game that you used to play, the PS?
He hated it.
Did he?
No. He hated it.
He
didn't go on a PSP. You didn't have a nickname.
I had a PlayStation at home, whatever. So I played myself, like a couple of those war games and everything, but like not the game they played. No. I think it was something for them.
Did you have a book and?
Often I took a book or something, or got DVD and everything. But I remember in the massage room on the Friday night and everything, it was mayhem. Like where you're getting a massage and everything, and they're like 3 guys sitting there. There's 2 guys under the table. There's 1 guy, whatever, near the bathroom or something, and there's he's there, he's kill you. So no, it was I think the camaraderie, and of course you come from different backgrounds,
sure,
different age groups and everything, but the way you connect with each other. Of course, on the pitch is the most important thing, but if you can have that friendship or like the camaraderie, togetherness, and that shines through on the pitch, and that's something what winning teams often must have.
Did you wish you'd have come to United when you were a bit younger?
No, I had a chance. I think I went 99. I went to Juventus.
Yes.
And we had my last almost 95% clear, and I think we went back to the hotel in the anticipation to sign the next morning. And then my agent had a call from the brother of Ferguson. He said, like, Edwin, can you come over to Manchester? Want Schmeichel is leaving, and we would like you to follow up in his footsteps. I said, yeah, okay, we're 95% there. Juventus is a very big team also, and I wanted to play in a different kind of league, and I always thought I would end up in the Premier League somehow, like the way I can play, the type of my goalkeeping skills. So we said no, and. So it took another 6 years and a couple of twists and turns before finally we came together.
Was it 3 Premier Leagues and the Champions League you won during your time at United?
I thought you would have made your homework or something. It was like 4 Premier Leagues.
4, I missed one.
And 3 Champions League finals, only winning 1 to be fair, and a couple of League Cups and those kind of things. But that don't really count to be fair, because like winning the Premier League. For myself, I only originally signed a 2-year deal, and that time would make myself like 36. So I thought, okay, if we get a chance in Man United, if we can win 1 Premier League title, that would be fantastic. After that, I go back to Holland, maybe 1 or 2 years at Ajax, finish my career slowly, and I would be happy. But it turned out
went better than you expected.
Was a nice and successful stint there in the Northwest.
Yeah, but the Champions League. We lost as well. Was arguably against the best team ever played the game, the Barcelona team. It was so difficult to play against when it was, you had obviously Messi, Iniesta, Xavi, Busquets, and they were so difficult to play against. So I think we were very unlucky when we to come across that Barcelona team.
No, yeah, absolutely. Of course, we beat them in the semi-final in 2008. I think you scored a penalty. I think you score. Away from home?
Scholesy scored.
No, Scholesy. Oh, no, but 0-0, I think, and then Scholesy had the volley. So on that way, I think 2008 was fantastic. 2009, the way they played was different kind of football. I think that the Guardiola era was developing, and he was molding Barcelona like in the style of football that I think everybody likes. A lot of touch with the ball, and for Rio and Vida was quite difficult with Messi dropping in the midfield and everything. And if one comes out, then you had Henry or Eto'o coming into the center. So one got back, and then at the midfield we playing 3 against 5. So it was difficult, but I think the memory that you have winning a Champions League title, it's fine. Winning 2 is even better, of course. But
I was going to say, I can't believe I focused on. Admittedly, I missed a Premier League. I can't believe I focused on the Champions League that you won, and you've started talking about the Champions League final that you lost. I thought you'd want to talk about 2010.
I think the things that you win are there in your back pocket. So it's you worked hard for it. You established yourself. You have the success, and you got the medal, for example. But the things that you lost and didn't succeed, that hurts me the most.
Do you still think about those days?
No, yeah. If you talk now, but it's not that on a Tuesday afternoon I sit on my bike and 2011. How's it possible that we lost that game? No,
I remember before. I think it was the 2009 Champions League final. I remember we done a team meeting in with Alex Ferguson. Said that they had no speed up top. I was thinking, is he sure here? Is he sure?
Are you really sure they said that? Did he not say that they have a lot of speed in there? Because I can't really imagine that he said that. But the players they're playing with.
Who was the toughest opponent you reckon you had?
Difficult questions always. Say I played prime, or like the early Brazilian Ronaldo. I played against him, so he was good. Always difficult against the Batistutas from this world. We played for and Crespo, those kind of players. Drogba in our time was difficult also. He was never face or something, or you're scared for anyone. No, because most of the time I played in a good team. You prepare yourself well. You talk, you coach your defenders. We have great players, midfielders, strikers. So never feared anyone, but there are a few good ones that I played against and with.
Yeah, of course.
As proof I did do my homework, I promise. As proof I did do my homework. It's right that you assisted Wayne. Is that right, against Aston Villa?
Yes. That was a nice thing with Wayne, because he had loads of energy and he loved to run.
Do you remember that one, Wayne?
And the thing that I had also, when I had the ball, I always looked up because I wanted to resume the game quite quickly. And I had a very good, pass in myself. Not as good as Scholesy, but I think I could hit a ball, a few good balls over the top. And I think Wayne and Michael Owen and everything. So I think at a certain point we had a discussion about when it's like a offside or something, and when we're defending, and from there on leave the ball, and I just walk casually towards the ball, and I kicked it, and Wayne was running.
Just be ready. You just have, obviously, as soon as Edwin got the ball and he come out towards the edge of the box, and then you just ready to make a run, because I think he was the last of that generation who done the drop kick, didn't you?
The drop kick.
Where everyone was going to the Saab volley, whatever. And Edwin had a drop kick, so it stayed quite flat. So whenever I seen him get the ball and come towards the edge of the box, then all I had to do was be side on and ready for them to make that pass.
It's a great finish from Wayne, to be fair, but I also know that he missed two also on my assist. So one for sure against Blackburn, and another one I don't remember. But
remember those, Wayne, as well?
Yeah, there's a few, and you just have to be ready, because when you've got a goalkeeper who you know can put the ball over the top, you just have to be ready, and as soon as he's running out towards the edge of the box, then I'm ready. All I have to do is stay inside.
But if you see the level now of like Alisson, Edison, how they are, like, they grown up with being two-footed and training and playing the ball, and I had to learn it when I was 23.
On the job.
When the back pass rule got changed. But you see the quality of the pass of the goalkeeper now. Sometimes I think they overdo it, like probably because of the coach. They really want to put on like the goal line and on the it's sometimes too much.
It is too much, and I think keepers now are so different, and saying before, the keepers are the playmakers. Now, the lot of goalkeepers are playmakers. They start the attacks off, and the time to draw.
It's too bad that's happening now 15 years later, because it would be nice to have like the paycheck from number 10. Well, that would have been great.
But it's weird, because the positions change so much, right? And it feels like almost like with fullbacks, where some of them can attack and they can't defend. And you start seeing it with some keepers where they're like, oh, they're great playing from the back, but it's like, they can't save. Do you find that?
You're exaggerating a little bit, I think, but I understand where you're going to and everything. But for myself, it's always like making the save. That's the most important thing. How can you contribute to your defenders? How can you contribute to keeping the ball, playing the ball from left to right, and go and looking up? And nowadays, it's a big task that they're having. A lot of so let's say also with the corners and free kicks, like the way they are. Nowadays, not protected, or the way that corners are taken. It's getting more difficult to be a goalkeeper.
Is there anyone that impresses you? Any keepers that impress you in this day and age?
Of course, there are a few. I say what impressed me also. I think we played in 2011. I think semi-final against Schalke with Manuel Neuer.
Yeah.
He made some incredible saves in that match. But then, how is he still playing now and coming back from the injury? I know what it takes to have longevity in your career. So he's still very good. The Alisson, Courtois I like, but he's also sometimes getting some injuries.
Yeah.
And I think I like Bart Verbrugge from Brighton, being the Dutch goalkeeper, and hopefully he can. I think he had a tremendous couple of seasons at Brighton. And looking forward to seeing him maybe at a different team or bigger team to take a next step in his career.
Didn't actually ask you what he was like to have as a teammate before you go.
Actually, Wayne was also a really good goalkeeper. Like after training,
he
always gets a glove on and everything. And
he's got a good goalkeeping story for you recently, actually, haven't you, Wayne?
Which one's that?
With Pickford.
Oh, John, yeah,
I saw that. I saw that one.
I made a great save. So to be a keeper is not hard, really.
But he just said like it's a really important position to have. But
No,
it's not. But it's not hard. Okay.
Yeah.
No, but I used to go at the end of the session. I used to go across and do a bit with the goalkeepers and.
What, just through choice because you wanted to?
No, I think it's important to have a relationship, and quite a lot of the time because Edwin was playing the games. It was the younger keepers then who you're doing stuff against him. But it used to help a lot because you used to see.
How did you end up in the back of the net during the 2 games that I got substituted? Because I broke my nose against Tottenham. Then I think Rio, they wanted to put the Rio in, and then they changed it for Shazy.
Yeah,
because, and then probably maybe the
I,
Portsmouth game.
Honestly, I wanted to keep it to go off, really. So it's that time to try and have a go and goal. And then there was one against Portsmouth away. Portsmouth home in the FA Cup.
Yeah, maybe I think for the FA Cup, maybe you didn't play or whatever, you're already off.
Yeah, no, I was on the pitch, so
okay.
I went over to Steely to say, like, there's only me going in, because I was the only one who went back and done stuff to him. And I think because they probably thought Portsmouth would score, so they left me outfield, put Rio in, which
was a poor penalty. Like.
Did you ever get to go in goal during your career? Missed opportunity. Can you just go back? I interrupted you when you said that he was a good goalkeeper. Have you got any good stories of that?
Not as a goalkeeper, but plenty of other ones.
Brilliant.
No, yeah.
The stage is yours.
I think, of course, I'm quite a relaxed guy. I think I was a little bit older and everything. So you come into the dressing room. What do you need to expect in? Paul Scholes was there. You played it often against Gary Neville. Talked a lot and like.
Few people have said that.
Shut up and everything. Cristiano was whatever, something special. That he thought that himself also. But I think Wayne more or less superseded them all and everything. Because like the way he trained, how aggressive he was, the jokes that he had, the stories that he had. The things that happened on a Saturday or Sunday. Yeah.
You probably can't repeat those on here, can you?
How long do we have here?
As long as you want, if you've got a good story.
To be fair, it's a genuine nice guy, and of course everybody has their things. But I remember one night, I think with a Christmas party, whatever, and that started for lunch or something at 1 o'clock, and you have a couple of glasses of wine, the guys have Guinness and whatever. And I often went home at 6 o'clock, whatever. I went home for a couple of hours. I slept for an hour. And then one time, I think 9 o'clock or something in Wilmslow, I'm on my way back. So I wanted to get some money out of the pin machine. And I think Wassa wandered out at the local McDonald's there or something, whatever. And he was
thinking I was coming next.
He was on his way home. So it was like 9 o'clock in the evening. So that was quite good.
Yeah.
It's an early night, wasn't it, Wayne?
She was kicking off. I'd just leave.
Yeah, sounds familiar. I'm sure there's a lot of people here that can echo that story as well, Wayne. Well, Edwin, thank you so much. Just a quick word on yourself right now. What does life look like for you other than rocking up at Soccer Aid, making a few saves? What else?
It's decent to be fair. I've been 11, 12 years and as a director at Ajax. Yep. Last 3 years took some time off. Let's say I want to take out a year, and then 5 years later I had a brain hemorrhage.
Yeah, I was going to ask. It's great to see you looking so well.
Thank you very much. I recovered completely from that, so perspective changed a little bit. At that time, I thought I'd take a year off and do some courses, go to some extra under clubs, and see what's out there. And the moment, had a few conversations with clubs and organizations, but I think life is quite nice also to travel the world a little bit, go a lot of times on holiday. Some commercial opportunities, and then often take my wife or my son or my children. So to enjoy life a little bit and not being forced to look at your phone all the time, answering emails, getting the HR director on your case all the time. So in that way, it's an easier life. I'm 55 now, so not sure if I ever gonna step into the real spotlights again.
I think he forgot. I did score against them last year in Soccer Aid as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we'll let Wayne.
You want to hear a real story now about Wayne or what?
Yes, we do. Go.
But that was a nice story.
Everyone, we're disappointed. I'm sure there's lots more stories that probably we can't say on this podcast, but it's been a pleasure having you on. It's been great to hear you and Wayne reminisce. This Man United fan is absolutely buzzing, I can tell.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a pleasure.
Yes.
Always a pleasure.
Yes, Edwin van der Sar, good luck. We're speaking before Soccer Aid
on
Sunday, but enjoy it.
Hope all goes well then, and Wayne, good luck.
we will need it.
That is where we'll leave it on this week's Wayne Rooney Show. Plenty more content to come for you throughout the World Cup. And a reminder, you can listen to us on BBC Sounds, or you can watch it on the BBC Football YouTube page or on the BBC iPlayer. We'll see you next time.
Mourinho's mindset was, whatever you do, you come off that pitch and win. It might sound a bit bad, but they cheat as well. No, in a good way. It felt like there was more men on the pitch. Back when we were playing, it was like, he's going to kick you. So, no, you need to be ready, or I'm going to kick him. And I think that was more enjoyable. If an African team wins the World Cup, I want to be at that party.
Okay, well, we're in the thick of the World Cup right now, and this week's guest, Wayne, is someone that you had some pretty good battles with on the pitch in the Premier League.
Yeah, it was very tough, obviously, to play against Michael. I think is one of the best midfielders in the history of the Premier League. And you knew going into the game, it was always a tough game, a battle, a fight. You had to try and win that fight. And I always remember John Terry telling me how strong Michael was, and then the next game the two of us went in for a shoulder badge. I think I won it, I think. So I was looking at John Terry as if to say, you said he was dead strong, but no, one of the hardest opponents to play against for sure.
Michael Essien, welcome along to the show. Thank you for coming on. You're right to reply, of course. Did he win that shoulder barge?
I don't think so. I don't remember. But I mean, yeah, thanks for having me. And yeah, it's always tough to to play against wasn't those Man United team. They were quite strong and very tough. But it's a battle, as you said, a battle that you wanna win. So yeah, we'll do our best to win. But
they were the glory days, weren't they? Chelsea, Man United, those battles that these two had.
It was a really golden era, I feel like, in the Premier League at that point in time. I think that Chelsea team was so strong, and that as well, the Man United team as well. But it was, I think, during that period in time when you saw those two come up, it was like literally a clash of the giants. It was when you were watching it, it was always nail biting stuff. So yeah, amazing to have Michael on with us.
Club football's on the back burner a little bit at the moment, though. I think there's quite a bit of excitement and intrigue around both Chelsea and Man United. But the World Cup, how excited are you? And for Ghana as well, because of course they're in England's group.
I mean, yeah, I think this is a game all the nation is looking forward to see because of the history we have with England, and of course we have some players that their parents are from Ghana. So yeah, I mean it's exciting, and of course I'm looking forward to it, and keeping my fingers crossed for Ghana to win.
We've said a few times, haven't we, Wayne? This isn't an easy group for England. They're going to be tough to play against.
I wouldn't want to play Ghana. No one have to win because physically they're strong, they're technically very good. So I think the group is tougher for England than what a lot of people think.
Ghana as a nation, when you played them, how did you view them? Because they've, as we've seen in the Premier League, the players that have come over, the likes of Michael, they're always so strong.
I don't think I've played against them. I think I missed we had a friendly game. I think I missed it. But listen, you know exactly what you're going to get. You're going to get, it's going to be a physical battle. It's going to be very tough. You're going to have to work extremely hard and be on your game for 90 minutes. And so, yeah, any team who comes up against Ghana, you're in for a tough game.
Let's reflect on some of your memories then of playing for Ghana. What was it like? Because we know that Wayne talks a lot on this show about loving playing for England and obviously played with some amazing players. What was it like for you? Because I particularly think back to 2006.
Yeah, that was our first ever World Cup, and of course I'm honoured and I'm proud to be part of that group to qualify the nation to their first ever World Cup.
How big was that? Give us an idea of like what an achievement that was and how it was viewed.
It was a big achievement because we've never participated in the World Cup before, and of course we've had some great players that have tried and they couldn't make it. So for our group to do it, it was huge, and also of course it's so difficult in playing the qualifiers in Africa. Man.
You're always so popular with neutral fans as well, though. Like, I feel like when Ghana play, it's like sometimes it's like people's second team. When they see you playing, they want Ghana to do well.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if you look around, I mean, we are quite happy people, and of course, when it comes to football, we're quite serious on the pitch, and yeah, as I said, to make it, to take the nation to their first ever World Cup was a great achievement for us.
You got the 2 wins in the group, didn't you? Against, was it the Czech Republic and the USA?
Yeah.
And then,
we lost our first game against Italy. Yeah.
Yeah, were you injured for part of it? Was that right?
No, I was not injured. I missed the game against Brazil through a suspension.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you weren't available for that one. That one must have been frustrating.
It was because it was a game I was looking forward to. So when the second yellow came, I was like, oh. But yeah, I have to still keep my concentration and try to finish the game and see the team through to the next stage. So yeah.
What was so special about that group? Why were you the group that was able to do it? Just remind us of like some of the players and the characters that you had.
I mean, we were like the underdogs, I would say. And of course, it was in Germany, and we have a lot of huge Ghanaian community down there. And, so we went to the game like, okay, what can we do here? Let's give it a go. And after our first game against Italy, we had a quite good game, and from there our confidence grew, and of course we faced Czech Republic the second game, and they were lucky to have Peter Cech in their goal. If it won't be too nice for them, and then of course we finish up with America, and also we have a huge Ghanaian community in America, so. You don't want to lose against. So, yeah.
Can you remember that from 2006? Can you remember how well Ghana did? Because they were, as Kay said, particularly during that tournament, they were like everyone's second team. Everyone just got on board and wanted them to do well, it felt like. I know you were in it, so it's a bit different.
Yeah, it was not the best tournament for me.
I was going to say, 2006 probably doesn't bring the same memories.
No, of course you do. And I think with all the African teams, what they bring is energy and the fan base, the fans, it looks so much fun.
Doesn't it?
And then you want to be in there with the fans. And obviously Ghana's first World Cup, they've done really well. And as I said before, you just don't want to face a team like that because they can hear you in so many different ways. And but yeah, no, Ghana's done really well in that tournament. I've got bad memories, but I think they can be proud for the first World Cup. They've done a really good job.
Yeah, what did that do for football going forwards? Because, like you said, you'd never been there before. That must have just ignited like a whole new belief in the country.
The thing was, the nation they were excited to see us there to represent them, and as Wayne said, we bring energy and excitement, and yeah, of course, the fan base is huge as well. So yeah. I think it means a lot to the country, and of course to us, the players.
Remind me of some of the other names that were in that squad, because when I think you were obviously one of the stars, but who else was key to that?
Well, we had Suleiman Tari. We had of course Asamoah. We had Steven Appiah, who was playing for Juventus at the time. We have Samuel Osei-Kuffour, who was playing for Bayern.
Just some big players in there, didn't
you? And then who else can I remember? We have Derek Boateng.
I'm not going to ask you to go through the whole squad. That would be quite. It is a long old time ago now.
We did have some quite good individual players.
It makes me quite nostalgic when you hear back to those names, doesn't it? Yeah, like.
What was the togetherness like in that camp? Was it truly like a united squad at that point in time?
Yeah, I mean, if you come to our camp, it's all about fun, joking around, playing. Singing around and stuff like that. So it was great. We had a great unity amongst us at that stage.
What role were you in the dressing room? What kind of character were you?
I'm quite funny when I'm comfortable around my teammates, but it's just outside I'm very quiet and try to keep to myself. But in the dressing room I'm quite fun.
Wayne's told us before, you need players like that, don't you, at the World Cup?
Yeah, you need different characters in different ways, and sometimes in a World Cup you're there for that long, and sometimes the person you normally speak to a lot, you get bored. Or you get bored of speaking to that person or in that group, so you go and speak to other teammates who you maybe mightn't have spoke to that much, and so you need different energy, different characters at the right times, and I think I was similar. I was always trying to have fun. Probably some players didn't want me around them at times, but you need different characters and different energy for sure.
After the high of 2006 then, how tough was it for you to miss out in 2010?
I wouldn't say it was tough, but it was more of, I would say I was sad and disappointed that I couldn't make it through because I had a quite bad knee injury and I couldn't recover on time. I remember quite well they even called me up to see if I can still join them, and I was like, no.
What was the injury at the time?
I had a meniscus after my ACL injury a year after that, and it happens when I was away with Ghana actually in Angola when we're in the AFCON. So I played the first game against Ivory Coast, I think. So the next day training, and then it happened. So I have to come back, and it was sad, but it's what it is. Is football is life, and also I was looking forward to it because it was the first ever World Cup in Africa, and to miss it was tough. But with my positive mindset, I just deal with it and watch my teammates on TV, and they did very well.
I almost feel quite bad bringing this up, but we do have to talk about the Uruguay game in the quarterfinal when Luis Suarez, I think Wayne off camera said he made an unbelievable save, which is probably a fair assessment.
I think if you're a player playing for your country, I think
I would do the same.
We would all do it.
I would do the same. Yeah.
So I think so. If you ask any football player,
wouldn't now with VAR, Wayne.
But you do the same.
I would do the same
with your country. So as much as he's probably hated in Ghana, I think you would do the same.
I know the nation they were quite very angry about it, but as a player at that moment, I would do the same too.
What was going through your mind when you saw that at home? Because you probably were watching at home while that was going on. Were you angry at the time?
I was not. As a football person, I won't be angry about that. But of course, we're like, wow, why did he do that? He could have just let the ball go. But it's an instinct thing, and that was the first thing that came to his mind, and he did it. So
were you surprised when Asamoah Gyan missed the penalty as well after?
Then again, as a football person, you can't be surprised because it can happen.
Yeah.
And he's our best penalty taker. So, and you can see after that, during the penalty, he was the one to take for Ghana, and he scored. But at that moment, when the ball was flying high, I was like, damn it. But it's one of those things that happens in football.
It does feel like when you look back on that moment and like that for Ghana, like if you'd have won that game, what could you have gone on to do? I'm sure you've all replayed it over. I know you weren't playing in your mind so many times, but it just felt like that was an opportunity to go to an even further level.
Yeah, that was, one step to the semis, isn't it? So, I can't even put words to it, but we're still proud of them. They did the nation proud. They did the whole African proud, and also prior to that, you can see what Morocco did in the last World Cup. So we're getting close.
Yeah, actually, I went to a Morocco game in Qatar. Yeah. Their fans are actually. You were talking before about the party that African fans been. Moroccan fans are incredible. Bringing it back to World Cup overall, what? In terms of representing Ghana, what's the pressure like compared to club football? And what was it like for you? Because you were obviously at the peak of your career when you were going and competing in those World Cups. How did it compare going away with Ghana?
The pressure back home is quite. You have to be mentally strong to.
Wayne would probably say the same about England.
To deal with the pressure, because England pressure is a different thing, but back home the pressure can even go as far as to your families, you know. So
Really?
so it can be tough, but you know, I think we just have to do what we can do, and you know, if we win, you are the best. If you lose, you get hammered. But that's part of the game.
Yeah, I guess it's different pressure, but the same. You know what it was like playing for England.
Yeah, it's always pressure whoever you play for, I suppose, and you know you're always trying to do your best and be successful. But when you're not, you have to take the stick from the fans, and sometimes and in different countries it goes overboard. I think we've seen that quite a bit, but yeah, that's something as a player you have to deal with, and whether it's right or wrong. After the tournament, when you get knocked out, you don't know, but the pressure's always there.
In terms of an African nation at the World Cup, they've obviously, you talked there about the first World Cup in Africa, teams like Ghana, Morocco, starting to really show, aren't they, what the African nations can do. What's the next thing they do? Can they win a World Cup?
Oh, that's
if an African team wins the World Cup, I want to be at that party.
Trust Wayne to think
that's
of a party.
A good one.
For else.
I mean, yeah, I think that's a dream, isn't it?
It's been national holiday for like
slowly
2 weeks.
we're getting close. The continent is getting close. So yeah, we are keeping our fingers crossed that one day it will happen.
Will you be happy regardless of what African team it is? Or
of course, I would be even more happy if it was Ghana. But
yeah, of course, yeah, okay.
Of course, if any African teams win, it would be the whole continent will party. It's true.
How do you see the African teams faring in this World Cup?
If I look back in Qatar, what Morocco did, of course, now the expectations are quite high, and also, of course, it's going to put other African countries under a bit of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a good pressure, and they have to go there and give everything they can, and hopefully one of them can even go further.
Who do you think's got the best chance of going far?
I would have to say Ghana first, you know. I'm in Morocco, and I think, of course, Senegal is quite there. They've got some good players as well. I think these four nations, one of them will go.
What do you think is the missing element so far for African nations that they haven't been able to win a World Cup?
I think a bit of luck, maybe.
Luck.
Because I think, as I said, they are getting closer, and they just need that, little push like Arsenal have done after 22 years.
Do you think the heat and humidity and altitude, do you think that will help African teams? Or
I don't think so, because we also struggle when it's hot. Yeah, we do. So for me, for example, I hate playing in the sun, even though I come from Ghana. But I'm saying that because we've lived our lives in Europe.
Yeah.
So when we go back, we need time to adjust to the heat. So I don't think they're gonna benefit from the heat. It's gonna be just as everyone coming to the tournament.
In terms of Ghana, and obviously we're all English, who are the main players? Who are the main people that we should be worried about when England play you in your current team?
I'm sure you knew already. I'm sure you guys are gonna be more worried about Antoine Semenyo.
What season
he's English, isn't he?
Oh, I knew.
No, he's British. No, it's, of course, Antoine is gonna be the one.
Has it surprised you how well he's done? Because his rise has been absolutely remarkable. I interviewed him after the FA Cup final, and it was only a few years ago. I think it was 2018-19. He was like playing for Newport. Then he's gone on and done brilliantly with Bournemouth, won the FA Cup, the League Cup with Manchester City, and to still play every single game pretty much under Pep Guardiola. He's a special player.
I mean, his journey has been very good so far, and he's been from where he came from, and then now. But what surprises me a little bit is, sometimes when the players switch in January transfer, it takes time for them to to adjust to their teammates, to the system. But he looks like he's been there already, and he fit in quite well. So he's been very remarkable, and it's been amazing to see him doing so well for City.
It's a good point, isn't it? Because particularly under Pep Guardiola, we've seen players go in there and take time to acclimatise. And he scored I can't remember the exact stat, but it was 6 goals in his first 10 games or something. He just picks up where he left off for Bournemouth, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he's been incredible. I think to go in at Man City with that many top players, and obviously Erling Haaland as the main goal scorer, and do what he's done. He scored the winning goal in the FA Cup final. It's incredible, really. And when he gets his feet actually under the table and he gets going, it's scary to think what he can do. And I just think he carried it on from Bournemouth, and I interviewed him as well after. Not me,
you need to stop this.
We interviewed him after the game, and it was really refreshing to hear him talk. And he sounded so down to earth, and the journey he's been on is no surprise he's got to where he is, because he seems like such a level-headed man. Very humble, and I'm really pleased for him.
So if we stop, Antoine Semenyo will be all right. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that will open spaces for the other players too.
What would you say the main strength is of this Ghanaian side?
Well, I think physically, they are quite a physical team, and technically they are quite good. And of course, you have to show that on the pitch. It's easy for us to talk about it, but if you don't show it on the pitch, then it doesn't matter. So,
would you prefer to play in this side or the one you played in?
Or the one I played in, yeah.
He can't biff off his old teammates.
No, but you never know sometimes, because I reckon, for example, Wayne, you probably have those thoughts as well. If you were playing in this side, how you would have done as well.
Yeah, I think you're always going to say the team you played in, aren't you? But there's teams I look at, I would have loved to have played for Barcelona under Pep Guardiola, because that team was just, for me, incredible. But you're always going to back your team and your teammates.
I've noticed the way you've reversed that sentence now. You used to say, I wanted to play under Pep Guardiola, but you now clarify by saying Barcelona first, don't you?
Yeah, well...
You don't want to... Michael Richards, did you dirty?
No, yeah, I think it would have been so intriguing to play under Pep, because just to try and get into his mind and how he works and tactically what he wants from him.
Do you agree, Michael? Is he someone you'd have loved to have played under?
Yeah, I do, because I think he's changed the football.
Have you come across him much?
I just say hello. When we play against Barcelona back in the days, we'll run the whole game.
Well, I go back to saying, when you said, would you rather play for the team you was in or the team now? I think back when we were playing against each other, it felt like there was more men on the pitch.
I feel like that when I see
it was strong, it was hard, it was a battle, a fight. Where now it feels like it's more technical, it's more possession based. Where back when we were playing, it was like, he's gonna kick you. So no, you need to be ready, or I'm gonna kick him, or whatever. You need to be ready for that battle first. And I think that was more enjoyable. I think now the football's nice and it's nice on the eye, but knowing that you've gone into a game and you've had that battle, you've had that fight, and you've come through it and won, I think that gives you a different feeling.
Michael, do you agree?
Yeah, I totally agree. I agree to what Wayne just said. I mean, back then, as you said, we had men. We had men on the pitch. I remember at Chelsea, we used to have at least 5, 6 national team captains. So you can imagine. And of course, facing United is always, we didn't care about tactics. You just have to go there, win your battle, and once you do that, you win the game. So.
How much did you enjoy those battles? Because I didn't ask you at the beginning, actually. What was it like playing against Wayne?
It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. I remember
he probably takes that as a compliment.
I remember one of the FA Cup finals in Wembley. He was chasing me down and he just pushed me away and took the ball. I was like, and I kept chasing him. So yeah, I mean, it's it was tough, but also it was very exciting to play against players like that.
Did Jose ever highlight him as a player that you need to watch out for?
Surely you did.
Of course. Yeah. Of course, you know, when you are going to play against United, of course, you see Wayne's name there, and then they always put Usain Park. That guy was a nightmare.
But it was so difficult to play against Chelsea because if I was playing in the number 10 position and I'm trying to get space behind the midfielders, I'm trying to get space behind Michael, space behind like Makelele, and then you've got John Terry or Carvalho coming in, and it was so difficult. And I think the biggest strength of that Chelsea team was they would do anything to win. Absolutely anything. They kick you, it might sound a bit bad, but they cheat as well.
You've got a right to reply.
No, in a good way. We do the same, but not to. And that is Jose Mourinho's mindset was, whatever you do, you come off that pitch and win. And I don't care how you do it. And that's a massive. It's a compliment. It's a massive strength to have.
Think how different that this fixture would have been if VAR was involved in it. It would have been.
I don't think some of us can even play 2 games in a row. Because it was quite tough. It was very physical. So,
but I seen a tackle on YouTube the other day, and it was Alan Smith and John Terry, and both of them should have got a straight red card. Some of you've seen it, and then they stand up to go at each other, and then shake each other's hand and walk off. You just think it's respect, but it's playing hard, but then understanding, you know, okay, let's move on.
What was your favourite Chelsea Man United game against Wayne and kind of that era? Can you remember any that you enjoyed?
Yeah, I remember.
I've got one, which is obviously a standout one.
Well, I've got one when we have to beat them to retain the Premier League against them. We beat them 3-0 at home. So
that was the game when
that was the game you got injured.
I broke my foot.
Yeah. Sorry.
Gosh, you've really done Wayne there.
Sorry, but I was happy.
We could take this trip down memory lane forever, I'm sure. But bringing it back to the World Cup now, how do you rate England's chances?
I mean, I have to rate England because I mean they're one of the biggest names going into the competition, and I saw the list. Of course, I'm not going to question the manager's decision, but I think he has assembled quite some good players to represent the country. So yeah, I will, hoping for England to go very far.
Do you mean that?
Yes, I do.
Oh. Do you have a bit of like affection for England because you played over here, lived over here?
I mean, I have to. It's like my second home, and also, as I said earlier on, it's not only about football. It goes way down the history line. So, and we have a huge Ghanaian community here. So, of course, we're gonna support Ghana. But once Ghana, then we go to England. So we're gonna support these two teams, and so I wish Ghana to go far, but I also wish England to go far.
Is there any players in particular you admire in the England team?
Of course, I'm gonna say my guy, my Kobe. I mean,
you're in the right room to say that.
From Ghana?
Yeah. Both are from Ghana, and of course, I'm happy for him to to finish the season as he did, because he had a very difficult season from the beginning, and for him to come back and go a place in the squad is good. So yeah,
I've spoken on this before. So Danny Welbeck's parents are from Ghana.
Yeah, from Ghana as well.
And every Thursday, his mum used to bring me food, and she
Yeah?
used to cook me food. Yeah, chicken and rice. Every Thursday, and she'd bring it to the training ground, and
that's nice.
It was so nice.
That's why Wayne's got an affinity with Ghana, because he likes the food.
Yeah.
Well, we wish Ghana the very best of luck. Apart from, is it the 23rd of June? I think we play them. Unfortunately, won't be wishing you luck that day.
Ghana is going to win, but after that, you can win the rest.
Perfect. I think that's you've been a lovely guest until that point, Michael. Enjoy the World Cup. Thank you so much for joining us today. I think the guys will agree. It's been a nice trip down memory lane and a pleasure to get your insight. Thank you, as always, for watching or listening. More episodes are available on the BBC Football YouTube page, the BBC iPlayer, or you can listen on BBC Sounds. We'll see you next time.
There's that many outlets now where so many different people can talk about him. I would have picked him. I would have picked him. Even as an ex-player for England, I could never doubt what Thomas Tuchel was doing.
Gus is speaking to me. I'm not even listening to him.
few minutes later, I scored the first ever goal for Australia in a World Cup. And the celebration will show. Gus Hiddink goes to high-five me and I ducked it.
So when I left that year, Everton went on to finish 4th place, I think, and you look back and think, wow, finished in 4th place, I've left, was I like the problem?
Wayne, let's start today by you telling us exactly how you met today's guest on the show.
Well, I first met Tim at Belfield, Everton's old training ground, and he just signed for the club, and I think it was a day or two, and I'd left. So I remember sitting there having breakfast, talking to him, and then I left. So that was it. Yeah.
Tim Cahill, happy memories, I'm sure. Talk us through your first encounters with Wayne.
To be honest, it was the wonder kid of the club. And when I'd sat and spoken to David Moyes and Bill Kenwright, one of the things I just asked them when I signed my contracts is am I going to play? They're like looking at me weird. My agent was looking, why are you asking that for? I said, well, I'm not going to come if I'm not going to play. I need to know I've got a future and I'm going to play. Because for me, I prefer to play down a level or a different club to get the minutes. So, good squad. Rock up to the training ground, meet everyone, Jimmy Martin, all the guys. And Belfield has this cultural feel of family. It's old school. And they asked me, what number do you want? So I was looking through the numbers. I'm thinking, don't take anything in the starting 11. And it was 16 and 18. So Tommy Gravison was 16 and Wayne was 18. So I was like, I'm going to sit in the middle of that. I'll pick 17. So I'm thinking to myself, so I meet Wayne and we have a chat, and we get on, and Tony Hibbert, Stubbsy, all these guys Duncan Ferguson, who pretty much are the emblem of the club, were telling me everything about Everton, and Wayne, we were chatting. 2 days later, he takes off.
That must have been weird for you because you probably had an inkling that you were going.
Yeah, no, I did. I think probably everyone did because it was everywhere. But so when I left that year, Everton went on to finish in 4th place, I think, and you look back and think, wow, finished in 4th place, I've left. Was I like the problem in the team? Whatever. But no, they made some great signings. Obviously, Tim, Jagielka, Bainesy, which absolutely improved the club massively. So I think it was with the money which they got from me, which helped sign them players. So I felt happy in a small way.
I'm going to do what I promised to do before and take it away from Everton now. What was 2006 like for you in terms of the World Cup? Because you literally wrote your name, as you did many times throughout your career, but into Australian folklore, scoring the first World Cup goal.
Yeah, it was crazy. 28 years not qualifying for a World Cup. A lot of us were playing in the biggest stages in the world and mixing it. And when you put that golden generation together of Viduka, Swartz, Harry Kuehl, Gorella, Popovic, Muskie, Morey, some of these guys, we knew that when we qualified that we could do something special. And we've got Gus Hiddink. And I'll never forget it. We were playing in Uruguay and we lost 1-0 there. I was on the bench. Harry started. And then at home, he put me on and Harry was on the bench. And Gus was really good with playing with people's minds, playing with players' minds. On the return leg back to Uruguay, Gus had all the business class flights and planes booked out. So they had to go the long route. And funny enough, Aussies have a mentality of great sportsmanship but Gus had a mindset of his aura and being clever and agile and ahead of the game. So that was an advantage. But to get to the 2006 World Cup, Gus stuck me on the bench the first game, and he knows I wasn't happy. I was sitting on the bench spewing. Arnie calls me up to go up, and Gus is speaking to me. I'm not even listening to him. And I pour some water on my head, and I go on the pitch, and he's, what are you going to tell me? We're losing 1-0 to Japan.
You know what you got to do, don't you?
Well, at the end of the day, I'm 1 in 2 for Australia. Like I've always backed myself, especially on the bigger stages, to score. A few minutes later, I scored the first ever goal for Australia in a World Cup, and it was for me. Can retire the next day, and it was a dream. And then a few minutes later, again, I scored the second goal. We're up 2-1 against Japan, and the celebration will show. Gus Hiddink goes to high-five me, and I ducked it. And I say this with the utmost respect. He was the man. And now I'm a father. I'm a grandfather as well.
Are
I'm done all my licenses, and now we played against Chelsea, and I gave him the biggest hug. Now I know what it is to be a manager and understand how to utilize the best, because he challenged Dukes, he challenged Harry, he challenged Lucas Neal. He did it for purposes that at the time I was really, even after the game, he tried to talk to me and I wouldn't talk to him. And I held that fire, and that fire is probably what gave me the best moment ever in Australian soccer.
I'm noticing quite a similar mentality in terms of you two, because I imagine there was moments where you didn't agree with managers, and you were quite single-minded in terms of Tim. You knew your ability and what you could go on and do, and probably you look back on certain incidents and realise
very much the same. And I had I said some words about David Moyes when I left Everton, and then it was a few years later I phoned him up and apologised, because as Tim said, you get older, you mature, and then you understand why the coaches are doing things, and yeah, I understood it, apologised, and I think that's part of growing up and trying to figure out why a coach has made a decision which he's made. But as you get a little bit older, and as Tim said, you go into coaching, you recognise why they've done it, and you may be thinking, I shouldn't have reacted that way.
But do you think that fire is part of what makes you the player you both were? Like, if you didn't have that, you probably wouldn't be able to excel the way you did.
100%.
You can't lose it. Right. It's in your DNA. You take it away from us and you try and want to be a footballer and be someone you're not. It really does take away that fine line of getting a yellow card or a red card. At the end of the day, it's another lesson, isn't it?
Sure.
Gus might have also known that day when he left you on the bench. He will have known you as a player, when he known that will have fired you up as well.
It was a World Cup where I had a great season at Everton. Like, I was playing on the weekend on a Saturday at Everton. I was flying back playing midweek in Australia on a Wednesday or Thursday, and I was flying back and playing for Everton on the Sunday. And that's, a 24-hour flight to get to Australia, recovery. Gus kept me on my toes. He never once made me feel like I was selected, and I don't like that. Not that I should expect it, but with my numbers and with my fitness and my dedication, I always felt like training, especially, I had to train at 100%. I never trained 6 out of 10, 7. If I didn't train at 9 out of 10, it was difficult to keep up. So I realized that I couldn't relax in my career, and I had sacrificed so much, and so did my parents. It was sort of like just for me riding the wave and just enjoying the journey. Because if someone took it off me, I promise you, I don't need football now. Like, I can be away from football. I can be with my family. And that's really, really important for after football life, for mental clarity, and for understanding your why and who you are and what you want as a person. Forget footballer, because it's a difficult career that, when your kids start playing it, we were speaking the other day about our boys, it does, please. I prefer my son not to play football.
Really?
It's tough, isn't it? The pressure of being a professional footballer it's tough. It's intense. There's a lot of things which go on behind the football, which for a human being and for a young boy is very difficult. So I completely understand why Tim would feel that way, because it can damage people. Football can damage people with everything what goes with it, and you have to be very strong mentally to be able to deal with it and get through that. So I think what's important for me is if my boy wants to go and play football, I support it as much as you can. If he turn around and said, I don't want to do football, I want to do whatever else, then obviously I'll support that too.
I guess you've got the unique perspective, both of you, though, that you have an advantage in terms of other parents. Don't you know all of those challenges already, which, yes, I can see why it would put you off a bit, Tim, but also you can be one step ahead, maybe?
We have the advantage because we grew up not with everything.
Yeah.
They don't have the advantage.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they have to put the name on the back of their shirt, and they have to carry that. So whatever they take on as responsibility is something that I feel responsible for, because any move they make, any decision they do, I've had my ups and downs, but for him, I feel like there's constant eyes on him. He feels it. Like, we have discussions, and at the end of the day, as long as you're a father, that's all that matters. As long as they know they've got somewhere to turn, and always pressure, but football's not meant for everyone. And I said that to my son. I've said it to a lot of people. Those big moments for people that can handle it, and the people that can't, then give it to someone else.
Going back to the World Cups, you obviously played in 2006, and you were pretty instrumental in the World Cup qualifiers for 2010 as well, weren't you?
Yeah, I've had an amazing journey, and the reason why I think that happened is because of my consistency for Everton, and also the support of the club and David Moyes. There was a time where he was asking me not to go back, and in a way because of my body towards the latter stage. But yeah, when you play for your country, it means everything. It's a difference. You don't need to be paid for your country. You basically, for me, if you sing the national anthem every single time, it's sort of like, especially in a World Cup, but there was a tear in my eye, because that's the fire, I suppose, you get for getting that opportunity to play on the biggest stage in the world.
It's been interesting hearing kind of Tim talk about some of the big players that Australia had.
Yeah.
At that point, you kind of forget, like, Mark Schwarzer, you'll have played all of those against all of those players. Harry Kuehl, there was some Viduka, there were some really special players in that generation, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was, and I think they went through a period of having some really top players, and quite a few of them obviously playing in the Premier League. And Australia's always a country I look at firstly for maybe England's debut against Australia. Didn't like the result.
You weren't playing in that game, I don't
No,
think.
I
Tim,
was
were
in
you?
the stand trying to get cleared to play for Australia. I was going through a court case because I played for Samoa as a kid. So I won the court case, but I was at that game. I got invited, and I had a call up from Ireland, and I said no because I didn't know the national anthem. It's not me, regardless whether they wanted me when I was at Millwall. And I waited for Australia, but I remember that game. I think it was 3-1.
3-1.
Yeah.
Was it?
Emma scored. Yeah.
Sven changed the whole team at half time. So I come on at half time, and our team in the second half drew 1-1. So the team in the first half lost 2-0.
However many years later, he's still claiming that. What was that moment like for you? I think we spoke about it, didn't we, briefly? Because you and Franny Jeffers when he came on the show. What was that moment?
Yeah,
like?
no, just 17, making my debut for England. It was such a special moment. And obviously the result weren't great, but just a proud moment, to play for my country. Loved it, wanted more of it. And then thankfully I went on to play another 119 times.
So you already knew each other at that point?
Yeah.
So,
I'm
getting my years mixed up.
No, I think I might have been at Millwall.
Yeah,
then. I was just about to come. Yeah.
So at that point, what did you know anything of a Wayne Rooney?
You heard whispers and noises, but you could see his ability as a player whenever you're seeing glimpses. And did that year you played for Everton as well, right? And obviously that Arsenal goal gets played on replay. So you knew the ability. It was just whether or not when he was going to get unleashed to the world properly. And that was really clever from England to bring him on.
I was going to ask, with that Australian team, do you sometimes think about what it was that allowed there to be so many great Australian players at that moment in time, which probably isn't happening as much now?
Yeah.
And what could be done in order to recreate stars like that?
It's simple because all the players that played for Australia back then, I didn't come through the system. I was told I wasn't good enough. I left at 16 and went and had a trial. A lot of us left early. And there was sort of like the AIS, which is the equivalent of like an academy that you have here for England. But it's pathways. Like, now I'm the Chief Sports Officer of Aspire Academy. I help to write curriculums. I help to write methodologies and programs. And it's really important you invest in grassroots. It's really important you have the facilities and good school programs. And the end product will probably come in 5 to 10 years. The problem with Australia, when you go for quick fix, for example, you have an A-League that is by a license, and then you get a team, and then there's no, I played first team, reserves, 19s, 18s, 17s, 16s through that. Now there isn't that. There's no connection.
Wow.
The second division, there's no promotion relegation. So there has to be a holistic approach domestically across the country that links all the federations and things like that. So it's not a surprise to me. You know, you get what you put back in. And unfortunately, there is some great young talent that go overseas and do well and do amazing in the A-League. It's a great league. I played in it. But it's not the same as going and playing in the second division or first division with men.
Now, we're actually recording this ahead of the World Cup. The Australia squad hasn't actually been announced just yet. But how do you rate the chances this summer? What's the ceiling? What's the expectation?
Look, there's 48 teams. The World Cups I played in were 32. When you break it down and look across the groups and best place, third finish, you should really get through your group. In 5 World Cups, we got through 2 group stages. And I think Australia, regardless who's in your group, you know, it's one-off games.
Yeah.
It's not the Premier League where you can lose because you got how many games. It's one-off. You set up, low block, just wait, make a mistake, set play. Honestly, and you pick the game potentially that you got to draw to get a point, and the game where you've got to win. You finish third, best place third, you're through. Then it's just a flick of the coin. Great thing about Popovic, I played with him. He's brought in Mile Jedinak, captain that I helped mentor through World Cups and Asian Cups that we've won, and they're going to be fit. Gus Hiddink made us one of the fittest teams in the competition, so they're going to be fit. There's some good skill, good youngsters. So this is sort of like the rebirth of these youngsters to take this World Cup and then the next one after that. So I feel they're going to do well, and I expect them to get through the group. I expect them potentially to get further than any Australian team. And you have to think of 48 teams, not 32. 32, there's no room for our, 4 points first World Cup through the group, 4 points second World Cup, we miss out. 4 points this World Cup, we're through.
What about England then? Because obviously I imagine you're not living in England now, but you must still have an affinity with the country. You know so much about it. How do you think they can do?
100%. I'm excited for England. And the problem is they've got too many great players.
What a nice problem to have.
And listening to the press conference and listening to people talk about the England squad, I suppose the selections get picked off the manager and the federation and the country's philosophy. It does. You pick Pep Guardiola, he's going to pick a different lineup. You pick David Moyes, he's going to pick a whole different lineup. But you've picked Tuchel. You already know what style of play he's going to pick. You already understand his methodology and his thinking behind football. So it's not a surprise. Because at the same time, he has to be safe enough that he's got to get through the group, which I think they will. He has so much ammunition that I think they can actually... You get to the semis, finals, which I think England can, they have a chance of winning it.
I really like what you said when we did the day the squad was announced, and you said despite not agreeing with every call, which no one's ever going to agree with every call, it's so subjective, you said the difference is you really have a trust in him and you trust in what he's doing, and we have to trust him because of the body of work, as Tim mentioned, that he comes into this World Cup with.
Yeah, listen, Thomas Tuchel is a top manager, and he's picked a group which he feels can win the World Cup. And not everyone will agree with it, but I like the fact that what he thinks can win it. He's picked it. He's not worried about upsetting certain players or what this person thinks, whatever. He's just picked a team and he thinks, right, I'm going to win. I think the most important thing, as Tim, you can already see through Tim talking, Tim's mindset, picking players with the right mindset and the right drive. A lot of the time is better than picking players with the biggest talent. And I think what Thomas Tuchel has done since he's been in is try and figure out what players have got that mindset, what players are going to push other players, they're going to drive, they're going to want it more than other players. And I think that's what he's tried to figure out. And he's picked the team he thinks is best at pushing each other.
Yeah, he also said, Thomas Tuchel, when he was kind of quizzed, as they always are when they announce these squads, he was like, the best players don't always win the World Cup. It's more about, he's made it clear it's about the team and the culture. As someone that, obviously, you were one of the best players in Australia's squad, but do you understand that? And I mean, Wayne's spoken to us about it a lot, about you're away for such a long period of time. It's actually often about the character.
Yeah, because it's a long time, and the mentality of players, whether they can be in camp that long, whether they understand the training, the responsibilities, and also the accountability. But in that group, when you look, I think that there's too much analysed about football all the time for the sake of just analysing. You know, at the end of the day, if they get through the group and he wins the next game, he's going to be the best coach ever, one of the best. He's expected. And it's always after that someone says, I told you he'll do well. And it wouldn't bother him, because you look at the state of Chelsea now with the turnover of managers. Tuchel is probably up there as one of the best managers they ever had.
Chelsea fans love him still.
Yeah, and that's the understanding. Fans get bored, people get bored, they want to be entertained, they're emotional. Football at the time that we play, it's not emotional, it's business. You know, we have to try and win, we have to do the right thing for the country. And I always said, it's an absolute honour to sit on the bench for Australia, even in my last World Cup. And as you get older, you realise that you don't have a right to hold that jersey just because you play in the Premier League. There could be a young kid that comes in, 17, scores a goal and takes your spot, and that's where you mature a lot. But I think England are going to be in good stead. It'll be them and France in the final if it goes that way.
That was my next question.
I think what Tim's saying there is, when you pick a squad, there's that many outlets now where so many different people can talk about him. I would have picked him. I would have picked him. When actually 99% of them people are probably not qualified to doubt what Thomas Tuchel is doing. And even as an ex-player for England, I could never doubt what Thomas Tuchel is doing and who he's picking. So then when you've got journalists, you've got fans, you've got YouTubers all saying, he should have done this, he can play off the left, he can come in inside. It's irrelevant what Thomas Tuchel has done. He's picked a squad he thinks is going to win, and we just have to back him and put trust in him.
Do you think an England-France final? I mean, I would take that.
No, but you see the players that he's picked. I think there's a lot of centre-backs in there, right?
Yeah.
It already tells you the way he's going to set up. And he knows he's going to win games 1-0. And he knows that he's going to nick a set play. And he knows he's going to can protect it. There's a different mindset. Whereas maybe Brazil or Portugal are thinking, young, let's go. Well, let's try something different. So the manager does reflect the selections and also the style. And no one will ever remember the way England play when they win the World Cup.
No.
And that's the most important thing, is no one's going to go back and say, oh, great football. They just think about the trophy.
So the group, USA, Paraguay, Turkey, how do you rate that?
Popovich will probably aim for the upset. And he's told them already what he expects, and there is no ceiling. And the last game against Paraguay, then again, it's just one-off games.
Having Tim on, Wayne, when he arrived at Everton, he was kind of like one of Australia's biggest stars, really, in terms of like the biggest imports coming over. You'd been at Millwall, hadn't you, Tim? And then coming to Everton. What did it feel like seeing Everton sign a player like that?
If I'm honest, you don't know, do you? You're never sure. And obviously, he was at Millwall. Didn't you just get the FA Cup final?
Yeah, against United. Yeah,
that year as well. And so he was obviously doing really well. But you never know going into the Premier League. And what Tim achieved at Everton was, he's an absolute legend at the football club, and the goals he scored, the passion he showed, the fight he showed, the leadership is everything which you need to play for Everton. And he's left a legacy at Everton. But when he first signed, would you have said, this is what Tim Cahill is going to achieve at Everton? You just don't know.
What I was trying to get at then, Tim, was talking about you in terms of Australian football. In your era, you were the superstar, but I guess it was at Everton where you grew and became that.
It's a long story, because I was 16, parents got a loan, went to England, had to wait for a trial, got a trial, could have signed in the Premier League, First Division. I chose the Second Division with Millwall, and I just wanted to play. Now, you think about an Australian boy. My mum's from Samoa. We play rugby. We're fighters and we're rugby players. Some of my cousins play for the All Blacks in Samoa and the K1 fighters and all that sort of stuff.
Amazing.
And I just wanted a chance. And as soon as I got my debut, I didn't look back. We got promoted, played 256 games, and every year someone was knocking at the door. And I'm very loyal. We had a crack at trying for the Premier League, and this is when David Moyes and Bill Kenwright come. We lost to Birmingham for the playoff final to get to the Premier League after. And then we got to the FA Cup final, which was a big moment. And Millwall made me. It made me. You play at Millwall, you play anywhere. That's my strong opinion. And then I went to Everton, and I had to learn what it was to be a Blue. And after my first season at Everton, I scored loads of goals. I'd never forget, the lads were saying to me, Tim, be ready. Be ready. The boss is going to pick you. Watto, Stubbsy, David Weir, Duncan Ferguson, Tommy's sick. It's a big game at Man United. Be ready. And I'm thinking, I got no chance. I've just come. I already said to the boss, I'm going to the Olympics in 2004 in Greece. And they nearly didn't sign me. And I said, it's my country. I said, I fought so hard. I got cleared to play for Australia. I said, I'm not giving it up now. And when you understand and know who I am, I have strong beliefs. So I went and played in the Olympics. We got knocked out. I come back and I made my debut against Man United. And the guys were right. And I'm sitting next to Carsley and these sorts of men with families in,
how old were you at the time?
23, something like that. I don't even know. But you know what? I didn't care because I started with nothing.
Sure.
And I knew that I was going to make it because I don't have the technical ability of an Arteta or Wayne Rooney. But put me one against one, I fancy myself no matter what. It doesn't matter. And that belief is something I have growing up. And we did well. We finished in the Champions League. And like Wayne said, once you go to a club and you understand it, for me, I'd play in the Premier League. That was my dream. I didn't really want much more. And I said to David Moyes and Bill Kenwright, I was very loyal, even though, and Bill, God rest his soul, that's not with us, I call him Godfather. Every time a club come in, I signed a new contract. And that was literally every year. And I thank the fans. And it's on my arm, Millwall and Everton. And it was difficult to leave. It was difficult to leave. And he'll understand, but he was in a different level. He was on a different stage. He needed to get out of Liverpool to go to the standards, to challenge himself, because not to say he could have become complacent or got lost. Better players around you, better results. And with his ability, you've shown throughout your career that you've always been loyal to Everton, and that's why the fans love him.
Yeah, no, as Tim said, it's very difficult to leave any football club, but for me to be an Everton fan and then leave at 18, that was the hardest decision I've ever had to make. And so, yeah, I think what Tim gave to Everton is very humble, very working class, which the Everton fans love. If you work hard, you put the effort in, the Everton fans absolutely love you, plus a bit of ability on top of that. And that's what Tim brought in. And even had his own goal celebration. But no, I think...
You did it once at Man United.
Yeah, no, but the Everton fans, if you've got so much ability, but you don't run, you don't work, they'll get you out of there straight away. And Tim just brought it. And I think not just him, they brought him, Jags in, Bainesy, Leon Osman was in there. They got a core group of players, which, led that team for 5 or 6 years and took them into the Champions League a couple of times.
Tim, thank you so much for coming on. It's been lovely. I'm sure you've enjoyed that as well, a little trip, even if your first interaction was only 2 days long.
You know what? It's amazing, and I've spoken to Tim many times. He had a nice beer together in Barbados a few years back, chilling.
Oh, you like Barbados holiday as well.
But listening to Tim speak here, it's so refreshing because hearing his mindset, his mentality, and there's a reason why he was so successful because of that. So that was brilliant.
Appreciate it.
Really
Thanks for having me.
Tim. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
That's all from us today, but a reminder, you can watch all of our episodes or listen on BBC Sounds, watch on the BBC Football YouTube page. This podcast should probably come with a warning. We have no idea really what is going to happen. This is a Soccer Aid special on the Wayne Rooney Show, and we're going to have guests dropping in. So let's see who comes along. Wasn't there one challenge that you guys did where you made him set an alarm?
Girth and turf. I told him we had training.
What did he make you do, Wayne?
Oh, he didn't make me do anything. He can't make me do anything.
I'd have brought this up.
First time I did this 3 years ago, I jumped out of the motor. We just won the Conference Cup. I was bouncing around like a kangaroo. 3 years later, we're relegated.
You're not supporting England?
No, I'm talking about the fans. Even before it starts, you guys are like, oh, it's coming home. And because you guys are like Arsenal, you guys are delusional, I think. Every year.
And our first guest is none other than Danny Dyer.
Yeah, obviously the The legend, Danny Dyer.
Yeah, Danny Dyer, first
What
up.
a way to start.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm very humbled by all this. I just got through the session. It was better. I enjoyed it more today.
Yeah.
I ain't kicked a ball in 2 years. I've been so busy grafting. So I don't know who I think I am turning up here trying to pretend to play football. But when you've got people like Wayne Rooney, it's amazing. It's a beautiful experience. But you know, you get older every year, Father Time, innit? So I get worse every year, unfortunately.
Wayne, your thoughts on Danny as a footballer?
Do you know what? He done well yesterday. He done well, a few tackles there to be won, which obviously he didn't shy out of. So
That doesn't surprise me.
I know it's a difficult time for him as well, over what's happened over the last week.
Come on, that is brutal going this early. Sorry, Danny.
Well, I knew it was coming. That's why I'm here, innit?
Do you want to get this out of the way quickly? Are you over it yet, or a week on?
No, I'm still processing it all. It hurts. And, you know, so it's
It's
all
close to home as well, isn't it, now these days as well?
Listen, I'm very close to it. And there's ups and downs to, you know, your daughter marrying the captain of the club that you adore. And I've had some ups with this man. First time I did this 3 years ago, I jumped out of the motor. We just won the Conference Cup, right? He got the winning goal in the 92nd minute. I was bouncing around like a kangaroo. 3 years later, we're relegated.
It's the opposite of a fairy tale, isn't it, really?
West Ham, yeah, to be fair, they broke my heart most of my life. Like, I think people need to be reminded that we've been a bit pony, really, for the last sort of 30, 40 years. I mean, fighting relegation's quite common for us. We've had a lovely little 3 years. But the thing about us is we're one of them clubs where, and Declan Rice is a prime example, we're never going to go to the next level because whenever we get a good player, they leave us. You know what I mean? They go to a bigger club. So it's always going to be the case for us, isn't it? I wish he'd have stayed, Rice, and let's build a team around him. Why not? Why can't we mix it up a little bit?
I imagine at the moment you're saying to your son-in-law as well, please
Well,
don't do a
I know he
Declan.
wants to stay, do you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
of
he
course,
loves it, doesn't
listen,
he?
I'll tell you, I've got no answers about that at all. I mean,
I wouldn't expect you to,
They're
Danny.
celebrating their, because last year they got married. It was such a good year, and so they're sort of celebrating their anniversary, their first year. So they've gone away to an hotel. But he's devastated by it. I can't tell you how much he takes it to heart.
Yeah, you can see that.
Do you know what I mean?
I've
So-
interviewed him a fair few times, and obviously probably gutted on the World Cup as well.
It's a double whammy for him. He had a terrible weekend. It's awful, you know what I mean? He didn't get called, which is a joke, by the way. You know, I might be slightly biased. But that
Did you want a trip
that
to the USA?
Well, we was half booking flights. That's how confident we was. And then it turns out he got the call. So it was a double whammy. And you know, and he did say, he said, well, I'm going to turn this negative into a positive and win the game on Sunday and hope we stay up. That didn't happen. So it's a tough weekend for the kid, you know what I mean? But he's got a big heart, man, and he should be on that plane. I think it's ridiculous.
Let's get more positive. What do you reckon the lads are going to do in America, though? What do you reckon England
Nothing
lads are
without
gonna
Jarrod
Well,
Bowen.
exactly. Without Jarrod, they're going to be pony, and I think that they're going to struggle.
We're going to lift the World Cup and he'll still be saying that.
I don't think we'll beat Croatia in the first game. I think
Really?
there's been
Do you
some
not-
big. No, I don't really. I don't listen. Let's have it right. We played anyone decent. We lost. Senegal, we lost to. Japan. You know, terrible teams in it. So as soon as we've had a test, he's fouled. So I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope it's a good thing. But Jarrod should be on that plane over Madueke.
Do you think that leaving Upton Park, do you think that has had an impact? Because obviously West Ham saw success in the Europa Conference League.
Well, I think, yeah, losing the foundation of our club and changing the crest was the start of the downfall. Like, you can't do that. Like, Upton Park, you played there plenty of times, man. It was a frightening place to go to. It was in the middle of a council estate. I was proud of it. That's why I support West Ham. I was born just down the road from there. So to just knock it down and turn it into a roundabout, there's nothing left of it, and then change the crest is unforgivable in my eyes, honestly. So, you know, it just doesn't feel the same over there, and it never will feel the same. At least I got to experience them years, you know, because we had some good wins, especially our last game, which was against the mighty Man United. And,
yeah, we got blocked down the road.
Probably Danny was probably in
the
there.
bus got abused a little bit on the way in.
But, you know, it was a very sad day, you know what I mean? We needed to go out with a win, and we did. And now the place is gone. We've got to adapt to it somehow.
I feel like we've brought Danny on. It's meant to be a nice sunny
You know
weekend.
what? I was having a right nice day. Come over here. Right? But why have I come over here? No, I'm joking. You got to take. Listen, you got to take them off with a smooth, baby. Simple as that.
This weekend, though, what is it like playing in Soccer Aid for you? Because obviously this isn't your trade. You're an actor.
No, it's
you're
not
an
my game.
entertainer.
No.
But
I'm
what's it
not
like
an
playing
athlete,
with the
Especially at
likes
your
of
home
Wayne for
stadium
you?
as
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
though.
Actually, that's a really good point.
Well, when I said I moved a few things around so I could do it, we wasn't relegated then. It backfired on me slightly.
Would you have said no if you'd known?
Well,
is it going to be painful going there?
It's got to be special playing at yours.
Of course it is. Listen, like I said, this might be my last one in the sense of I'm nearly 50 years of age. So it's so hard to not be able to run anymore and just see where you got to be and can't make it there anymore. And like, so look, I'm going to try and embrace it and enjoy it. It's all about the kids, man. Working for UNICEF is such an important thing. And it's like, it's always an honour to be asked. So I'm excited about it. And it's a really lovely group of people here.
What's it like for you playing? Because you're used to playing with, not that I'm saying you're not, but elite athletes and like people at the top of their game. But what's it like playing against people that have come from different worlds?
Yeah, it is strange, obviously, because when you used to play in a team and a normal team, then everyone really is on a similar level. So you know how the way to pass you can pass them in. Where it's slightly different, you have to maybe take a bit off your pass. So
no swaz.
Certain players can control the ball. And
What would you say your top skills are, Danny, as a player?
Just being a pest. Do you know what I mean? Like
closing them down.
Maybe a couple of. I think I played all right in the last one. I played 2 years ago at Chelsea, and I marked Eden Hazard. And I think
Jeez, that's quite the task, isn't it?
Ridiculous. Lampard said, "Listen, you're playing right back." I went, "What?" So Eden Hazard.
Is that what you are?
Well, I
fullback?
think I've got a bit of a belly, and I do have breasts, right? So I think he underestimated me.
I think he did for a period of his career as well.
I hit him early with a 2-footed tackle. Both feet was on the ball, right? And he couldn't believe it. And anyway, he went over to the other wing. Didn't fancy it, so I thought, oh, lovely.
That's a good sign.
He went up in the air as well with Usain Bolt, who underestimated me, come running to walls. And I went, get hold of that. He went flying up in the air. And then they got a free kick, which I don't think it was a free kick, which Hazard scored from. But no, I had a good couple of moments. Really tackling is kind of important thing. Like you can lift the crowd with a good tackle. So I'm hoping I can smash into Berbatov a couple of times at least. And then I'll be happy,
you won't have
babe.
to move much to get Berber, maybe.
No, so if I can hit him early, right, I'll be happy. Do you know what I mean? I'll bring a bit of energy, I suppose, but not for long. So the key is get the ball and give it to a better player, which is most people on the pitch.
And the social side of it, you two enjoy the social?
What do you mean? What, hanging out?
Yeah, it's quite a lot of time to
Very
downtime and
important,
stuff, isn't there?
darling.
Yeah.
Very important to
the
bond.
team bonding, yeah.
Of course it is, absolutely. So
Do
we
you
do
t-
all our media stuff and, like it's fun. And then we have a nice bit of dinner, nice sophisticated dinner, and maybe a couple of little glasses of vino. How lovely.
Yeah, it was nice, and we showed us a few videos, didn't he, of why we're here. And,
Yeah, of course, get reminded.
Of all the where the money's going and the importance that. But I think a big part of Soccer Aid as well is coming here and meeting different people and interacting with different people and getting to know them people as well. So it's always fun. Obviously the important thing is to raise money, but you'll have fun at the same time.
Yeah, but I bet when that whistle goes, knowing what you're like and the way you speak, you want to win, don't you?
Oh, it gets very competitive, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And that's why you'll find as the days go on, it gets a bit clicky between us and the World 11. They sort of stick to their own little mob and we stick to ours, which I think is important. You want to make it a good game, but you're right, what Wayne was saying about, we watched a couple of videos of why we're doing this, and it really does hit home and reminds you of, the stuff that's going on in the world at the moment, and especially with children we've got to look after, and if we can raise a few quid, which we will, no doubt, there's no better place to do it than here, so UNICEF's the one. That geezer's bowling over it. It got cop for. Look, you all right, Summer? You want to be on a podcast?
Yeah, of course. Just a reminder, we are recording this at Soccer Aid, and everything is basically going on around us isn't it, at the moment.
Chaos here.
Yeah,
but good chaos.
You can go back and join the chaos now, Danny. Sorry if we've ruined your weekend. We didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, cheers for that.
But
Thank you very
maybe
much.
your performance tomorrow will be the best performance the London Stadium's seen for a while.
Don't say that. I don't want to let anyone down. I'll have a go, darling. I'll tell you that. I'll be committed, and that's all I can do. Love you all. Have a wonderful
Danny.
day.
Well, next up on our rotating cast of guests here at Soccer Aid, someone, Wayne, I'll let you introduce our next guest because he's a good friend of yours.
Yeah, Morgan.
No one will know who the heck that is, Wayne.
He's still in my folders, Morgan. So
is he?
No, Ginge. I met Ginge a few years back, and obviously first met me on Gert and Turf.
Yeah.
And since then stayed in touch. So yeah, good to have him on.
So you two, this is a friendship that's gone back for quite a while now.
Maybe what, a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. Yeah.
So it all started from online gaming.
Yeah, it all started from H. H whacked me on FaceTime. And I remember I said to him, "Oh, Waz, I love you, mate." He went, "Get out my ass, lad." I don't say it anymore.
Because of course you are a big Man United fan.
Yeah, of course.
I'm surrounded. Kay is also a Manchester United fan.
Who do you support, sorry?
Let's not talk about that.
Watford.
We don't talk about this on this podcast.
No,
I'm here to be neutral. I'm the EFL representative.
Sorry about that.
So we've just had Danny Dyer on. I've welcomed him to the EFL. So yeah, what's it like being friends with Wayne? And so you've said on this show before that you've battered Ginge at FIFA.
Yeah. I'm finally glad I can actually.
That's something.
Yeah.
We needed to get you on all season. We said we need to get him on because we need to hear your side.
Yeah, he's awful. He's absolutely awful at the game. The worst thing is he has beat me a couple of times. That is the worst
That
thing.
must feel bad.
But head to head, I'm probably about 7-2 up.
Okay.
Yeah.
You take
I think at one game, he I don't know what he meant by this, but he did say, "Just remember, I know where you live, Ginge." I think it was about 8-0.
Bit threatening.
I think it was about 8-0 at the time.
He's moved out, so.
Do you play against each other often?
Not as much as we used to, no.
No. And when you were in I'm a Celeb, I know you said from the off, didn't you? You said, I think Ginge is going to win. Was obviously you didn't have your phone, but he was quite supportive, wasn't he?
Thank you, mate. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, someone has to be because my other mates, they were all back in H.
No
way. Yeah.
It was tough because obviously I've known H for a while, and then obviously met Morgan.
Stop calling him Morgan. It's so
You've never
weird.
called me Morgan before.
I met Ginge.
He's on professional
It's
mode.
just really weird.
I met Ginge obviously through H. And then for me, it was weird having the two of them on because obviously I think the whole of the social media world was voting for Ginge. So I was thinking, I need to give H some support as well.
I semi-think...
Do you know what? I actually folded up after and I apologised to him over it.
Did you?
Yeah, he did.
Did he? I semi-think you wish you would have gone on there, enjoyed going on with them two, wouldn't you? Watching your two mates on there. You would have caused carnage, wouldn't you?
We spoke about it, didn't we?
Yeah. We did have a speak about it, but it didn't end up happening.
No, okay. Well, you had an amazing experience. I imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, your career over the last few years has just gone absolutely nuts. And what's it been like since then?
It's been mental. I mean, I remember the first day I landed, I went to the gym, and then I got...
That would not be the first thing I would do.
And I walked in the gym and I got recognised about 7-8 times just off old women. And I thought,
Yeah,
well, that
my
definitely
mum,
wouldn't
not
have
that
happened.
my mum an old woman, but my mum knows who you are now. Like,
Yeah, do you know what I mean? So it's changed it in terms of getting recognised more, a bit like that and stuff like that. But overall, I just
Were
made
you
sure...
happy with that though, to open yourself up to a different demographic?
Yeah, I think if you sign to go on the biggest show in the UK, you know what you're going in for. So yeah, I mean, I'll absolutely love it, and as long as everyone I've met's been dead respectful. So yeah.
and of course, you do Soccer Aid. How many years have you done Soccer Aid for now?
This is my second time.
What's it like? How much do you enjoy the weekend?
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Probably the best time of the year. It's the training days that make it, and then the nice little sometimes karaoke.
It gives you a taste of being a pro, doesn't it?
I don't know. I've never been a pro, does it?
No. Do you know why he surprised me last year? Because I thought he played really well.
And that surprised you, did it?
Yeah, it did.
Crossed it off the line at one point, didn't you?
It did surprise me. And then remember when he come on, Jill was captain and Jill went off and gave me the armband, so I'll give it to him as well. So it was a nice.
That's been a nice moment. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice.
What's he like as a player? Then you've said he surprised you. What kind of player is he?
Yeah, no, he did surprise me. But what surprised me is his composure on the ball. Played some really nice passes out the back and is reading the game. Obviously made a really good clearance off the line. I think deserved man of the match.
What's it like playing with Wayne?
It's an unreal dream come true. Do you know what I mean?
You're a
I
United
always
fan,
thought I was
aren't
going
you?
to play for United. For whatever reason, that didn't happen. So eventually I could do it. But I get compared to Harry Maguire quite a lot, so it's a very big compliment for me.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
How do you think you're going to fare this year?
Well, I mean, look at our team, mate. I think Tevez was bad, but I think Essien, Berbatov, who else have they got? Seedorf.
Podolski, you were sad last week.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough game. I think if we can keep it below double digits, we've done well. I mean, I was speaking to GK Barry before. She's running out of the way of the ball every time.
Oh, no
So
way.
I said we've got Wazza, Ollie Mers and GK Barry in the pivot. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, my God.
It's not looking good for us.
Bringing it back to your kind of football supporting. Firstly, your local team, are they Winton United?
Yeah, we've got a final tomorrow, actually.
Have you?
Yeah, it's at Gig Lane.
So do you play for them?
No, I coach them, manage.
You coach them. So, but hold on, so you coach and manage, they have a final tomorrow and you're at Soccer Aid instead of being at the final?
No, so I'm going back late tonight to manage the final
okay.
and then come back.
Wow.
Commitment.
Yeah.
That's what you
So
like
what
to
are you
see.
like as a coach and how long has that been kind of going on?
We started. This is our second season. First season went unbeaten. Sorry, won the league. And then second season we finished second. But I mean the team that we're playing against tomorrow is the team that won the league. So it's a good opportunity to get one back.
So if it all goes pear-shaped on Sunday, are you going to take the tactics board off of Bradley Walsh and start
I might have to.
dictating?
He told me off before I was going too high apparently. So I was like, all right, Brad.
And of course you are a Manchester United fan, so it must have been firstly really surreal when you were introduced to Wayne and you've kind of now come into this world where I imagine you kind of come across quite a lot of people and like heroes that you kind of grew up idolising.
Literally, like I mean, I remember he invited me to his son's Holy Communion, and then we went there, and then it's like Darren Fletcher was there, Carrick was there, Steve Bruce was there. It's just like, what's going on here? Do you know what I mean? But then, I got good friends with Fletcher after that. He loves his darts. I love my darts as well. And then I absolutely battered him. Just want to throw that out there.
We're now going to have to get him on here at some point to kind of say his side of things. So you've actually become quite good friends, invited to Rooney family gatherings.
Yeah.
What's it like to be a United fan at the moment?
I tell you what, it's relieving because it just shows things aren't as bad as they looked. More than anything, I think when Ruben was in charge at the start of the season, he stuck to his way, very stubborn. Obviously couldn't play that way, but didn't want to change. He changed once, which was Newcastle on Boxing Day. He went to a 4-back and we got a clean sheet and won 1-0. Then he went back to his way and things went up and down again. Carrick's come in and he's playing to the players' strengths. We've got Bruno firing. He's top assister in Premier League history in terms of in one season, and it just shows that this squad that we've got can compete. But I think United fans next season shouldn't get over themselves.
It's great from obviously we spoke to the Europa League fans, didn't we?
Yeah.
From that moment last season to where the club is now, I think there's small steps being taken, which are positive steps, and just hope we can keep improving on that.
Have you met Michael? You might have met the Man United manager through Wayne at some point.
Yeah, I did it at his house, yeah.
That's quite surreal, isn't it?
It's mental. And then Fletcher was in charge for a couple of games, weren't he? I was like, oh my God, I've got the Manchester United manager's number. Oh my God. But yeah, I mean, obviously they say never meet your heroes, but like I've met Wayne himself and then loads of people through Wayne, and every single person's so nice and down to earth. It's unreal.
What do you make of him saying you shouldn't get ahead of yourself? Because I think...
No, I think he's absolutely right. I think...
come on, you were getting ahead of yourself.
No, I wasn't. I said if the league was played from the moment Carrick took over, we'd have won the league.
Weren't you saying you were talking that they can be in a title race, you two, weren't you?
No, we weren't. We never said that, did we? No, we never said that we were in title race.
So you said you could be in the title race.
No, we said we could be if the recruitment was right.
I think the title race next year will be really interesting because you've obviously got Chelsea, new manager, Liverpool.
Yeah, they're not in that.
Man City, obviously new manager. United with Cardiff coming in. So there's lots of good young managers in the league. So I think the first time for a long time,
it's more open.
There's not an out-and-out.
Guardiola going is a massive thing for the league, and it does.
Did you celebrate that?
What, Guardiola going?
Yeah.
I actually felt sorry for him.
Sorry for him?
Because he left as a failure. He's left in his last Manchester United derby getting
Ginge,
played
I think you can say a lot of things. I'm not sure you can call Pep Guardiola a failure.
Last Manchester derby got played off the park. He's finished second to his apprentice. I mean, they're
going to clip that bit up for social, aren't they?
Fergie left with a guard of honour. Only certain men can do that.
They had to lift trophies from 2 seasons ago at the parade.
He did have 20 of them, though. Wasn't bad, was it?
We can all win a community shield. You know what I mean?
Okay, if we don't want to include the community shield, 18 in 10 years.
18.
I mean, I'm definitely not a Man City fan. I don't know why.
You support Watford, don't you?
I've not lifted a trophy in my lifetime. Got battered 6-0 in the FA Cup final. Take that. So anyway, so you're looking forward to the rest of the weekend. What have you got coming up?
Yeah, no, I'm buzzing. We've got dinner in a bit. Have a nice chilled one there.
I meant, what have you got coming up, like in the next few months, career-wise?
Oh,
I'm glad that
I thought you meant this weekend.
I said the next
he was
few
giving
months,
us his
you said,
timetable.
I'm going to go and have my dinner. Please see they're feeding you.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I actually don't know. I just take every day in my stride. If anything comes up, it comes up. I know personally I'm doing like some bigger streams where we get like a production team in. And we're going to do like the last to leave the car. So there's going to be a car there. Everyone puts a hand on it. whoever's got the hand on it the last, it could be 24 hours, could be 48 hours. There's obviously challenges to complete, and then whoever is the person with the hand on it last wins it. So in terms of stuff like that, it's going to be very good. So I'm excited.
One thing I forgot to ask you about, wasn't there one challenge that you guys did where you made him set an alarm? Is this true?
No, it was Girth and Turf. I told him we had training. Yeah. And
He doesn't want to talk about that.
No, he believed it.
What did he make you do, Wayne?
I didn't
He
make
didn't
it.
make me do anything. He can't make me do anything.
Glad I brought this up. It's clearly still a bit sore.
No, but I started playing, so then there was a message going
in the group chat.
the group saying we're training at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So I set my alarm, got up, done a little bit of pre-training. And I got to about 7:30. I was thinking, where is everyone? So I texted him, said, mate, where are you?
I woke up to his call. Yeah, he rang me, going, mate, where are you? I'm training. I said, Colleen on the school run.
Sorry, but your Scouse accent killed me then.
It was honestly
So poor
brilliant.
Colleen had to do the school run because of you.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay, I'm glad I brought that up because Wayne's still really clearly fond of that memory. Ginge, on that note, I think I'll let you go. Unless
No
you've got
worries.
any other good Wayne stories, any wind-ups you've done.
No, we're all good. We're all good.
You got any? Have you got him back at any point?
He can't get me back. I'm too on it.
Okay. ask him why he didn't play darts yesterday.
Why didn't you play darts yesterday?
Because of the
Ginge?
traffic.
What, were you late?
He's committed to it. He's been looking forward to it all week.
I have.
And he didn't make it.
Yeah, it was at the O2, and then it was like 2.5 hours. We checked before, it was like an hour and a half. So I was like, oh. And then I missed it. I was gutted, to be honest. But Luke Littler does what he does best, wins as
Yeah.
usual, best in the world. And that's what he does.
Thank you so much for coming on. Best of luck on Sunday. Sounds like you might need it.
Yeah, best of luck,
Cool,
man.
cheers. And next up, it's Usain Bolt. Well, Wayne, as I've let you introduce every guest so far, we've got someone else joining us now.
Yeah, Usain, obviously, firstly, a huge Man United fan.
Yeah.
Come on.
That wouldn't have been the first way I'd have introduced him. Fair enough.
No, obviously, absolute legend, obviously, in the athletics game. But met him a few times and remember he got his boots on it at the training ground and was showing us some of his skills then. So, no, great to have him on.
Wasn't that good to get on a team, though?
I would have introduced you as the fastest man in the world, but we'll go with the Manchester United
for sure.
bit first. Talk us through your journey supporting Man United, and you, as Wayne said, then you've kind of like been able to get involved with the club a bit.
Yeah, for me, how I started supporting was Van Nistelrooy. I actually saw Van Nistelrooy playing, and I was like, he was so good at what he did, and that's how I really started supporting Manchester United. And over the years, it's been great while Alex Ferguson was there, but it's been a tough couple of years since then. But you don't know, still bleed red, so something that I enjoy, and Carrick now is bringing back a little bit more joy to us, so I'm happy about that.
Wayne, talk us through. So Usain came into training.
Yeah, I think I was in goal for him.
Why are you always in goal?
He was having a few shots.
Did
you score?
1 and 2, not a lot. not a lot.
Wayne keeps telling
Not
us
a
what a
lot.
great goalkeeper he is. So
Yeah. He's solid. He's solid.
That's right.
Solid.
Right, so
Yeah.
you were in goal, and Wayne was in taking penalties against you. Talk us through what happened.
No, he was taking some free kicks.
Yeah,
Oh,
free
okay.
kicks,
I think it was
yeah.
around the time when you were looking at going into play, weren't it? I think.
Yeah.
So was you over in Dortmund as well? Was it?
Yeah, I did a few things over in Dortmund. Yeah.
Yeah, so
You had trials at all these top clubs.
Yeah, I went because Puma worked with Dortmund, so
Yeah.
I went over there and did a few. I didn't want to stay in Europe. They offered, but I should have stayed. But I went to Australia because the media was so much. You know what I mean? And I was like, yeah, I don't need that extra added pressure. So I went to Australia. That's why I went as far as away as possible.
Literally.
Plus the
to
weather
try.
ain't too bad in Australia either.
Exactly.
Yeah.
True.
So if you, obviously you've achieved everything in your sport, but would you have liked to have been a footballer?
Yeah, I think the experience, I loved it. Because track and field is an individual event, it was always good being in a team, just hanging out, just the banter and the vibes. It was really good. I really enjoyed it.
What's he like on the pitch, Wayne, having played against him?
Yeah, no, he's good, and you've seen it soccer aid as well in the games he's played, and some really good goals when he's gone through 1-on-1, composed, nice finishes. So no, there's definitely something there.
I wouldn't want to be chasing after
Exactly
him.
what I was about to say to you, Kate. Imagine if you see
Because
Usain
even
Bolt
if
running
he
at you.
loses a yard or two of pace, he's still breezing past you.
Yeah. And you're feeling pretty. We're obviously recording this the day before, or a couple of days before Soccer Aid. By the time this goes out, the match will have happened. I'm going to be honest, I don't think Wayne's feeling too confident. Am I right to say that?
Well, I've looked at both teams and the recruitment on both teams. I don't think it's been fair. If we win, it'll be one of the biggest upsets in soccer.
Okay, well, if by the time this goes out, England have won, then we can put it down as that. But are you feeling a bit more confident having trained today?
I saw the guys today. I think both teams, I was watching them and they were really passing and moving the ball well. I think it's one of the few years you actually see everybody really playing well. You can't say point one guy will say that's a weak link. So it was good. It was good to see.
I've seen a few weak links.
Yeah.
But in terms of some of the players that you're playing alongside, absolute footballing legends, just name a few of them for us. Who's impressed?
Look, for me, it's always going to be the United players.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So to see Van der Sar again, it's wonderful. Essien and Cahill, it's great to see those guys. So I've played with so many players over the years. One of my biggest moments was actually assisting Del Piero. So for me,
it's not bad, that, is it?
You know what I mean?
Where
that
does that
dummy
rank?
and that turn and that pass was sweet. You know what I mean? So
Where does that rank in your
high, top 3 for sure. You know what I mean? You never, and this is why I love soccer. You never know who you're gonna see and what's gonna happen, and it's just a moment. Because I watch all these guys for years and I cheer and they bring me pain, they bring me joy. So it's always wonderful to be in the same room and just to be a part of it.
You're saying you're going to have to start calling it football, though. Football.
Yeah, I said football.
You said soccer.
I said soccer? Oh my God, sorry.
Are you going to the World Cup? Is that
I'm hanging
why?
around too much American. We do call it football because I'm in the States a lot. Sometimes it gets away, but it's football definitely.
All right, we'll let you off. Because I could tell you actually look mortified when you realised you said it. You mentioned that you're in the States a lot. The World Cup is coming up this summer. It's kind of feel like we've almost stumbled upon it, and it's literally round the corner. What do you get like during a World Cup? Do you watch a lot of it?
Yeah, definitely. For me, Jamaica let us down this year.
Unlucky though. Yeah.
No, it's not unlucky. It's bad. We should
have. That's an elite sports mind.
We should have got. It was Bermuda, Curacao, and Trinidad and us. There's no way we shouldn't have made to the World Cup.
I thought it was strange when Steve left when he started the playoff games.
Yeah.
Did he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he left.
I thought the time of that was very strange.
Midday after, but I think maybe it was because of they brought in a lot of international players, and I think they didn't have the same passion
That's
to
what's
Jamaica.
been united them for years.
So
hasn't
that's
it?
So that's why because I had a conversation before, and I listened. You don't know how much this would mean to the country, you know what I mean, right now, because we actually went through a big hurricane. I was like, to make it to the World Cup would mean so big to the country. And I told them, listen, just go out there and really use the crowd to help build your energy, because the stadium hasn't been full like that in years. You know what I mean? And this was the moment, and nothing. I was stressed.
I suppose you've seen firsthand what sport it when you've performed on the world stage, how proud you can make Jamaica and what it can do for the country.
Exactly. So I knew what it would have meant to the people to make it to the World Cup, and even me. You know what I mean? I was so excited because it's in America. It's so close to me. So I was excited. I was like, I'm going to every game. You know what I mean? I was making plans already. So
yeah, for such a small nation, you make such a massive cultural impact. To have you at a World Cup would just be insane.
It feels wild that you're not. You're not going to be there.
It's
given
crazy.
It's bigger.
I'm telling you.
Sorry, let's not keep rubbing it in. As they're not there.
So who are you supporting now? While if you can't support Jamaica?
So I support Argentina. Surprisingly.
Really? Okay.
I wonder if we're ever going to get a neutral on here that will say England. Probably not.
No.
Huh?
No one ever says England.
No. And because you guys are like Arsenal, these guys are delusional. I think every year, you really sees the call that they've gotten so many calls this season in their favor. They would have lost at least 8 to 10 points this season, because a few of their players should have gotten red cards throughout the season, and that would have damaged their chances. So,
Really, Wayne, you were behind Arsenal this season, weren't you?
Yeah, I liked Arsenal. I think they were efficient and they weren't playing in the style which Man City were playing, but I think it's a real skill to be able to get over the line and nick 1-0 wins. And I get it's not always pretty on the eye, but when you win the league, whoever comes out on top, they deserve to win.
He's not having it.
Yeah, I'm not having it.
All right, okay.
All right, back to Argentina.
So now I am pretty offended that he really hates the way Arsenal played and he's comparing England, but we'll let that pass. You're not supporting
I'm talking
England.
about the fans. I'm not talking about England, the team. I'm talking about the fans.
Surrounded by three England fans.
Yeah, but as soon as, even before it starts, you guys are like, oh, it's coming home. Let's wait until the World Cup starts.
There is a minority that think that, but
starts.
I don't think there is, but I do understand why you think that. People do think there's an arrogance around the English.
Yeah.
All right, Argentina. Talk about Argentina
Yeah,
then. Why them?
All right, so how I ended up supporting Argentina, like everybody in Jamaica when I was growing up supported Brazil. And I didn't want to support Brazil, so that's how I ended up supporting Argentina. But I'm a Cristiano Ronaldo fan, so I wish Portugal would win too.
Yeah,
so,
Wayne's been saying, haven't you? You think Portugal got a good,
I think
good
Portugal
chance?
got a good team.
I think, they have a solid team. So.
Okay, so what have you got good memories of watching World Cups? Have you been able to watch those over the years? Because I imagine it's
Yeah, definitely. I've been to a few of the finals.
Have you?
I was at the one in Russia, and last year was it Saudi?
Qatar?
Yeah, Qatar. Yeah, I was there also.
Are you going to be going this summer?
Oh, not this. I don't think so. I won't be. I'm too depressed to you know when you get your hopes up to watch your country and then I'm not. No. I might try to get to the finals if it's a good.
If Argentina are there.
If it's a solid team, I try to get to the finals, but we'll see what happens.
So where are you based now? What does life look like?
I'm in Jamaica and the States most of the times. Yeah, but I travel a lot, so I'm everywhere.
What are you up to? What keeps you busy these days?
My kids, sponsors, do a lot of charity work and stuff. So I'm always doing something.
And trying to keep involved in football as well.
Yeah, watching every game now. United. I'm excited to see the transfer window. So we'll see what happens.
This is where football's great, I think, because in different sports, they have their own fan base, but football, I think it brings everyone together.
Yeah.
Whatever, obviously with athletics or whether it's boxing or everyone. You see this when you come to soccer. Everyone loves football and they all want to be involved in it in somehow.
Yeah, and I guess for you've probably gained a lot of fans, particularly supporting Manchester United. Even like cheering you on during races over the years. Man United fans must have
definitely. I remember, this is how I know football was serious. The fans are really serious. I remember one time, I don't know who we were playing, but we were like, I think 2-1 down, and we came back and won 3-2, and I put on Twitter, United is the best team in the world. Oh my God. I got so much abuse. So I know the passion, and I'm passionate about my team also. And I have cussed a few of the players also, so I can't complain, but it's been good.
Do you chat to any of the current players at the moment? Or?
No. I think I haven't been to a lot of games because, as I said, we were struggling, and every time I've been to Old Trafford, we have won.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to go back and then lose because we were going through a rough patch. I want to keep my record going, so I haven't been to a lot of matches for the past maybe 3 years, maybe.
Fair. Given that it's going a bit better now, next season
for sure.
Season ticket, same there every week, making the journey.
Every chance I get, I'll be at Old Trafford.
And in general, do you train for football? What's your training look like these days?
Nah, for me, it's just in the gym. I just work out in the gym. We sometimes play football with my friends, but not as much because, as I said, I'm not there. I'm always traveling. So, but in the summer, I'll be home a lot. So I'll get back. We play like once or twice a week at a football factory, 6-a-side. So it's good.
Nice. Wayne, I don't know if we've asked you much. Do you play much now?
Football?
Yeah.
Mess around with the kids and so if the ball's at my feet, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm okay. So, which is very difficult when I've seen the stand with my team yesterday. It's going to be very difficult for the ball to find my feet. So
you're going to have to go find it.
I might have to run a little bit more.
That's gonna be one of our things. Listen, don't let Rooney get the ball. Stay close
and you'll
to
be fine.
Exactly. Because we know you can pin it about. So yeah, let's not let that happen.
I don't know if you want me to say this, but you've been training for this, haven't you, specifically?
Yeah, I've trained for it. Been ready as much as I can be. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Was that because you'd seen the rest of the team and you realised you were going to be needed?
To be honest, I look back at the picture from last year and It was a bit heavy. So that's why I did it. I wanted to look a little bit better, a bit more respectful this year.
Well, I think Kay said a few times you have trimmed down, and we'll see,
Yeah,
won't
well,
we, on the pitch on Sunday? I mean, at the time of recording on Friday night, we saw, didn't we, some of the clips already from Wayne in training.
Amazing. Roll back the years.
And I think Usain's trick of Mark Rooney and they'll be all right. It's probably going to be all
we're
right.
going to do it, but
fancy
that'll
it?
be good. No, I don't need that stress.
No, I don't think anyone does.
No, if I was playing, I'm a manager this year.
the manager.
Oh, is it?
I'm a
Yeah.
manager this year.
What kind of manager are you?
I'm going to be a tough manager.
Have you
know
done
what
it
I mean?
before, the manager?
No.
It's hard, you know.
Yeah. No,
Done it?
No, honestly,
You've done it,
I've
haven't
done it.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because you've got that many different rules where you need to have a lady on the pitch.
Yeah.
Do you? I didn't know that.
And obviously, there's that many players. You need to manage all the players' times. It's honestly,
Yeah.
it's
We're
it's
just
harder
talking
than,
about it, yeah.
It's harder than.
And everybody has to get the
Yeah.
time.
Do you know all the rules?
No, I don't. No.
Is it just one of you, or do you get an
Sunday,
assistant?
On Sunday, Sadov is coming, so I'll give him most of the job.
Is he your assistant?
Yeah, he's gonna be an assistant, but he's gonna be the main one. But yeah.
My gosh, they have got a strong team, haven't they? Even if Sadov's the assistant.
Yeah, they're absolutely killing us.
Who's in charge of recruitment, Wayne? You need to have a word.
Yeah, I don't know. They're getting sacked though.
Okay, well, we're probably about to get kicked out of soccer right now, so that's where we'll leave it. Usain, thank you so much. I'd wish
It
you
was
the
a
best of
pleasure,
luck for Sunday.
Thank
Look,
you very
I just realised he's got his whistle on as well.
Yeah.
Freshman trainer, I hadn't noticed that.
Trainer today, yeah.
Well, best of luck, kind of. Good luck marking Wayne out of the game.
All right.
And best of luck to Argentina
Thank you
this
very
summer. I
much.
don't mean that.
No,
I don't mean that at all.
Yeah, it's fine.
But yeah, thank you so much
No
for coming
problem.
on. That concludes our Soccer Aid special here on the Wayne Rooney Show. A reminder, you can listen on BBC Sounds or you can watch it on the BBC iPlayer on the BBC Football YouTube page. See you next time.